The MC of the story is named Gu Yangchun. He was once a brilliant swordsman from a noble family. However, he fell in with a bad crowd and ended up becoming a lowly soldier in the army of the Heavenly Demon. Now he sits defeated before the strongest swordswoman of light, her sword pointed at his pathetic state. She insists on an answer. The guy is in a dreadful position and reflects on the irony of his life. How did the woman before him become the direct disciple of the Sovereign Sword? She is the same woman who utterly annihilated hundreds of demonic martial artists with her unmatched swordsmanship. In fact, this very same woman is the greatest martial artist the world has ever seen. The odds of this guy running into her are slim, considering she is the same cold-blooded warrior who defeated the Heavenly Demon with her sword. The Heavenly Demon began the hellish war between both sides, and it only ended because the warrior's blade pierced through the Heavenly Demon, finishing her off with a final slash. Meet the Heavenly Sword Seol-ah, who is shouting at the bastard, who refuses to answer her questions. The Divine Warrior is furious that Yangchun is still withholding information about the demon's hideout. An expression of regret and anger takes over her as she reminds the young man of the humanity he once had. But of course, even if he wanted to talk, this guy couldn't even say a single word. Why? Because the dude ended up getting the Jiria treatment from Nar. His throat was crushed. Not to mention the very heart that's beating inside of him is marked with a terrifying curse. With every breath, the seal is making him live through hell and also prevents him from revealing secret information. A tear trickles down the woman's face. The same warrior who had downed an entire army, as well as the Heavenly Demon on her own, is currently weeping in front of a half-dead man. She's practically begging the guy to just give a satisfying answer so that Zenith can help him stay alive. I should point out that she doesn't know about his seal or curse, so she's thinking he's concealing information. Her fidgeting body and tear-filled expression, a sorrowful state of her begging, is actually a unique sight for the young man. He begins to wonder if she really hates the demonic martial artist that much. Maybe it's because of her fiancé, Sunyeon Jang, who ended up getting kidnapped, which is why she's probably desperate. But the situation makes him let out a slight laugh, reflecting how the strongest woman in the entire world was currently wavering because of a love interest. His reaction causes her to get infuriated. Styla tosses his ass to the ground like a football. At this point, she is fully provoked, despite her trembling state. She thinks the guy is being uncooperative for a reason and regrets not killing him sooner. Her words linger inside his mind as he begins to question when they first encountered each other. From his memories, they met at a marketplace. Both were little children, and she was the first to approach him and offer him a potato. That beautiful little relationship resulted in such a twisted, dark turn. This guy became a traitor who betrayed his own damn people to pursue the path of a demonic martial artist. It's clear as day that he's only got himself to blame in this situation. Though, of course, even now, Zyla is barely able to hold herself together while walking away when suddenly she turns around to see the guy crawling and scribbling something on the ground. Confused, she questions, what is Yang Chan doing in his state? Unfortunately, because he chose to reveal information. The seal took a heavy strain on his body, resulting in him vomiting a crap ton of blood. But even then, Yang Chan takes it like a champ and continues to scribble with his own blood. He recalls that if he goes against the contract placed on his heart, it will implode and destroy his body. And that's exactly what happens. This dude literally had his heart annihilated as a consequence of betraying the demonic temple. The muffled voice of his long-lost friend is heard in the background, but it's too late. He's lost too much blood and can't even hear her. The beautiful thing about this is the fact that she's already caught on to his condition and is begging him to stop, but he still goes on. The only regret in Yang Chan's life is that he couldn't reveal the truth. He didn't actually betray the clan on purpose, but was tricked and forced into it. But that doesn't matter anymore, does it? Even Yang Chan takes it like a champ and accepts that it's still his fault as he finishes his scribbling. This is his final service to his friend, revealing critical information of the demon's hideout to Zenith. But then the effects of the seal cause an agonizing outburst and wreck his organs from the inside. In his final moments, Yang Chan ponders why things had to end this way. He remembers a sequence of him being helpless in front of his dying sister, who wished him a good life. Seola's voice screams into the alley where he can no longer hear her. Instead, Yang Chan is overwhelmed with the kind of regrets he led up to in his pointless existence. Another sequence comes fresh into his memory when Yang Chan finds a woman clinging to the edge of her life. She felt sorry for him, while he could only stare at her with a look of regret and sadness. Seola's voice roars loud, proclaiming his name again and again as her tears drip down onto his face. Finally, Yang Chan recalls the sequence of another loss he experienced. The white-haired woman rested in his grasp, murmuring to ask if he was crying. But Yang Chan always kept a tough exterior and told her that it's just the rain. Her final words were a request to know about the moon. In her dying words, she found herself relieved. Eventually, her existence faded because of the gash she endured in her abdomen. The same Yang Chan, who was once a member of House Coup of Sano, a house known for being virtuous and righteous, ended up becoming the worst traitor and a demonic martial artist. And now his fleeting existence mattered little, as he was going to die as a consequence of the war after his defeat. That was supposed to be the penultimate ending to his life, and it was exactly as miserable as it sounded. As he closed his eyes, Seol-ah's voice started becoming clear in his mind. But there was a catch this time. It was the same little girl asking if he wanted a potato. Yun's eyes widened with shock as he found himself standing in the same marketplace on that fateful day, not knowing how he had returned to the past. Our boy stood absolutely still, recalling how he had gruesomely experienced his death after breaking the forbidden seal. I mean, bro's heart literally burst open. There was no coming back from that one. His final memory was being in Seol-ah's grasp as she shouted his name. But now he could feel a heartbeat coursing through his body like it had never even happened. Not to mention his smaller body, he had become much shorter and younger. It was as if he was daydreaming about the past. Seol-ah's past self stood there, just staring at him in confusion. Yangchun tried his best to recall the exact words he had told her in his original life. Slapping the potato out of her hand, he shocked the girl as he stomped on it, clearly showing his offense. Yangchun didn't take pity on the girl's gesture. Instead, she ridiculed her in front of everybody. Anyway, that happened in his original life. But this time, he didn't want to make the same regretful choice. Letting out a small laugh, he thought it was time to make up and actually take the potato from her grasp. He even went as far as to thank her. Bro was trying so hard to appear like a Sigma in front of her, but the moment he bit into the hot potato, he burned his damn mouth. Yangchun found it ridiculous how a dream could stun him with such a strong sensation. Seeing him struggle with a mere potato, she laughed at him for burning his tongue. While Yangchun was stunned, a servant from the Sanso house rushed in to find him. Apparently, the young boy had disappeared on his own, worrying the man greatly. The servant was supposed to be Yangchun's personal guard, Moon. Unfortunately, the boy couldn't even speak properly because of his burnt tongue, so much so that his guard assumed the girl must have tried to harm the young master. The guard nearly drew his blade. It was hilarious how this guy was practically ready to un a living girl. But Yangchun requests to handle this in his own way and asks to have the yakwa. Apparently, there's one last one left. He takes it from Moon and actually offers it to Seol-ah. Much to both of their shock, the boy simply wanted to return the gesture for Seol-ah, offering him a steamed potato. Seeing the delicious-looking yakka before her eyes, her mouth waters and her eyes glisten. She's always wanted to try it, but suddenly Seol-ah turns away to meet her grandfather, who comes rushing to check on the little girl. Wow, these kids really love being lost, he mutters. He scolds her for going off on her own, but Seol-ah is okay since she got the potatoes in the end. Her grandpa is really kind and worried if she got hurt somewhere. But just seeing the guy in person puts Yangchun in a daze. When the girl expresses that she gave a potato to the young boy, her grandpa shows a forceful reaction by pulling her back and actually bows to the young master of the great house. But our boy tells him that it's nothing to worry about, as the girl merely offered him a nice snack. Yangchun shows proper respect and consideration by praising the food and even offers a yakwa in return. Initially, Seol-ah's grandpa is contemplative, but the little girl jumps in joy and wants to grab it immediately. However, the poor girl is absolutely devastated when her grandpa drags her away, believing it would be dishonorable to accept such a delicious snack from the young master. But bro is not giving up. He stops the old geyser, even showing consideration to the little girl and personally handing her the snack. Seol-ah's eyes are literally beaming with joy, and her grandpa is speechless. From this interaction alone, Seol-ah ambiguously concludes that they found what they were looking for. The two part ways after that interaction, while Yangchun goes into a state of reminiscing, recalling that this old geyser was actually the head of the Merm Alliance. So, he's not a joke. He once sat at the top of the martial world as the strongest ever and was single-handedly the most feared man from the demonic path, the original sovereign sword, Hyogen Wi. But he can't put together why this man would be here at all. It's as if Yangchun's life is flashing before his eyes. He spots the beautiful girl bidding him farewell with her kind eyes. The two parties turn in opposite directions to return home. Now that Yangxin's life has already ended, he no longer has any regrets. He thinks it's a good time for him to conclude this dream of his. But for some reason, the damn dream doesn't end even after he reaches his family estate. It's been far too long. At this point, Yangchun is starting to wonder if this is some kind of final curse bestowed by the heavenly demon as a last resort. There's a lot he doesn't know until he suddenly hears a girl's voice walking up to him. Surprised to see your brother returning home, she says. Meet the Scarlet Fire Sword Yanuku, Yangchun's second older sister and the one person who hates him the most in the world. Basically, she's a bee. He reflects his surprise that his father is returning home today, while Yanuku continues to tease him. "You're just going to pull another lame stunt again, aren't you? Always the troublemaker," she says. But the dude doesn't have time to entertain an attention seeker. "I'm here because I should be," he states. She berates him for never showing up in the past. But instead of getting offended, Yangchun shows maturity by stating that he will apologize to his father. Now that is the definition of character development. He actually wants to change his life, even with the smallest moments. Anyway, that pisses Yansu off a shit ton as she roars his damn name and channels her beaming rage to step up to him, accusing him of plotting some kind of trick. She openly tells him how much he pisses her off. Bro cuts her little wimping session and points out that their father has arrived. I should tell you, this entrance is straight up cold. That's how you know Yangchun's papa means serious business. Their father, who basically looks like Musashi over here, is pretty surprised to see his son greeting him so forwardly. He turns his attention to Chief Stewart, asking if his sword squads are all prepared. Turns out the first sword squad has already returned from battle, while the fourth squad is prepared to leave whenever needed. So he signals to his chief to prepare the fourth squad and find him as soon as possible. Now let's talk about Yang Chan's perspective. He finds himself completely paralyzed underneath his father's overwhelming gaze. The housemaster leaves a final regard for the boy, requesting he come find him after his meal. Yang Chan is pretty damn shocked to hear that and asks Muon for a digestive pill because of how intimidating that was. Skipping ahead to the time of his meal, Yang Chan recalls the terrible taste of the food. It's the same as ever, and he's genuinely terrified to see his father. The anxiety is so bad that he's hoping something will interrupt the meeting. The housemaster speaks over their meal, asking Yonu if she's progressed in her martial arts ability. She is very happy to confirm that she's reached the third ring only a few days ago, which is quite impressive compared to the other children her age. So he tells her to work even harder. Now, Yang Chen actually agrees with his father's words, internalizing how reaching the third ring is pretty damn impressive for a child. Yanu has always been the talented one, so a bit of hard work results in wonders, but most impressively, he's shocked to see the little girl smiling when, unusually, she has a damn resting face. Which is funny because as soon as he thinks of that, she looks at him with a murderous glare. When his father finally addresses his third child, Yangchun, Rollin flinches from his spot. He heard the report from Mu Yan about the boy heading out to the market. The young boy confirms, causing his father to stand up and express his urgent leave. This surprises the boy because he was clearly expecting Musashi over here to actually say something. Well, Yang Chan chalks it off to his father's earlier demand of meeting the boy in his office. But even that is postponed when one of the maids comes to inform him that their meeting is scheduled for tomorrow instead. Again, Yang Chan is pretty astonished. That night, while in his room, he's surprised that he hasn't woken up from this wild dream of his. At this point, he's also questioning if a potential time travel or regression has taken place. But that realization comes with the added anger and a chance for him to potentially kill a heavenly demon before things get bad. That thought is enticing at first, but Yang Chun still believes he's having a dream, so there would be no point. Then there's the fact that he can't take on the same heavenly demon who was responsible for annihilating 3 sovereigns by herself. It reminds him of the day he surrendered before her, just to live another day, and ended up having to endure living a life of becoming a demonic martial artist. Yang Chun's regret weighs down on his conscience. His life is one that is the definition of living with immense regret. That's the only emotion that overwhelms and burdens him. But at the same time, he'd always thought to himself that if Yang Chan was ever given a second chance, he would definitely do whatever it takes to live differently. Knowing the eventual future of Seol-ah defeating the heavenly demon, as well as the demon temple, he thinks his best shot at living a good life is to hide and play the long game of survival. Knowing that this kind of chance won't come again, Yang Chan vows not to fail a second time and to prevent his life of regrets from surfacing again. Channeling his energy throughout his body's core, Yang Chan is a bit disappointed that he can't do anything beyond a small grasp of internal energy. But my sister, you guys saw how Yansu is engulfed in flames, right? That's the difference between an ordinary person and a prodigy like her who has achieved the third ring already. Still, even having this much internal energy is enough for the boy. He believes that the generational cultivation technique of the house should be more than enough. The art of the 9-flame blaze wheel is his best shot at nurturing his body. And once he reaches the 4th ring, he'll also be able to showcase a bright flame of internal energy. Right after reaching the 7th ring like his father, his body will be thriving with this life-changing, changing power. But as things stand right now, bro is at the dead bottom of the 1st ring. That's why he wants to gather as much energy as quickly as possible to reach the 2nd ring. Add that to the fact that he can't even equip his powers of the demonic arts to help aid this journey. This time he has to rely on himself and his family's martial arts. In a state of meditation, he concentrates all of his energy into his core, but that comes with an added drawback of siphoning his body, completely draining him at his current level. Yangchun can barely do anything with the skills he's got at the moment. Forcing his way isn't an option either, because it will result in something called chi deviation. However, the one good thing to have come out of this mess is that he's gained an understanding of the second ray, and he's edging really close to tapping into it. Yangchun intends to keep at this level and hammer his way to make new breakthroughs differently from his past life. At the same time, he has to be cautious and ensure that things don't go off track from the original timeline. Morning quickly comes around and the dude is still out of commission, unable to sleep because of his agonizing bodily pain. It's his fault for not taking his training seriously throughout his childhood. Preparing himself, he plans to visit his father later, but when he opens the door, he's surprised to find the same little girl from before greeting him. Hello. Let's take a little detour and explore what happened on one fateful day. A crack appeared in the skies as the people began to question if what they saw was a star or something else. Suddenly, a demonic eye popped out from the crumbled space and tore its way through. That was the day the demons invaded their realm. And these weren't just any demons. They were ruthless and wrecked the planet. The dimension where they spawned from is called the Gate of the Demonic Realm. Now, every single clan decided to counter the demons by creating a special force. These special forces or squads were known as the Sword Squads, and every known clan had one. But the Great Ku family actually has 5. The eldest sister of the siblings, she is actually the head of the 5 commanding squads, and because she's widely known as the Brat, who constantly stirs trouble in her clan, he trained under her for 6 months in the original timeline. That was actually when he ran into Seol-ah, who adopted a blank, almost frowning expression at the time. They were supposed to meet 6 months later, but because of the way he treated the young girl, somehow she ended up at his doorstep the next day. Bro was already done with the day and was heading back inside, but she pulled on his shirt, stopping him and hoping they could get along well with each other. Before the poor girl could express her words properly, his grandpa swatted her hand off, calling his grandchild a brat for carelessly touching the young master without permission. Yangchun didn't know what to say as Seol-ah apologized to him. He was still surprised by the purpose of their visit, or why her grandpa was even here. To his absolute shock, the man told him that from now on, he would be serving Yangchun according to the orders of the clan head. The fact that this guy introduced himself as Moonwai and not Hyogen Wee was a bit startling to Yangchun. As for Seol-ah, she was also tasked to serve him alongside her grandpa, but things were progressing way too fast for him to understand what was going on. Letting out a sigh, he was certain his father was responsible for something like this. He shared his gratitude, but ultimately thought his life was feed from the get-go. Also, he didn't really like being addressed formally, so he'd rather they call him by his name. But the old geyser doesn't listen to that either. Later that same day, the old man is dusting the place clean while Yangchun sees him doing his task with content. He's got no clue what's up and turns his attention to Seol-ah. This little bold girl wants to impress him and carries a bundle of laundry all on her own. Even the other maids show her kindness and request her to share some of the burden, but Seol-ah vows to do it alone. Unfortunately, her bright confidence eats dust when she stumbles across a rock and tumbles down with a heavy crash. That faceplant has got her hurt with the way she fell. Even the laundry basket ended up on her head as she began to weep in disappointment. Seeing her in this state, Yangchun thinks she's truly one of a kind for being bad at everything she does. His real talent lies in martial arts, so he doesn't get why she has such little control over her body. The current state of events is making his head hurt. Meanwhile, the sad Seol-ah walks up to him, still cutely wearing the basket on her head, promising to follow him wherever he goes. Or at least, that was the order she received from her grandpa. This actually means that the boy's personal and real servant is Seol-ah instead of the old geyser. But it's almost like the other maids pulled a scheme and trapped her with such a duty. Being the son of an incredible family, the boy doesn't know if it's nice to choose a servant of his own volition. Apart from her being Seol-ah herself, there's also the fact that her grandpa, the Sovereign Sword, is going to be monitoring him in close proximity. She tries to tidy up his robe, but even that is a depressing mess of wrinkles. Bro crushes her confidence by doing it on her own and begins to wonder if the clan head even knows about the Sovereign Sword's identity. Knowing that he has to go and meet his dad, Yangchun thinks he'll come to find his answers soon enough. While he's leaving, Seol-ah catches up to him, but he shuts her down, stating, "You should finish up your work here." The remark makes her genuinely cry, and it's noticed by her grandpa too. Anyway, Yangchun leaves and shows a bit of his softness for Seol-ah when he promises to return with Yakwast if she does her duties well. That little comment alone makes her flutter with joy. The perspective shifts to Yangchun, who stands before his father's office, getting anxious just standing outside. He's scared of what will happen and wonders if he should ask about High-Gun and Seol-ah instead. Bro's approach ends up in the gutter when the clan head pops out from behind and scares the living crap out of him. He's told to go inside and regrets immensely that he loudly swore in front of his own father. Yangchun is seriously questioning how he didn't die of a heart attack at that moment. They begin the conversation by discussing his new servants. The boy is grateful to receive them, but he doesn't know why. His father refuses to elaborate on the reason, believing his son will come to know eventually. This isn't good. Yangchun now understands that his father probably knows about the sovereign sword, but the purpose is kept ambiguous. Instead, the clan head recommends that the boy prepare for the Nine-Dragon Council that's due tomorrow. Though Yangchun complies, he has trouble remembering what the purpose of the council was. Suddenly, the little dude reaches an enlightenment. This time, horrified to remember the council's name, Yangchun thinks even death would be more acceptable at this point. While knowing his personal guard questions if he truly doesn't want to participate in the council, let's explore the concept of this unique council. It's supposed to honor the original sword squads who worked tirelessly to guard the demonic realm, risking their lives for the people of Sano. It's held twice a year to commemorate their efforts, and it's also a recruitment event to help bring in new members into the sword squads. As he's a member of the main family, he has to attend the council. But Bro just doesn't want to go, ordering Mulan to behead him immediately. Even the personal guard thinks his father will probably kill Yangchun a second time if he refuses to go. Then there's the fact that the second elder is hosting the council this time. He also promised to beat the shit out of Yangchun if he refuses to participate. The situation got much worse than he expected. The second elder is a damn annoying geyser who has always treated him harshly since he was a child. Then again, the kid is a troublemaker, so it makes sense. Anyway, the old man entrusted the boy with high expectations, hoping he would act befitting of the great family household. In some ways, Yangchun is grateful to the old man, but at the same time, he is afraid of him because of his unending training sessions and handing him a mountain of chores. But it's actually endearing because the second elder always looked after the boy, even when the clan head ignored him. It's a miracle that he turned out the way he did in his original life, even after the training he endured from the second elder. Anyway, it's time for them to head out. They're supposed to leave when the carriage is ready. So the boy inquires about the update from manhwa. The maid explains that they're looking after Seol-ah, which worries the young master. He wonders if she ended up making more trouble. But apparently they were actually busy prepping her in a tidy and presentable outfit. Looking at her in this elegant attire even causes Yangchun to find himself flustered against the girl's pure smile. She walks up to him like a beating child and expresses how the other maids were praising her beauty. That compliment is actually true because even Yangchun finds himself weak against her cuteness. The girl musters up the courage to directly ask him if she looks beautiful. And yep, that alone is enough to make the little master embarrassed beyond hell. He's so flustered that he avoids her and completely switches topics. In the next scene, we get to see the carriage moving at tremendous speeds, giving Seol-ah a joyful ride. It's actually her first time experiencing a carriage ride like this, so she's quite excited. As for Mulan, he tells the young master that the council is being held in the commercial district of Cheoneil, known for being the most famous district in their territory. Since it's a long journey of 4 hours, it's going to take a while. Yangchun thinks it might be a wise idea to take a nap, but the annoying beaming child behind him is talking so loudly that he just can't. Yangchun shoves a yaka snack in her mouth and tells her, shut up for a while. This actually shuts her up enough for him to drift off into sleep. But his sleep doesn't matter at all. He wakes up a second later and realizes that 4 hours have already passed and they've arrived. Yangchun exits the carriage and finds the crowded district charming, with beautiful lights to commemorate the important festival. He stretches for a bit and runs into Il-chan, the officer of the district, who has been eager to meet the young master. Yangchun introduces himself properly and expresses his honor to meet such an important person. He learns that it's thanks to the boy's sister and the second leader that they were able to pass the first day with ease. But just a mention of Yonu is enough to remind him of her shit attitude. He's hoping to God that they don't run into her mother. Clearly, luck isn't on his side because in the very next scene, he runs right into her again. As usual, she gives him a look of annoyance, as if even greeting her was an offense. Yanyu complains about how her younger brother might cause trouble during the festival, advising him to behave properly. But this time, instead of reacting negatively, he calmly replies that he'll just stay in his room. This makes her feel ignored, since she's used to being the center of attention. Suddenly, her gaze shifts to the girl standing behind her brother. Yansu makes a sarcastic remark and then leaves, still muttering her disapproval. When the door slams shut, Yangchun sighs and wonders aloud, what's wrong with my eccentric sister? He even apologizes to Officer Chan for having to witness such a scene. Instead of heading straight to his room, however, the young master decides to make an important stop elsewhere first. With Seol-ah accompanying him, they go to the main arena, a vast and beautifully decorated space. The 5 sword squads have been celebrated on the first day, and tomorrow would bring the selection of new members. It's a good thing that the main family members don't have to compete. Yangchun thinks he's going to live a chill life until the second elder pops out of nowhere. It's the whole "he's right behind me, isn't he?" meme, because bro's day is about to be ruined. Striking him like thunder from the skies, the second elder is proud of the boy for actually showing up to the festival. Seeing his palm reaching out for his face, Yangchun is terrified that he might get his ass beat. But to his surprise, the older man simply pats him and asks what influenced the boy's decision to actually show up. After all, Yangchun made it his life's goal to escape the second elder every time. When the little boy tells him that he received word of the second elder getting pissed, he pretends like he never even said something so horrific. The old man, in particular, is known for being obsessed with the boy because he's really the only son of the household. Cielo, on the other hand, is so excited to meet him, expressing her joy. But goddamn, he looks at her like a demon of death, turning her expression to fear and sadness. She's so adorable and winces away, hiding behind Yangchun, who tells the geyser to light up instead of glaring at people. The old man does, in fact, lighten up and ask if Seol-ah is his lover, but Yangchun clarifies her attire should confirm to anyone that she's just a servant. Shiva's away into hiding, while the second elder recommends that the child get some sleep for the night. Before leaving, he casually tells Yangchun, "I'm going to take your life if you try to run away from the festival." Yeah, either he really loves him or really hates him. I can't tell. Anyway, Seol-ah keeps calling him the Bear Man, and I'm inspired by her, so that will be his new name from now on. Interestingly, Bear Man concludes that there's something different about the kid this time. Fast forwarding to the second day of the festival, Yangchun is already there early in the morning, but at the back of a long queue because the requirements are flexible enough for anyone to participate. There's way too many people lining up to join the sword squads. It's an honorable thing to become a part of the sword squad, after all. Suddenly, Seol-ah's body shivers with fear because she thinks the bear grandpa will hunt her down. She even cutely suggests maybe we should ask the bear to hibernate for a while, which is hilarious. Anyway, our boy doesn't know what's keeping her afraid. Unfortunately, he can't order her around as much because she's the grandchild of the sovereign sword himself. He promises Seol-ah that Muan will take care of any threats if she's afraid. The personal guard has no idea what the term bear grandpa even means until our boy expresses that it's the second elder they're referring to. Unfortunately, the duty is too much for a personal guard like Muan, so they conclude that maybe it's best to sacrifice Seol-ah. The funny thing is she actually takes this order to heart and concludes that today is her funeral day and that she will sacrifice her life for everyone's happiness. The heartwarming portrayal of her past self is enjoyable. Yangchun reminds her repeatedly that he was just joking. But it turns out Seol-ah just wants him to buy her a bunch of dumplings so she can die happily. So he lets her do whatever she wants. While she's away, Muan shares how the young master is offering preferential treatment to Seol-ah despite her being a casual servant. Of course, it's because he still thinks of her as the Seol-ah from his original life. Though he acts like he doesn't care about her, Muan is smart and points out how the young master still gave her part of his own money for the dumplings. Unable to argue against him, the young master simply turns away. Muan is actually pretty happy to discover that the boy is different from the way the rumors portrayed him. While Yangchun advises him not to have a change of heart over a bunch of damn dumplings of all things, he catches Muan in his point that he judged the young master based on a few rumors. It's only been 2 weeks since he's been assigned as his personal guard. The only reason he said something like this is because Yangchun freshly received him as his guard right as he regressed in his past life. Their conversation is disrupted by a loud woman calling out to a lady, recommending that she doesn't wander off on her own. The girl expresses that she's fine on her own, as there are plenty of great people from the House of Pu around her. The voice of these girls sounds similar to Yangchun's, putting him in a state of reflection. Yobi, the mysterious girl's servant, argues that it's troublesome if she runs into the young master of the Ku family. Then again, there were plenty of boys in their family, so she could be referring to anyone, according to Yangchun. Even the girl thinks it's impossible to meet him in a crowd like this. But even Yangchun has a self-aware fourth wall-breaking moment, believing that this is some kind of foreshadowing. The girl turns back, only becomes startled to find the astonished young master before her eyes. Nguyen whispers in his ear, explaining that the situation is probably awkward based on their reaction. He's wondering if he knows these people. But of course, seeing her face, Yangchun simply couldn't forget the girl with obsidian eyes. The ring on her finger, adorned with an ambiguous pattern, was unforgettable. Though no one knew the symbol on the ring, Yangchun recognized it. It belonged to the Habuk family's house of Ping in the eastern region. This very woman standing before him was his ex-fiancée. Let's talk about how the engagement happened between these two. Belonging to two great houses, they were of similar age, and the House of Ping suspected that the young boy would one day become the clan head. That's why they entrusted their daughter to him in an engagement. As obvious as it could get, this guy ended up causing a ton of problems. His reputation as a troublemaker grew, and because of his stagnating image, the House of Ping became afraid. The engagement eventually ended because of his final words to her. Immediately, she questions why he's here, but Yang Chan cuts her off and asks the same question. She tells him it's because of urgent business and that she isn't required to explain her intentions in the Sano region because of his family. He treats her coldly, which pisses her off as she reminds him of their age difference of 1 year. So he decides to adopt immediate manners and refers to her properly. He turns his attention to Seol-ah and expresses that they should leave with the dumplings. Meanwhile, this adorable little monster has acquired a crap ton of dumplings and is happy to leave. With his parting words, he tells his ex-fiancée to enjoy her time here, which comes across as a shock to her. She regrets having run into him of all people and takes note of the servant next to him. She's a bit annoyed that he's already found himself a pretty servant and internalizes that he's still the same damn pervert, going back to his fateful words from the day their engagement broke off. Yang Chan called her nothing more than a spoiled daughter of a mistress, basically insulting her mother and causing her to get so enraged that she was about to beat the hell out of him. But Yang Chan apparently had balls of steel as he doubled down instead of retracting his statement. So bro ended up eating a Mike Tyson hook from a girl, which was well deserved. She was done with his attitude, even after the strategic engagement because of her house. Yobi was there to stop the girl, but she swatted her hand away. Stomping her foot next to his face, she was more than ready to kill Yang Chan's ass. Yeah, that was one hell of a day from her memory. Even now, she's trying to convince herself that he's the same. But this kid is actually helping his servant with the dumplings. It's as if something is different about him now. Though she chalks it up as just an unusual day for him, believing that a clown like him could never become mature. Still, a thought lingers in her mind that maybe he did change. Suddenly, they hear another loud voice whirring in the distance. Apparently, some guy is pissed off, talking about how the recruiters are going to be responsible for his arrest. It's a vague remark that leaves everyone dead silent. While those people are arguing, the young master recommends they help out with the situation because he senses that some people are stirring trouble. Muon emphasizes that they shouldn't really act unless reason compels them to. In the end, they decide to let the recruiters handle the troublesome fellow, and that actually does happen. But the difference is, this guy literally slams the recruiter into the ground, believing that should be enough to prove his worth to join the competition. Of course, because of his harsh way of handling things, he is forbidden from entering. Muon suggests, let's step in. While Seol-ah is entertained by the cool thing that just happened, the personal guard is very surprised by the young master's dismissal of the situation. Yang Chan argues he just doesn't want to get involved with troublesome affairs. The situation gets even more tense as the recruiters stand firm in their unchanging decision. Since the man before them isn't revealing his identity, they can't allow him to enter, even after he's proven his skills. Getting seriously annoyed, he finally reveals his identity as the heir of House Ping. This means that this guy is actually Yang Chan's ex-brother-in-law. This announcement grabs the attention of both of them, shocked to see him entering the competition. Let's go back in time and see what led up to this. One day, the girl found her brother awake early in the morning. She didn't know why he was here. Meanwhile, he was having the time of his life eating food and getting warm after starting a fire. His sister didn't give a damn about what he was doing and only cared about the nameplate he was holding in his hand. He joked around, saying he was going to use it as a replacement for firewood and immediately got smacked with a stone. His sister was done with his shenanigans. She gave us a little fun fact about her brother. He actually graduated as the youngest heir of the house in the history of House Ping. The nameplate is special because he received it directly from his lord. While she kept trying to maintain the serious topic, her bro was still joking around about the firewood. He received a beating from his sister. She emphasized the duties of the heir of the house, and her words sat in his expression. It was almost like he didn't want to shoulder such a burden. His sister took note of this and remarked how he was a prodigy who had earned the best achievements in his life, and yet he still seemed unhappy. Letting out a nervous laugh, he corrected her, stating his intentions of leaving the house for a while. Instead of pushing him around, she recommended that he enjoy himself on a walk. Then the suggestion lit up an idea inside his little head, but in a way his sister never could have anticipated. 4 months passed since that moment. All she got from him was a note saying he'd be gone for a bit. She was pissed and complained to Yobi, who actually reported that the Vabron clan might have a clue on his location. She was dying to hear where her brother had gone. But the region of Sano never made sense to her. Well, until now, that is. She'd just run into that same troublemaker who was rattling his mouth off about joining the 9-Dragon competition no matter what. Bro was beefing with the recruiters, she thought, and explained that he didn't have time to spare. The commotion drew the attention of our boy and the guard. Both of them heard him yapping about the Black Night Blade, which is a technique of House Ping. Our boy figured the situation would only get worse from here on out, so he sought to scatter away. But of course, Grandpa Bear had to rain down on his moment at the worst possible timing and grab the boy's face. He personally found the troublemaker impressive because of his connection to the Pang family and allowed the boy to join. It was only then that Wu Jun Pang made his official introduction, expressing his great honor to meet the second elder of the House of Ku. Grandpa over here laughs his face off, and because Wu Jun kissed his ass just now, he's even more prepared to let the boy join the competition. Even though the recruiters were strictly against the decision because of the boy's identity, the second elder believed that Wu Jun must be telling the truth. After all, the boy took after his father's looks. Apart from that, the ring he's wearing is yet another proof. I have to point out that Yangchun is pretty surprised because he didn't know it was Wu Jun either. Anyway, Grandpa Bear expresses that the purpose of the competition is to allow people to join the great squads. So he's curious why the heir of House Ping is here of all places. Wu Jun confidently reveals that he doesn't really enjoy his time back at its house. A reason that makes the second elder break into laughter while at the same time causing Yangchun to think they're both retarded. Wu Jun casually shares that he ran from his house because he loves rebelling against the rules. Yet another reason for the geyser over here to crack into laughter. Okay, the really intriguing part is that Wu Jun is a hopping 23 years of age because I could have sworn he was a teenager if they didn't point that out. The second elder is impressed by the product of House Ping and gives a disgusting glance to Yangchun for being pathetically weak in comparison. Both Moon and Seol-ah probe Yangchun for clarification, and he can't do anything. Tell them to shut up while silently suffering. Well, on second thought, Yangchun reflects that he isn't offended or jealous by the remark, because the heir of House Ping truly can be considered a dragon. After all, this same boy would be known as the Heavenly Blade in the future. Drawing a connection from him, Yangchun suddenly remembers that he did meet Wu Jin's sister earlier. Speaking of her, A Pen comes rushing to find her brother. You might think this is going to be a sentimental moment, but no. She straight up chucks a damn fist in his face and launches the dude into the ground. A is seriously pissed that he ran the hell away right after becoming the heir to their house. With his face caved in, Wu Jin tries his best for a timeout, but his sister is in her John Wick mode and barely spares him a second before beating the ever-living crap out of him. While beating him up, she talks about how disgraceful he is for ditching his own house just to join a competition for the House of Ku. Bro is legit getting pummeled and begs to be saved like a damsel in distress. A's beaten him so badly that his blood is all over her, but the elders are done watching and demand that she stop immediately. Seeing them, she gets startled and apologizes before clarifying the situation and apologizing for the troubles caused. A promises to make it up to the House of Coop with additional reimbursements in the future and commands that they'll be leaving now. But her stubborn brother is firm in his decision that he'll stay, causing her to question if he's looking for yet another beatdown. But this time, Wu Jin is serious as hell to the point that it creeps out even AI. She doesn't know why he's acting like this or what's gotten into him. But the boy is clear in his decision. He believes that the House of Ping isn't even remotely fun. He thinks anything is better than the life he used to live. Gently advising him, AI reminds the boy that he's supposed to be the heir. Now she has got to move on with this kind of thing. But Wu Jin believes that it's his right to have as much fun as he can before eventually accepting his duties as the head of the house. Escaping the duty will require him losing his limbs or simply dying. And since he's not a fan of either, he's found a third way out. Wu Jin openly declares that he despises the concept of being the head of the family. He further adds that the people of House Ping can't even be called human because of their methods. Knowing that he's the only one who has to play the part of the heir, he's accepted the title for his sister's sake too. As for our boy, Yangchun is questioning Bear Grandpa's decision to let Wu Jin participate, especially since this matter is beyond the scale of the competition and concerns the other houses. Of course, even the second elder believes that there can't be an easy way out for this one. So he calls out to Wu Jun with a sweeping recommendation of fighting him in a one-on-one battle. If Wu Jin manages to beat Grandpa Bear over here, he can join. But of course, this is just an impossible task. Even AI thinks he's terrible with his jokes. Yet the old man is firm in his words and believes 10 hits should be more than enough to decide the winner. As for Wu Jin, he's got those young and determined eyes. The second elder has no thoughts of going back on his words. The second elder is in the middle of explaining the win condition for Wu Jin, stating that even a single contact with his body will conclude the young man as the victor, when suddenly, the young heir of House Ping dashes right behind him with immense speed. Grandpa Bear over here is standing nonchalant, while Wu Jin is about to chidori his ass from above. But the tables are instantly turned when Wu Jin literally faces a goddamn monstrous reaction from the old geyser as he unleashes his punch. Yep, he's definitely dead. In the next scene, we fast forward to the competition arena where the battle between Yangchun and his sister Yansu is fixed. Of course, his two-faced sister appears blooming and cute in front of others. Meanwhile, our boy is out here questioning why the hell he's here at all. not to mention his fight against his sister. Anyway, let's rewind a little bit and see what happened to Wen. Just like I said, the kid got demolished by Gramps and was launched into the ground like a tornado with a heavy crash. The fight was decided in the first Dan hit, and this geyser suddenly turned from a murder machine to a fun-loving grandpa again. Yangchun, on the other hand, is questioning why the hell this madman went so far when he could have easily evaded the strike. Bear Grandpa emphasizes that he held back massively even with the punch that knocked the wind out of Wu Jin. Yangchun is seriously afraid of House of Ping's wrath if they come to learn of this information, but the boomer does not care at all. Our boy even tries to console Ai, but she thinks her brother deserved that punch. The girl analyzes that this was perhaps the only way to teach the young heir a lesson in humility. Though that sounds logical, the second elder quickly denies such claims, clarifying that he only offered a spar because he wanted to have some fun, hearing that kind of reckless be coming from his mouth. Yangchun even proposes to Disservant that it's a good idea for them to ditch the geyser. Contrasting his reaction, Seidel is out here animated like hell, as if she just saw some kind of movie scene play out before her eyes. Her current state makes our boy wonder how the hell this same girl ended up becoming the most terrifying warrior in existence. The second elder has quickly become a fan of Seol-ah for praising him. He even shares a little snack with the dessert-loving girl, who suddenly switches her attitude and grows fond of Bear Grandpa. Seeing as though Yangchun must be feeling left out, the second elder thinks it's best to give him a gift as well, revealing that he's going to make our boy spar against someone at the end of the competition. And well, what do you know? That's how we got into this shit spot in the first place. Yang has to face his sister, and she's rather shocked that he's choosing not to use his sword. It makes the boy surprised too, wondering if he even used a weapon at this age. The good thing about the art of the 9-flame blaze wheel technique is that it can help reinforce various different weapons. However, typically, it is used on swords for maximum effectiveness. The issue here is, Yangchun has no idea how to use a sword as he transitioned to a fighting style with his bare hands later in life. Bro really just said, these hands are rated E for everyone. Yensu confesses that she couldn't give two shit whether or not he used a weapon in this case. Her arrogant personality helps cover his lack of skill. The girl is most grateful about one thing and one thing alone. She's landed a golden opportunity, allowing herself the chance to be in black and blue without getting in trouble for it. It's even better that his humiliation will be witnessed in front of the rest of the world. This is seriously crazy, but Yangchun is genuinely nervous for the fight too. Going back to this conversation with the second elder, he was offended by the mere suggestion of him partaking in a fight against his sister. Bear Grandpa found himself dropping dead in despair, believing the competition would be way too boring otherwise. Yangchun could sense that this old imbecile only wanted entertainment out of him. The dude even had a nice strategy to forfeit the match as soon as it started. But the second elder literally read his mind and gestured the boy toward Wu Jin's unconscious body. That was a short way of saying, I'll beat your ass up just like that if you surrender. Yangchun really couldn't digest the fact that he was going to get defeated in front of a massive crowd. But the old man actually shared a different opinion, questioning if the boy had already made up his mind to lose. His words circled Yangchun's mind. The new life he had been promised was far too precious for him to just let it go to waste like that. It was the reason he didn't want to fight his sister. He wanted to avoid complications. While he was deep in thought, Yensu called out to him, her voice filled with rage. You were chosen as the heir of the house simply because you were born a male. The fight began, and this girl went ballistic on him, unleashing a rapid slash that he managed to evade. Yansu went for a second slash, but Yangchun ducked without any problems. Her combo wasn't over, though. She followed with a horizontal slash, forcing him to draw back and duck again. A haunting realization struck Yansu. Her brother was dodging her slashes, even though he was only on the second ring. Yangchun, on the other hand, reflected that he was barely managing to dodge each hit. It was starting to take a toll on his body, proving that he needed more training. But he hadn't yet decided how he should treat this battle. One way could be for him to take a direct hit and pretend to be knocked out. At the same time, with the way she's attacking him, Bro is not going to be pretending at all. He thinks he's genuinely going to be put out of commission. Before he can even chart a battle plan, his sister goes on the offensive again, grabbing his uniform to make sure he stays in place. She launches another sword slash, but he dodges that too. Quickly, he undosed his top, causing Yonu to slice it down. The boy taunts his sister for having so much bloodlust against him that her attacks are predictable. We should stop the battle, he recommends. How much do you despise me? Even though they weren't even using real swords, she tore his shirt in half with such power. Yensu replies, I had to accept the horrid reality that I would never become the heir simply because of the system. I trained and gave my life to the cause. She pauses, her anger rising. And yet, the boy who does nothing in lives like a heap of garbage is easily handed the position, all because he's a son. That's why I hate you so much, she continues, and I believe our positions are unfair. Yanu takes it a step further, imbuing her weapon with internal energy, raising the stakes of the fight. With her current level, Yangchun is astonished to discover that his sister has already evolved past the third ring. The onslaught of attacks continues as she does her absolute best to nail him down with at least one strike. She even calls him a coward and a useless clown who does nothing but dodge. That's all you can ever do, she mocks. You're talentless and lack determination. If you're going to continue this lifestyle, then maybe it's fate to get rid of you. Interestingly, the boy quietly listens to her complaints. In the next attack, we can even see a look of sadness on the girl's face. Yangchun stands fearless and does nothing, hearing Jonas' cruel words about his mother. The conclusion is intriguing, as he actually manages to stop the attack by catching her wrist. He returns a demonic glare as Yangchun questions, "What rubbish came out of your mouth?" Following a monologue from the girl, Jansu openly admits, "I hold my big sister in high regard. She was given the title of the Searing Blade at the mere age of 15 and was exceptional by the age of 20. Because of her raw talent and effort alone, she eventually became the leader of the 5 swords of the House of Ku. A woman who was acknowledged by everyone as without equal. But even with everything at her disposal, she couldn't be granted the title of head of the house. That privilege was reserved for the little boy, Yang Chongo, born of a mistress and the only known successor. Initially, Jansu really fancied her brother. Though they shared different mothers, Yongchan's mom showed kindness to both of them. In a way, Jansu loved her back, which is why she didn't feel threatened or disgusted by the boy at the time. Then, one day, the woman was nowhere to be found. Gone, abandoning the 2 children. The head of the clan, their father, strictly ordered everyone not to look for her. That's why it became a hopeless endeavor to even try. This was also around the same time the boy became crueler to everyone. He didn't form connections with anyone in the clan until rumors of his mysterious acts with women began to circulate. However, despite what led to this change in events, one fact remains supreme. Yang Chongnu would still be given the position of head of the house. That's not his fault. It's the system of men inheriting titles. And it's not like Jan Su could ever hope for that to change. She was nothing compared to the ever-blazing talent of her older sister, which sprouted a deep resentment inside the girl's heart. She began detesting him for being someone who couldn't even make use of his abilities. Let's go back to the present scene. Upon the mention of his mother, Yongchong gives his sister a fearsome glare, instilling so much fear inside her that she retreats just to be safe. But that won't matter, because this man is now done playing around. He blitzes behind her, launching a punch right into her face. Witnessing the battle, Aya is pretty impressed by Yang Chan's sister's talents despite sharing a similar age group. At the same time, she can notice the 2 siblings conversing with each other in the middle of their battle. Unfortunately, no one can hear them clearly, strictly, because the second elder made it his personal business to coat the surrounding arena with his own internal energy. Or at least that's what Wu Jin says. Also, Bro's got a swollen face coming out of that spar. I would not be showing my face publicly after that. Even A makes fun of the clown for recklessly messing around. She doesn't want to leave her house, Ping, because they'll question what happened. Anyway, both of them discuss the greatness of Yan Su, a girl who has already reached the 3rd ring and possesses a blade talent that is quite capable. But here's the intriguing part. Wu Jin isn't even interested in the girl. He's actually impressed by her opponent. This surprises AI, while Yobi confirms the relationship between the 2 siblings. Based on the fight, Wu Jin is impressed that there's more than one talent among the House of Coop. Seeing his face experiencing such happiness, AI feels devastated that her brother won't ever feel the same after becoming the head of House Ping. Let's go back to the fight. Yoni realizes that she has no choice but to evade her brother's strike. She manages to dodge and returns with an intimidating final swing, believing that the fight is over as she's exploited his opening. But Yang Chan coldly talks her down. This is how you know you're about to get cooked, when your opponent is trash-talking you against your final attack. Yang Chan states that he understands his sister's position, so he doesn't really have a right to judge whether or not she hates him. Though he feels pissed off by her last comment, he shows maturity by disregarding it. However, Yang Chan hopes that she forgets what he's about to do next. Drawing his hand back and expending a burst of energy, he punches the crap out of Yansu with a solid hit, knocking her down and out completely. The fight is over, and to everyone's shock, the winner is the incompetent Yang Chan. Shortly after the fight ended, we see the young boy regretting his decision about the way he handled that situation. He didn't want to win, and it's going to look bad that a 2nd-ring fighter was able to beat a 3rd-ring fighter with a complete knockout. Yang Chan still feels haunted by his sister's words, and while he's sulking in despair, Muan and his servant come through to check on his condition. Unfortunately, Muan has come with some bad news for the boy. Everyone's talking about his grand victory when they clearly expected him to get dog-walked in that fight. That's why the second elder purposefully had to step in to control the reaction of the crowd. The speech is still ongoing, which gives Yangchun the opportunity to escape the damned place before Bear Grandpa gets to him. Saya worriedly points out that his hand is bleeding, but what it really means is that he failed to control his internal GI at the last moment. The adorable Seol-ah tries to comfort him by bandaging it up, causing the boy to get flustered, but unfortunately the poor girl doesn't even know how to wrap it properly. She weeps while gently holding his hand, apologizing for how useless she is. The scene melted my heart, and it puts Yangchun in a pause until Wu Jin cock-blocks their moment with a sudden entrance. Anyway, Yangchun greets him properly still, even though A is out here embarrassed like crap and insists on going home. But this dude is so chill. I love him because he's treating Yangchun like a homeboy, even though A's engagement broke off with him. He even recommends the two of them together again. Our boy is a bit surprised and wonders why he's here at all. Wu Jin expresses that he just wants to connect and network with talented people. He also holds his older sister Hibikyu in high regard, but was unaware of a hidden talent like Yangchun. The boy is actually surprised that Wu Jin knows about his sister. The hair of House Pang reveals that they actually share a pretty close relationship, but he doesn't know how she thinks of him, basically contradicting himself. Yangchun simply laughs it off, ignoring the ridiculousness. He sees Wu Jin going away with Yobi, but strangely, his ex-fiancée is still here. She wants to break her silence, apologizing for hurting him with the chair. She's about to conclude something which I suspect would have been about a reconciliation, but Yangchun cuts her off and shocks her with his own apology. He knows that he overstepped a boundary by saying stupid words about her mother, and it's only fair how she reacted. They're both in the clear with AI accepting the situation and leaving him with a reminder to check what her brother left him with. Yangchun inspects his uniform and discovers a little slab, not knowing what it means. The night ends with the two of them sharing a farewell. With this, Yangchun is starting to mend the mistakes of his past life, but still, there's so much more for him to correct. On their way back, Iola is knocked out like a log. Our boy is still gloomy about his duel against his sister. In his previous life, he never got the opportunity to do that. And of all the times he can think of, Yangchun thinks he shouldn't have been able to win that fight. From his understanding, the future began manipulating the moment Seol-ah started working under him. A small act of kindness could have possibly shifted the tide of the story he was supposed to follow. Still, he doesn't get why this is happening and that he should be careful about updating his plans. Suddenly, the boy senses something sharp and immediately requests Muan check the demonic talisman. The personal guard is happy to inform his master there's nothing to worry about. The talisman is working just fine. But as Muan is delivering that news, the talisman lights up, causing him to order an immediate stop. The fact that the talisman reacted strongly means that a demonic gate near them has just opened up. Muan tells all his men to prioritize the safety of the young master. However, to his shock, the same young master is casually standing outside, stretching for the fight to come. Muan scolds him, constantly reminding the boy of how dangerous this could get for him. Yangchun tells him to concentrate on what's ahead of them. As if a crack in reality appeared itself, a green gate spirals open, releasing houndish beasts. The good thing about a green gate is that it's supposed to be the weakest level of the demons. Preparing his technique, Yangchun goes on the offensive and annihilates the monsters without any sense of trouble. Now, there is one thing to be noted about all demonic creatures. They possess a special stone inside their bodies, signifying their hearts. Think of these stones as a power core and a weakness that can be exploited by simply pulling it out. One other demonic beast attempts to bite him from behind, but our boy is quick with his reflexes. He efficiently focuses on extracting the demonic stones. However, just having taken down two of them has inflicted a crazy amount of exhaustion on his internal energy, affecting his usage of the 9 flame blaze wheel technique. Still, it's not like he can stop just because he's tired, especially when 3 more of these ugly dogs are heading their way. But to his surprise, Muan comes sweeping in to protect his young master. Reacting with such unfathomable speed, he unleashes the spree of slashes across the creature's bodies. Virgil from Devil May Cry must have taught him his judgment, cut, and ability, judging by the looks of it. Even Yangchun is straight up speechless, seeing his cool-ass servant knock it out of the park. I turn to inquire about his condition, and he's glad that nothing serious happened. The fight's already finished, considering not many of the beasts came out from the other side. In a way, they got really lucky. But Nolan is seriously worried about our boy's decision to jump in so recklessly. It could have ended in disaster. Yangchun states that it's all fine in the end. Well, it's not exactly fine at all. His hand begins to burn in a purple flame, giving him unimaginable amounts of pain. Even Muan has no idea what's happening to his young master. Yangchun curses in frustration and fear, questioning why the hell the Heavenly Demon martial art is activating all of a sudden. This technique of the Heavenly Demon is officially known as the Heavenly Absorption ability. Let's take a look at a cool flashback from the badass demon martial artist Yangchun, who had single-handedly severed an entire battalion of fighters. The broken warrior before him questioned, "Why are you so merciless? Why slaughter us when you have no reason to?" About to finish the guy off, Yangchun asked, "Are those going to be your last words?" The man looked at the decapitated elder's head and screamed in despair. A large shadow hovered over the skies, and from a scarlet gate emerged a gigantic dark dragon. The Heavenly Demon decided to descend from her dragon and walked up to the kneeling Yangchun, stating, "You could have put more effort into trying to amuse me." But having gained a slight sense of satisfaction, she decided to imbue him with a skill. And well, that leads us to the present, where, much to the boy's shock, the same absorption technique is purified thanks to the effects of the 9-flame blaze wheel. The boy describes this unique process as a kind of emerging effect, something that never even happened in his past life. Anyway, Seol-ah and Muon are crazily worried for him as he finally gets back up, stating that he's fine. He thinks it's possible he might have sustained an unknown injury during the duel he had with his sister. Muon wants to find an immediate doctor, but our boy insists that he's okay, especially considering the fact that he wants to hide his ability to consume demonic energy. Seol-ah, on the other hand, is whining like a puppy, switching his face and asking for confirmation as she finds his condition to be stat. Luckily, the other servant stops her cute meddling and pulls her away for Yangchun's sake. Once again, Muon requests that they visit the doctor, but the young master believes it would be better if they just returned home and if he slept to cool off the exhaustion. While his men are gathering around and preparing again for the journey, the boy enters a contemplative state, noticing how he doesn't feel an ounce of demonic energy within him. This means that his family's generational technique must have done something. Interestingly, he also takes note that the color of the stone faded, which confirms the absorption of the demonic energy. Deciding not to dwell on the matter for too long, he crushes the stone within his grasp, believing that he should urgently work on his plans. The following morning, Seol-ah's eye for sweet snacks is acting up again, but our boy actually ignores her pleading request and betrays her expectations. Yangchun reminds the girl that she was the one who kept tagging along for no reason at all. Anyway, Muon is pretty curious why they've come out here of all places, especially since the boy is still in the process of recovering from what happened. So it doesn't make sense why he's out of the marketplace when he should be resting. The considerate Muon even offers to help him if he's looking for something, though the young master appreciates his consideration. Yangchun concludes that he doesn't want any help right now. He notices a specific street and scans the alley, confusing Muon a bit more. First, Yangchun requests the girl to retreat back home and then tasks Muon to follow him. He wants Seol-ah to be the messenger to his house. Stating that he'll be back by dinner, the young girl is worried that her grandpa will scold her. So, Yangchun plays with her greed and offers to buy her 10 yakwa snacks for completing this task. Suddenly, the girl is beating with confidence and adds a condition of dumplings on top. Yangchun is more than happy with those terms, and the two of them shake on it like best friends. Anyway, back to the alley. Muon is curious, but our boy doesn't feed him any answers yet. The personal guard is scanning his surroundings, believing that this place seems a bit dangerous to wander alone. But that's something even Yum knows about. It seems that he's found what he was looking for at last. At first, he was worried he wouldn't be able to find it. Muon is curious why the building is of interest to the young master and even states that his senses are telling him that something is wrong with the building. Yangchun commends him for having sharp instincts and opens the door, receiving annoyance from a bunch of crooks who think the young boy must have lost his way. They also notice that the boy's guard is armed with a weapon, which means this is a good sign for them to kill these two. These thugs put Muon on edge as he prepares his weapon. One of them questions, "Why didn't the boy come here of all places?" Yangchun confidently reveals that he's simply a customer, but his arrogant tone makes the thug pissed off. He actually threatens Yangchun to the point that Muon is ready to strike all of the bastards down. However, the young master believes it's not the right time and reveals that all of them knew he was the very moment he stepped a foot inside the alley. Yangchun entreatingly asks, "Are you afraid of the House of Hugh's wrath?" But he's not here for that. Instead of trying to slice each other down, the boy offers a negotiation with the branch manager. The thug is actually shocked by the boy's audacity and reveals that Yangchun doesn't even have the most basic manners. But the cunning young master fires back, reminding the thugs it's not like you're the sweetest people either. This makes the thugs snicker. Instead of going along with the boy's offer, the thug commands all of his men to slice the kid down. In 1 second, all of them attack him from every single direction. Muon is done waiting around and demolishes the entire group, carefully making sure that none of them are killed in the confrontation. With this display of power, Yangchun stands fearless, all while his guard takes care of everyone. The thug is shocked yet unsurprised that Yangchun brought such a powerhouse along. At the same time, it's not like he can comply with the young master's demands either. Suddenly, the thug receives a message from the main manager. It seems they've already heard of the boy. The messenger offers his words and discusses the situation. Meanwhile, our boy is forming his own thoughts, questioning what they're planning. At this point, he thinks it's a waste of time and requests Muen to kill them all. But to his surprise, the thug reveals that their boss wishes to see him, so there's no point in fighting anymore. Though annoyed that they couldn't just do this from the beginning, Yangchun tells Muen to stand down. They follow the thugs, yet Muen is still out of the loop and inquires for more information. The boy reveals a hint of his original plan concerning the Vagrant clan. Let's talk about the Vagrant clan itself. It's grouped as one of the 10 prestigious clans simply because of their incredible information network and reconnaissance skills. However, because they follow the path of virtue, they strictly adhere to a code that keeps their reputation from harm. Now, since the clan won't be able to do what the boy wants them to, he decided to take the second option. Contrasting the Vagrant clan, there is the Hao clan, known for being malicious and always possible. That is why he's here. Descending to the lower floors, the boy finds Wu, the branch manager of the region. She apologizes for her men responding with force upon first encounter. It's really because they were shocked by your arrival, she explains. Anyway, Yangchun doesn't care about that and demands to speak with her. The branch manager first inquires why someone of the boy's stature has come here of all places, especially to a clan following the malefic path. To that, the boy obviously responds that it's a request that can't be met by the Vagrant clan. The branch manager apologizes for her insistent questions. It's just that your connection to the House of Coop made us worried for a moment. Yangchun understands their situation, but he's still waiting on a clear yes from their side. Wu expresses that their clan promises to do the job of any caliber, as long as they're granted the payment. The boy is glad they're complying and reveals that he's trying to look for someone, specifically a child over the age of 10. He hands over a sketch with details of the kid. Reviewing this document, the branch manager quickly takes a step back and reveals that they genuinely can't take this request. Unfortunately, one person came before Yangchun, and their request was essentially to look for the child's guardian. This creates a conflict of interest for both parties, which is hard for them to swallow. Yangchun happily responds, arrogantly stating, "I can offer to pay you back by requesting information about the head of the clan." His words provoke a murderous look from all the guards, who immediately draw their weapons to strike him down. But Muen always comes in to clutch the situation. The bro blocks all 4 of their blades at the same time. Dude is a monster. The branch manager switches their sweet face into one of murderous intent. "How do you know such critical information?" they question. Yangchun casually replies, "It's clear both sides have valuable information on each other, and that should be enough." Still, Wu insists, "Prove the validity of your information." To that, the young master responds, "You'll regret testing that out with me. After all, if you refuse me here, I'll go visit the Vagrant clan and reveal important information about the Hao clan's leader." It's a serious threat that the branch manager can't overlook, so she's forced to accept. To that, the boy questions, "Just how long will it take for you to execute the request?" The Hao clan emphasizes that it will take a minimum of 3 months for them. But it's a good time horizon for Yangchun. He leaves, stating, "Once you've fulfilled my request, we'll conduct an official exchange." However, the boy stops when he sees the branch manager's gloomy expression. He hints at the Yak Mountain range, alerting Wu as he leaves. "It's a hint for now," he says. The branch manager rambles, and the thug questions, "You really trust a boy to be speaking the truth?" The reason she's confident in his information is because he knows about their clan head going missing. That's why they'll have to take him at his word. However, not even Wu understands what the boy is plotting. She believes he has his own goals. At the same time, she thinks that such critical information couldn't have been obtained by the young master. This means the clan head of House Coop must share some involvement. Now, this isn't the case, but that's what she suspects. Ripping off her mask, she reveals her true face, which appears much younger than the older woman she portrays. Wu tackles her thoughts, recalling how the clan head actually went into hiding because the clan doesn't exactly respect their master. This is why he had to run away into hiding to prevent people from rebelling against him. That man also just so happens to be her father, which is why this matter is so important to her. The scene cuts to Young and his guard exiting the building. Overall, despite his confident demeanor back there, our boy was worried that the matter could escalate into a direction he didn't want. It's thanks to the information from his previous life that is coming to use now. From that, he knows about the clan head of the Howl clan being held captive for 5 years. He's also the same reason the clan waged war against the Obsidian Knight Palace. Though the Merv Alliance's attack resulted in a complete catastrophe for the Obsidian Knight Palace, the goal of saving the clan head resulted in a tragic death for him. This basically drove the clan to the edge of extinction. The only problem is that not even the boy knows about the location of the Obsidian Knight Palace. It's only thanks to the general knowledge he had that won him the West. Though it's annoying for him to go to such an extent, Yangchun believes that it's absolutely critical that he finds the young boy. After all, that very same boy would inevitably go on to become one of the most trusted and important figures of the demonic temple. He was known as the strategist and the demonic temple's mastermind, Hugh Jaggle. That's why Yang wants to eliminate him as soon as possible, recalling how the dude's strategies were so cunning that it became an issue for a powerful warrior like Seol-ah many times. If he fails to subdue him here and now, things will get much worse for them all. Muon cuts off his thoughts and questions what the boy is searching for, but he does add that the request should be fulfilled by summer, and he's also cautious of the young master's knowledge of the Howl clan. Well, Yangchun confirms he'll receive the information by summer, but something else comes up and bothers him. He sharply remembers that this is around the same time when House Yan's secret treasure mine was discovered. Unfathomable wealth rested inside that place, but none of it held a candle to the priceless spirit pills. Those pills allowed any person to reach a higher level of arts. And in the original timeline, it helped someone become so powerful that they were acknowledged by the heavenly demon. So now the kid has two issues to deal with, Jaggle and the spirit pills. And though he wants to attend to the matter of the pills, it's going to be difficult to track down information. Our boy decides to go with the 1000 IQ strategy that you've probably heard of before. It's called giving up because this shit is too hard. After all, there's just too much going on, and he'll have trouble locating the treasure. Let's cut the scene to Seol-ah, who is surprised because a dude is hitting on her and requesting that she serve him instead. The second elder immediately finds Seol-ah's grandpa, stating that he only came this far because of a little boy. He's even more shocked to find the sovereign sword himself looking after the boy. They both share a laugh as the second elder reminds him to keep on working. This pisses him off as he casually shatters the broom, questioning why Elder Ray came here at all. The interesting thing is how even Bear Grandpa, who is supposed to be seriously powerful, is afraid of the Sovereign Sword's wrath. The Sovereign Sword tells him to pick up the pieces of the broom, and while Elder Ray is doing that, he inquires about the real motivation the second elder came here. At the same time, he's not surprised that Rune arrived, especially since he's piqued his interest. Just 3 months ago, the kid was incapable of mastering the horse stance of the family. Now, all of a sudden, he has the talent to defeat his superior sister. The fact that his blaze wheel technique has reached a point of stabilization only continues to point in the direction that the boy is a hidden gem that needs investing in. To that, the Sovereign Sword wisely questions if they can really call it talent. After all, in all of his life, he had yet to see a child progress so rapidly in the span of a few months. This makes him suspicious of the boy, and he believes that the first elder of the House of Coop is probably making his move in secrecy because of the boy's recent developments. Now, of course, even Rune agrees with this observation. As for the boy, they can't tell where he went. The good thing is, he won't be getting in harm's way anytime soon because of the people keeping close tabs on him. Let's go back to the Sola predicament, where she finds herself in a unique situation of being confessed to. The adorable girl internalizes to the reader how she had a bad dream last night. In this low-detailed dream, she was beating the crap out of many people, and she couldn't stop until she got what she wanted. Though she wanted to stop, she ended up hurting the people she loved inside a house too. That's when an old man in the house told her that he would have succeeded in defeating her. Shortly after this, he stabbed the girl right in her abdomen. Waking up from that terrible nightmare, the only words that escaped from her mouth were ones of guilt and an apology. She woke up and wanted to see Yangchun right away. Hanghwa, the senior servant, told her to search for him in the training grounds. She tried doing that, but ended up arriving even sooner than Yangchun, finding someone else at the training grounds. Seol-ah was promised a lot of happiness if she served him instead of her current master, even though she was already pleased being at Yangchun's side. Afterwards, our boy appeared on the verge of exploding, and well, he confronted the random boy, questioning his identity and intentions. Seeing the embarrassed look on his face, even Yangchun thought that this dude was probably creepy as hell. Anyway, the boy apologized for not introducing himself properly, and revealed that he knew about the young master. He probably introduces himself as Joel Yapkoop, and he wants a sparring match with him. But our boy is quick on the draw and rejects the offer immediately, shocking the boy. His refusal implies he's running away like a coward. But Yangchun has no shame in admitting that, which pisses the other kid off. He calls the young master weak for it. Our boy continues to admit that he's indeed extremely weak, so there's no harm in admitting the truth. This leaves the kid speechless. Here's the main issue. If Yangchun tries to spar with someone randomly off the bat, he'll get into even more trouble than before. But as he's leaving, his life is once again ruined by Grandpa Bear. who pops out of nowhere and implores Yangchun to accept the battle. Joel greets the second elder with respect too and refreshes our boy's memory of him. It's revealed that he's actually the grandson of the first elder, sharing a resemblance on their face. The second elder is really accepting of the idea of their spar, while Yangchun straight up calls out the boy's creepy intentions to seduce Seol-ah. This also makes him wonder if Zyolop actually came here on behalf of the first elder, which is probably the reason he asked for a spar. Turns out that this fight is actually a political one, rather than one that concerns martial arts. Now, the first elder is known to be extremely ambitious in his endeavors, which is the reason he's been skillfully manipulating the scene from behind. He's been making sure a weak-ass clown like Yangchun takes the position of househead so that he can manipulate him. However, now that the same incompetent boy has defeated his marvelous sister, things have become complicated. That's why Zyolop is being sent to beat Yangchun's ass. Still, our boy shows no signs of interest in facing the kid. Even though Elder Ryan thinks it would be a good idea to show kindness, Yangchun argues that there's no point in fighting when he knows the outcome of the battle will result in a loss. To that, Grandpa Bear gently encourages Yangchun, stating that he has the utmost belief in the boy's ability to win. I'm starting to think that this geyser is genuinely the one who cares the most about Yangchun. We all need supporters like him in our lives. Regardless, Yangchun argues that he's seen enough. He can easily tell that Joel Yap is way more powerful than even his sister, so he's got no interest in fighting a losing battle. But as he's taking Seol-ah away, the bold grandson of the first elder grabs her arm. He tells Seol-ah that she's special and shouldn't be around a clown like Yangchun. He requests the girl to join him, promising her an easier life than with a wimp like her current master. Here's the absolutely terrifying part. The logical and cautious approach of Yangchun is thrown out the window when he sees Seol-ah in trouble. He puts on a damn scary face and accepts the duel immediately. Well, he does regret his decision in the very next moment, finding himself in the dueling arena against an even stronger opponent. But Bear Grandpa offers his support, believing it will provide an opportunity for growth for the boy, even if he loses. Yangchun argues that he wants something in return for agreeing to participate in this fight. The second elder is more than happy to comply with his terms, but he reminds the child that losing here would be shameful as the heir of the clan lord. But the young boy emphasizes something with conviction, stating that he has no interest in becoming the head of the house to begin with. This revelation jolts a reaction out of Rune, who argues that it's impossible for him to decide against it. As he's the only boy in the family line, Yangchun internalizes his frustration. He questions why people still think he's fond of the decision to become the house head when, in reality, he had discarded that decision in his previous life as well. To rub salt in the wound, the cunning boy reminds the old geyser that he'll lose on purpose if Elder Rune backs out from their terms. Grandpa Bear is okay with it as long as there's a condition attached. That condition is simple. He must win this fight, no matter what. Facing his opponent, Zyolop allows the boy an opportunity to warm up. He even apologizes that the situation has come to this, believing he should be pitying Yangchun. After all, they had a match just the previous year, and Zyolop decimated his ass to the point where he couldn't get out of bed for a month. Even Yangchun is like, why the fudge did I forget about something like that? Anyway, Zyolop expresses that the boy from back then was weak. Even now that he's defeated his talented sister, Zyolop is of the opinion that it was just a fluke. Bro is out here giving warnings like, I don't want to abuse the weak. At the same time, what he despises the most is seeing a weak and pathetic person soaring to the powerful ranks. Saying as much, Jolie imbued his blade with the technique and prepared to unleash his wrath against the boy. He addressed Elder Rayan, stating that he also wanted a condition to be fulfilled upon his victory in this match. Grandpa Bear was okay with that idea. Well, unsurprisingly, Jolie's condition for the fight was actually Seol-ah. He had to say the one thing that pissed off every single nerve in our boy's body, enraging him for his audacity. The elder was greatly amused by the scene and allowed the battle to proceed. Jolie was actually pretty hesitant as the fight began. He did nothing but observe the raging red aura emanating from the boy's body. He revealed that traditionally, the stronger opponent was expected to allow his opponent to make the first move in battle. Yangchun called him out on his bullshit, wondering if Jolie was actually afraid to step into the battle. The funny thing was, as competent as Jolie was in his strength and control over his internal energy, he just couldn't trust himself to get anywhere near the young master's terrifying aura. Even though there were a ton of openings he could exploit, he just couldn't bring himself to make the move. Suspecting that Yangchun must be exhausting all of his strength for a show of intimidation, Zyolop laughs and thinks he's got the edge in this battle. He believes it was an incredibly stupid decision on Yangchun's part to drain his internal energy like this. Our boy is done waiting around. He decides to lead the first attack. Before Zyolop can even finish his sentence, Yangchun is already on top of him. An incredibly fast, thunderous kick nearly catches his opponent, But Seol-ah remains confident, believing the difference in their speed is still far too great. To his shock, Yangchun's next attack connects. It launches Seol-ah into the air, ending the battle with a destructive kick straight to the face, knocking him to his knees. Seol-ah coughs up blood as Yangchun humiliates him by purposely delaying his final attack. After all, he doesn't want his opponent claiming that he only won because of a surprise attack. Seol-ah's ego is instantly humbled. He admits that he made a mistake by looking down on the young master's talent. However, he's far from finished, believing he still has a move left to return the blow. This means the battle will continue, and it could become troublesome for Yangchun. Unfortunately, he's once again facing an opponent outclassing him. To make efficient use of his internal energy, he is imbuing it into certain parts of his body during his attacks. This way, the body will experience short bursts of strength, preventing it from entering a state of deviation. However, the fact is clear. Yangchun can't delay this battle for more than 7 minutes. He has to end the fight by then. As for Seol-ah, the kid is channeling a powerful technique called the Scarlet Sword of the Nine Dragons. Yangchun intends to keep a sharp eye on the blade as best he can. The minute the blade is unsheathed, Yangchun grows extremely tense and barely has the opportunity to dodge the wide slash. His monstrously fast opponent goes for a follow-up, unleashing a variety of concentrated swings to catch Yangchun off guard. The caliber of Golyap's technique shows that he's trained immensely to refine his abilities. The natural flow of the technique may be a benefit, but it's also a drawback if the sword is interrupted in its flow. Accessing his internal energy, Yangchun focuses on staying in one place, just as Seol-ah is about to deal a deadly finishing blow on him. The boy unleashes an explosive surge of energy from his body, breaking Seol-ah's rhythm. By releasing all the heat inside at once, he disrupts his opponent and seizes the brief opening he needs to end the fight. Yangchun drives a powerful punch into Seol-ah's abdomen, so heavy it almost feels tangible through the screen. The blazing strike sends Jolie crashing into the nearest wall, leaving a deep mark behind. The battle is decided. Yet Yangchun doesn't stop there. He declares that he doesn't care about becoming head of the household or about insults from others. What he cannot stand, however, is when someone tries to take things from others by force. That, above all, is what truly angers him. He radiates an overwhelming pressure, making it clear that he can never forgive Seol-ah for daring to lay a hand on Seol-ah. In his fury, he even considers punishing him to ensure it doesn't happen again. But just before he can go any further, Elder Ryan intervenes and urges him to stop. After the fight, the boy is sternly reprimanded for letting things escalate too far. But Yangchun thinks it's only responsible to assume that they'll get hurt in an actual battle. And since Seol-ah managed to return home on his own eventually, it means he's fine. However, what's worrisome for Rune is the fact that the First Elder may not take this situation lightly. Yangchun confesses, "I don't give a flying crap about becoming the house head anyway, so anything political doesn't matter to me." He even offers Seol-ah the position of house head, and she's ready to accept the duty so long as she gets plenty of food to eat. Anyway, Elder Ryan is serious when he says that it's an important matter. As Yangchun is casually speaking about how Seol-ah is more powerful than him, he catches himself and realizes that he doesn't know the exact timeline of her mastering the blade. After all, the Sovereign Sword must have started training her at some point in her life, as she was the best disciple. But from the looks of it, he's never even seen Seol-ah around a blade, so it confuses him. There's also the fact that she's more dumb in this life than the previous, which makes him wonder what kind of person she actually was at this age. For some reason, not even Yangchun can confidently recall the details, even though he should be able to remember something like this. The adorable girl asks if he's doing okay, only for Yangchun to smack her in an effort to help her regain her senses. Anyway, the second elder chooses to forfeit the conversation about the house head for now and requests the boy to take a rest. But Yangchun is sharp. He casually stops the old geyser to remind him about their little promise. Elder Rion is annoyed, but a deal is a deal. He asks about the boy's request, pointing out that he's the esteemed second elder. Yangchun believes that his request must be simple for him to fulfill. Saying so, he points to his right, declaring that he wants to be sent to Saxon territory. It's a rather confusing task, especially when our boy hilariously learns that he can always go to Saxon whenever he pleases. This comes as a shock to the young master, who reminds the old geyser that Saxon isn't exactly close to their region. It's not a piece of cake like he's assuming. There's also the fact that he can't wander around everywhere as he pleases, as he's constantly monitored and protected. To that, Grandpa Rion suggests attending the weapons exhibition of House Dang as a meaningful excuse to do his business. Yangchun is reduced to a baffled face. The boy recalls how the weaponry exhibition is known to invite families each year to showcase the best weapons imaginable. Though it's not a requirement for the boy to attend the event, he can still use it as a proper excuse. Suddenly, Yangchun switches demands and expresses that his real request is to ask for money. The Shark Elder realizes that the boy wants to head to Sakshan as fast as possible. However, he's actually excited to send the little boy to Sakshan, much to Yangchun's worry. He's starting to think it was a really bad idea to ask this guy. But Grandpa Bear roars like an animal, stating that he's going to send him away immediately. The young master reminds him that they would need time to prepare and file a proper report. Grandpa Ryun sways his troubles by stating that he's sending the boy away as an official order, causing the caretakers of the boy to get ready immediately. Before he could even process what was going on, Yangchun found himself in his carriage. Bro was played by the old geyser and sent off. As for the sword sovereign, he tasks Rune with some household chores, reasoning that the young must help the old. Rune wants to let something off of his chest by having a word with the sword sovereign in silence. Apparently, there have been talks of the clan head looking for the divine physician for a particular reason. The second elder is put on edge and switches topics. He addresses Seol-ah, declaring his suspicions that the girl doesn't even show a hint of being human. It's as if she's something else entirely. But this inquiry gets the sovereign sword so pissed off that he tells Ryan to shut up as he draws multiple divine swords. Rue continues to boldly state that his Seol-ah may be a different form of life, recalling how he encountered the girl at the council first. He immediately noticed that she lacked a presence in her body. Elder Rayan emphasizes that the divine physician's medicine won't fix that, and that it's a pointless approach, especially when Seol-ah doesn't even have an illness. But as he's running his mouth, the sovereign sword is forced to unleash dozens of golden swords, emanating a terrifying pressure as he declares Seol-ah as a human. Unfortunately, Rayon is unconvinced and walks away, accepting the sovereign sword's intentions. Intriguingly, in his reflection, her grandfather believes that he's going to fix the missing parts of the girl by making her human. He's fine if it means sacrificing his very own life for the cause. Just so that his granddaughter can become a healthy lady as she grows up. A few hours passed by when her grandfather realized she wasn't inside their quarters. By nighttime, they'd already been traveling for a few days up until now. Sashan is still a bit far away, while Moon is concerned over the young master's whereabouts. Turns out Yangchun escaped for a bit to be on his own. They think he's pretty much bored without Seol-ah. The surprising part is our boy is actually putting in the damn work, training to the point of exhaustion. Unfortunately, he's still pretty weak, as only a few beginner-level punches were able to tire him out easily. Even though 10 whole days had passed on this journey, Yangchun found himself stuck against a wall. He could discover a breakthrough. The one problem he discovered during his matchup against his last opponent, Jolop, was the unfortunate reality that he has an extremely low supply of internal energy. This means the first thing he's got to do is go home and cultivate his internal energy to its limits. Deciding to activate the demonic art of heavenly absorption, the boy reflects that it siphons internal energy from other beings, but at the same time, with this amazing ability, it slowly corrupts the user from the inside as a side effect of such a power. But in this case, thanks to the Blaze Wheel technique, he didn't have to suffer any of the after effects of the technique. Now he doesn't exactly have any demonic energy inside him, which means he can continuously increase his supply of internal energy as long as he kills more demons and obtains more power. Still, the fact is, it's the Heavenly Demon's martial arts, and that can still become a really big problem for him in this regressed timeline. He genuinely doesn't want to meet the same fate that he met in his original life. Suddenly, a loud scream distracts him and grabs his attention. The boy quickly rushes to find Moon for a bunch of answers. The personal guard reveals that something is going on inside the carriage, causing our boy to inquire for more information on his own. Inside, we discover Seol-ah popping out with a smile, innocently claiming that she somehow managed to find herself all the way here. Let's go back 10 days ago and see what happened. Seol-ah wasn't allowed to go to the Sakshan region because of her strict grandpa. The only reason he even allowed her to go to the Nine Dragons Council is because he could depend on other people to help her out in times of trouble. But that isn't the case for the Sakshan region, which could bring about a number of issues for the girl. The grandpa insisted that they get the move on and work with the laundry for now. However, Sola found herself depressed, recalling how Yangchun will be returning for at least a month. She's terrible with her chores on top of that, and unfortunately, there's nothing she excels at. So it's not like her going along would add any benefits. But suddenly, a voice calls out to her and startles the young girl. Searching around, she recalls hearing a proper voice from the box nearby. Desperately, the girl tries looking around for an answer when suddenly a hand pushes her over, making her trip and crash inside the rationing area. Seol-ah actually didn't even want to go inside, but she was tricked by someone. Poor girl was scared and begging for help, but those same pair of astral hands seemed to hypnotize her into a state of sleepiness. Within a matter of moments, the same Seol-ah flopped to the ground, fully knocked out, as the voice apologized for its actions. And that's how the carriage began moving, with the voice's final words remarking that Seol-ah is supposed to be the one to protect them. Anyway, the little girl's explanation basically does little to nothing, because all three of them are just baffled by what she just said. Their reaction makes Seol-ah wonder if she'd done something wrong. So she tries to hammer the point again and conclude her story. According to her, she was tricked by a ghost to enter the carriage, and that's probably the one story no one will ever believe. Yangchun wanted the girl to go back, but there was no point anymore. They continued their travels during the night when suddenly an owl hovered close by. Seol-ah kept taking notice of all the animals nearby and described eating them with delight. Even our boy was horrified that this girl was so merciless when it came to her appetite. His original idea was to send her back to the House of Coop, but unfortunately they were running short on supplies already. Sending her back would have wasted them even more. Wiggling a worm in his face, Seol-ah offers to trade it for a yakwa, but bro, at this point, is so pissed he tosses the snack away, regretting the decision to keep her on the journey. Their carefree attitude comes to an end when Yangchun senses the arrival of something and alerts them, who further engages the rest of the guards to stop. Just when he thought that things were getting peaceful, he sensed 4 demons in the distance, but to his surprise, he could now only feel the presence of 3, and before he could even know it, only 1 was left. This final one tries to attack the carriage. Right as our boy is about to defeat the creature, a silver-haired girl wearing a purple robe unleashes her blade and severs the demonic beast in half. She quickly sheathes her sword afterwards, apologizing for being irresponsible with her prey and letting it near the carriage. Not even Yangchun has any idea of the identity of the girl at first until she turns to look at him. The look gives this guy a shock of a lifetime. Recalling gruesome memories of this very same woman severing multiple warriors to pieces, he realizes that the hot baddie from his memories had coincidentally met him on his journey to Sakshan in his past life too. That same girl made the same request in this timeline too, asking to join them for the journey. The beautiful lady is known as Baya Nelma, or the Mad Woman, as Yangchun hauntingly remembers her. Let's go back to their horrifying encounter in the previous life. This woman slaughtered all the warriors around her in cold blood, while the demon martial artist, Yangchun, questioned if she was really responsible for killing them all. Turns out they're both on the same side. Namon wanted to know about their master's orders and learned that Yangchun had been sent here to retrieve her. Otherwise, she'd be going crazy, murdering everyone. He scolded her greatly for being batshit crazy. The funny part is that despite being a cold-blooded murderer, this girl struggles with navigation. She's so dyslexic that she can't tell left from right. Finding the idiot a waste of his time, he told her to just follow him. Yangchun found her to be quite the piece of work to deal with, while Nam Gong curiously asked about the strength of the sovereign's sword. To that, he responded with a warning not to engage with any of the sovereigns as they're supposed to be rivals in the heavenly demon on them. But Namong, of all people, was a curious one. She wanted to know how the blade of the sovereign's sword compared to her own or even their master's. As she went on with the yap all day, our boy got pissed and threw an attack right toward her. But without you glancing in his general direction, she sliced the energy ball in half. Questioning what the F was that about, she was ready to throw hands with him right there, and then too. This girl is straight up aura farming. Yangchun emphasizes that he shot the attack because she's still following the wrong direction, reminding the idiot to just keep up with him. As they were navigating along, she annoyed him by asking another question, but only this time, Yangchun was serious about tearing her to pieces if she asked about the sovereigns again. To his surprise, the girl pointed to another pathway, suggesting that it might be a faster route. Yangchun had no idea what this girl was on about. Before he could even react properly, she was already gone. Here's the hilarious conclusion. Bro reached his destination within the same day, while the crazy chick arrived 4 days late. She sucks at following orders. Anyway, back to the present. Nelmon understands that they're headed to Sakshan and requests to join along. But of course, knowing your shit history together, Yangchun is like, nah, you're not allowed B. After all, he just can't imagine reliving that hectic routine again. Aside from that, she will bring him a shit ton of trouble, if not for anything else. To keep matters simple, Yangchun makes it a matter of trust, pointing out that he can't trust a stranger in the middle of the night. Realizing that she has to earn his trust, the girl unleashes a concentrated lightning technique. She's out here turning into Super Saiyan 2 with the kind of attack she's charging up. Nguyen immediately senses danger from her usage of the ruler's sword technique. The technique results in a gigantic explosion of energy from her body, but before any harm can be caused, Moa had already stepped in to stop her. BS simply wanted to prove her identity and gain trust with a display of her power. With this, Yangchun has no choice but to accept her connection to the Namong family, so he makes up a second excuse, stating that he can't risk allowing a terrifying technique user to join them. And well, what ends up happening is that Bai actually follows their carriage all the way to the point they were supposed to take rest. Yangchun has no idea why she's following them, still keeping a safe distance, not to mention the fact that he even tried lying to her by stating that their destination wasn't Section at all. For now, he doesn't want to confront her, but focuses on ignoring her. But it's already too late for that because Seol-ah is out there teaching the girl how to peel a frog properly. Our boy gets irritated and yanks her away, questioning, "What the hell are you doing all of a sudden?" Especially after he ordered her not to linger around aimlessly. Baya shoots an empty glare in his direction as if to ask, "What's your problem?" Our boy addresses her asking, "What are you doing out here in the middle of nowhere, away from your family?" Turns out Baya actually set off with her family, but embarrassingly, the idiot ended up getting lost from their path. It's exactly what Yangchun suspected, just like she was with directions in her previous life too. The boy then questions why she's choosing to follow them, especially after he clarified that they wouldn't be going to the Saxon region. Baya is surprised and decides to ask again, "Where are you going then?" Seol-ah innocently turns to Yangchun, who shakes his head in disapproval. The adorable brat still doesn't get the damn hint and blurts out the truth in shock, making Yangchun regret his decision to not send her back yet again. Anyway, he doesn't care about Baya anymore and tells her to do whatever she wants, just as long as it's from a safe distance. She redundantly introduces herself to him. Requesting the boy to introduce himself as well, Bro literally adopts the identity of Jio Yupku, expressing that he belongs to the House of Ku. This is the only way for him to maintain a disguise. 2 days passed by. Seol-ah and Baya quickly became associated with each other. This actually slowed down the journey significantly, because this adorable potato would always leave the carriage to talk to the other girl. Yangchun found himself irritated as she refused to get on, even after he made his position clear on Bei's case. Finding himself exhausted, he asked Moon about the time left to reach their destination. The Oak Guard reveals that they should have arrived within a day, but with the current speed, it's going to take them at least 3 more days. That's crazy. Though he's unaware why Yangchun is so cautious of the young lady, he thinks it would be better to allow her a spot on the carriage for a faster journey. At this point, our boy just can't take it anymore and gives up in the end. He plans to take a break to think through his plans in the nearby village. Both the young master and his servant are discussing their travel plans. There's still 1 day left. Luckily, it didn't have to camp out the previous night. As for Seol-ah, she keeps on offering Baya to tag along and sleep with them, but she doesn't know if that's going to be okay. Anyway, Yangchun is shocked that a lady of such stature is carrying another family servant. But Bina seems to be generous and just wants to help the girl who is tired out. Young Master Yangchun recommends that if that is the case, Seol-ah should just focus on resting inside the carriage. Now that they're inside the village, he tells Seol-ah to just get off her back. Bia asked her, but the adorable potato points towards the approaching group of men who are wearing a similar attire to Bia. The man leading them is actually Bia's brother, who was worried sick about where the hell she'd gone. They tried so hard looking for her, but she ended up lost anyway. He regrets not tying her up earlier to prevent such a mishap. Anyway, her brother is finally calming down after worrying about his sister's condition, but he's even more surprised by the group of people behind her. Saya is the first to introduce herself, while Yangchun is still annoyed that she isn't getting off her back. Taking a closer look at Baya's sibling, our boy remembers him as the Lightning Sword, who is destined to become one of the 5 greatest swordsmen in the entire world. Now that is a crazy title. That same boy greeted him with kindness, introducing himself as Cheon Junnamong, the Lightning Dragon. At first, our boy accidentally spat out his real name, but then he realized he had to maintain the disguise of Jolop, sharing his honor to meet such an important figure here. Jianjin appeared embarrassed, being held in such high regard, but he was all the more serious and concerned when it came to the matters of his sister. Scared senseless, Yangchun jumped in to explain that they met on the way to Sa. Unfortunately, Bro blurted out that their destination was really Saxon all along, causing Baya to catch his lie immediately. This made the situation even worse. But Xianjun was okay. He knew that his sister could be quite the handful to deal with. For now, he wanted to offer the House of Coop a chance to stay in one of their rooms. But Yangchun turned this offer down, stating that they were only doing what they thought was right. Though it was a good offer, Bro just didn't want to be around this crazy psychopath of a girl anymore and hoped to look elsewhere. Unfortunately, Muon had to remind his young master that they really didn't have any rooms booked either. He offered the idea of camping, but Muon cut him off, stating that their servants are exhausted beyond hell. It's going to be hectic to force a camp again. And well, that's how he had to accept the offer in the end. Let's actually go back to Baya's background as the demonic martial artist in her previous life. The first thing she ever did after becoming one was annihilate her entire clan. This is the same woman who killed her own brother, her father, and the disciples of the clan. That led to her title of the Demonic Sword Empress. gaining a reputation unlike any other. To this day, Yangchun has no clue what drove her to such limits to kill her family in cold blood. But based on their conversation earlier, he couldn't tell any hostility between her and her brother. The weirdest thing about her is the technique called the ruler's sword. Back then, when she showcased a hint of it, he could already tell it was much stronger than her brother's. And yet, even after displaying such a powerful ability, unlike the lightning dragon, she doesn't seem to have a nickname of any kind. It only makes the boy wonder if there's some kind of internal conflict going on inside the house. Coming out of his room, he accidentally bumped into Chan Jun. Greeting him with kindness, Yangchun was shocked when the bastard not only ignored him, but also shoved him away. Know your place, he coldly reminded the boy. Yangchun had no clue what the fudge just happened. Xianjun continued, expressing his disdain. I don't want some shit piece like you talking to my sister, he said. B is extremely gullible, and I think you've somehow seduced her. He then threatened, if you ever dare to speak to her again, I'll slice you in half. The sight of the servant casually mounting her back only fueled Xianjun's anger. But then, Bia suddenly appeared, and as she entered the frame, the guy literally switched personalities. He became the sweetest, most welcoming child in the world. Yangchun stood there completely bewildered. What the heck is going on? He thought. His final conclusion about the Nemong family was simple. These idiots are all crazy. Later that same day, Muin greeted his master and tried to bring up matters regarding the Nemong family, but Yangchun had had enough. He was done and just wanted to leave. Nuan, sensing his frustration, offered, it's pretty easy for us to leave after breakfast. This was good news to Yangchun because, honestly, he was dying to get out of there already. He wants to make sure he doesn't become an enemy of the Nemong family from this point onwards. Arriving to get breakfast, he finds Seol-ah and Bayat enjoying their meal. Bro was struggling to sit between the two girls, questioning his decision. And well, the moment he does take a seat, Bayat's brother is out here on the verge of exploding like a nuclear bomb, giving Yangchun a murderous glare from the opposite table. The funniest part is that every time Bayat turns to look at Chan Jun, Bro changes his personality into a sweet child. Even Yangchun is questioning if this is some kind of technique at this point, because how does one even do that? Though he perfectly understands why Chan Jun is behaving in this manner, the good thing is that they won't be running into each other again at the weaponry exhibition. Yangchun finishes his meal early, deciding to exit the room as fast as possible. He says goodbye to Bayat, who finds herself sensing some kind of dark stench from him. Chang comes up to confront his sister, inquiring why she chose to sit on the side of the House of Ku. She takes one glance at him and Chan Jun and realizes that the stench is actually coming from him instead. The lightning dragon recommends that she sit with her own house next time around. Bia doesn't focus on contesting his opinion and simply apologizes. She sees Yangchun and the others leaving and tries to follow them, stating that she wants to rest in the carriage for a while. Her brother is still baffled by her interest. Anyway, she catches up to our boy, who is peeved by her following them. Chan Jan literally does a key finger crack from Tokyo Ghoul, expressing his sheer hatred for random intruders. As for the girl, he tells Yangchun that she's not just stalking them. Rather, she wants to travel alongside them. The young master of House Ku doesn't get why she's hoping to travel with them when she's got her own brother and the House of Nemong ready to set off. Well, Seol-ah beams with confidence and states that she's the reason why. Pissed as shit, Yangchun is done tolerating the stupid girls and wants them both off of the carriage. The guard insists that they'll meet their destination soon enough. After all, they're finally in the beautiful Saxion region. Let's discuss House Dang of Saxion. Following the virtuous path, this family took shelter in Saxion for many centuries. If the Nemong family excelled with their blade, the Ping family overwhelmed everyone with their strength. There was also the Deng family, who were unmatched in their expertise with poisons and metals alike. This weaponry exhibition held by the Deng family was simply a result of their brilliant reputation. Yang Chan, on the other hand, found himself in a state of contemplation. He recalled that he had 3 days to fulfill his task of finding the secret room. Knowing that it was in the Saxion region, he could potentially start tracking it down. But for now, it was still too difficult. The worst part? If he didn't find it, he would have to consult the Vagrant clan to find it for him. Still, that wouldn't change the fact that he would have to explore most of the city to get any meaningful outcome. Suddenly, Seol-ah startled him as she admired the beautiful view from such a height, the incomparable wind brushing past. Giving him a sweet smile, she asked, "Look at the fireflies dancing so prettily under the moonlight." But to Yang Chan, the sight didn't stir him. He was unimpressed. Seol-ah, not taking no for an answer, forced him to go and explore a nearby lake. A while later they arrived, standing under the graveyard of stars and the bright moon. The lake was enormous, and unfortunately she received a beating for recklessly dragging him there. Even the young master was shocked at the sheer size of House Dang, especially considering they had a forest all to themselves. Calling his name, the silly Seol-ah teases him with a game of peekaboo, using a bunch of flowers. The girl is simply trying to make him happy, knowing that he's in a bad mood. She's doing everything she can, but Yang San concludes that there's nothing she can do to help him. The insistent servant wants him to let his problems off his chest because she's ready to hear him out. Bro decides to gamble on the opportunity and imagines a situation where someone hid a treasure in the giant city. He wants to hear how Seol-ah would try to find such a treasure. Giving him a stern glare, the adorable Seol-ah doesn't even help. She simply thinks the person who hid the treasure was being rude. While they're chatting, someone approaches and questions what the two of them are doing in a restricted area. Yangchun realizes that it's true. They're basically in the House of Dang. The woman before him is actually responsible for stopping thousands upon thousands of demonic martial artists from raising the Saxon region. Yes, this girl boss did all of that on her own. The poisonous queen, Soil-Dang, the same woman who died by his hands in his previous life. Let's actually take a look at how that happened. At the edge of defeat, Soil had nothing to pull, no more tricks left. The demonic martial artist before her simply stepped forth, questioning if the poisonous queen was finished at last. Her eyes were no more, an injury she had sustained from her battles, so she could barely question if he was a familiar person. Yangchun at the time remarked that her family had abandoned her completely, and that she was the only one from House Dang who stayed behind to protect the Saxon region. In the end, nothing changed, which made him question why she had gone to such limits. To that, the poisonous queen asked, "Why are you here all the same?" Provoked by her question, he hastened to grab her neck, declaring, "I'm here to end your life," of course resisting the urge to say, "Harder, daddy." The poisonous queen apologized to the demonic martial artist, which only made Yangchun even more shocked and confused. At this point, Soil concluded that she might have lost her mind, and right after losing both of her eyes, she could truly see everything, even beyond normal sight. She thought that she should have gone insane much sooner. Instead, Yangchun told her to conclude her yapping session already. The poisonous queen's final words weren't related to her, but a final wish for Yangchun. Before she could finish her words, Bro snapped her neck, ending her life as he walked away. A look of sadness and conflict shone on his face as he observed his hand. Well, so was her rambling in his damned face again, but knowing her, at her current age, her nickname was actually the Poisonous Phoenix. She was pretty insistent when suddenly Bai came around to clarify the situation. The representative of the House of Dang was stunned to hear the news and pulled an attitude switch, greeting Yangchun with delight and apologizing. A guest, though, still maintained his identity as Jolie Yapu. But that didn't stop Soil from being annoyed by why he was meddling around the lake of all places. After all, the Dang family didn't prevent outsiders from casually stepping in. But when Yangchun pointed out that Bai was also an outsider, he pissed the girl off. She knew he was staring straight at the facts. This also meant that they were being told to leave. So our boy took the hint and focused on doing exactly that. He and Seol-ah went away, causing Soil a bit of annoyance. She had been glaring at him earlier because he wouldn't accept his mistake of stepping foot here. The funniest part is that this girl actually admits that our boy is hot, but that still doesn't mean she's going to go easy on him. Her little confession just now makes her realize what she just said, and she jumps to clarify her point to Bai. The silver-haired girl is just as confused as ever, because the only way she remembers seeing him is as a rude and bubbling person. So she goes on about how kind people are more beautiful than handsome people. It's still pretty funny though, because she's dragging this on for no reason. The following morning, Yangchun steps out of his room, knowing that the exhibition is in 1 day's time. He wants to train for a bit, but to his surprise, the moment he opens the door, he's greeted by Bia and Chan. June both made a surprising appearance. Turns out the Dang family invited them for a meal, so that's why they're here. Bio wanted to tag Yangchun along as well, which is why they're here. However, our boy acts like he's a shy soul, which is the polite way of declining. Internally, Bro is hoping to God that these clowns leave him alone, but Xiaojun is insistent. Bro is pissed off too and grabs Yangchun's arm. This is getting irritating for the young master who keeps refusing, and yet he's dragged along for no reason. Fully pissed, Yangchun releases a hint of his aura, to the point where Xiaojun has no choice but to pull away. But that's about it for his tough guy act. Yangchun accepts the offer and realizes there's no way out of this one. Just one last thing for Xiaojun. He drags him away for a polite little chat, reminding the bastard that he's got a face for glaring at him like that in front of his sister. This bone-chilling warning pisses Xiaojun off, but he can't do anything but put on an act in front of his sister. Arriving to get breakfast, Yangchun stares down at a variety of spicy food options. He's really having a hard time selecting what to eat when everything here is drenched in spices. The House of Dang insists they eat to their heart's content, but Yangchun is afraid. He decides to go for the safest option, dumplings. As he's about to pick one and take it in his mouth, he notices the poisonous queen staring him down with a careful glare. She's been staring at him just like that in his past life as well, making him wonder what's the deal with her. He's a bit annoyed having to deal with the same pensive stare again. Anyway, the young master puts the dumpling in his mouth immediately, stunning himself with the sizzling spice. Dude is begging for a chance to spit it out without looking disrespectful. Even Soil appears to be having trouble with the level of spice. Bia offers him water to survive and actually gives him a piece of meat that isn't as spicy. Seeing her casually talking to him like this, the young master questions why she's doing this. Meanwhile, I just love how Chomjin is out here crushing his chopsticks out of sheer frustration. Finally, Soil comes around to sit right next to our boy, showcasing much of her shyness, much to his confusion. This man is about to end up with a harem at this point. He's collecting girls from every region. Yangchun teases Soil for having a lot to say, but she's a flustered mess. Girl is so bold that she nearly asked him if he was into her looks when suddenly Cheon-jun interrupts and asks for a training ground area. Unfortunately, the place is reserved for family members only. The place is well maintained, but Cheon-jun is interested in taking a visit, so they all think it's a good idea to go there collectively after the meal. Meanwhile, Yangchun is getting a bad feeling, realizing that this guy must be plotting something fishy behind his back. Fast forward to the scene of the arena. The training ground is gigantic compared to the ones they've had before. To this day, not even the successors of the Dang family have any clue why their ancestors made it so big. Chi and Jun laughed it off, and they all learned that Soil personally grew up training in these grounds when she was still interested in sparring. Hearing that much about her, Yangchun is glad that he's not in Soil's brother's position, because he wouldn't want to deal with her. The cute thing about the young poisonous queen is that she feels embarrassed after her brother blurted out that fact. Chi and Jun believes that it's a good idea to digest food with a bit of training. He's been waiting for this opportunity after all and straight up challenges Yangchun for a spar. This bastard's smiling face just shows how much he wants to beat up our boy in a fight. But of course, Yangchun's not stupid enough to comply so easily. He confesses that he's merely a third-rate martial artist, so there's no point in fighting. Soil roars ahead, stating that it would be terrifying if Chi and Jun ended up hurting our boy's pretty face, especially considering the age difference between the two. I just love how she's down bad about him and not even pretending to hide it. Chi and Jun expresses that neither of them will use internal energy, and this will be more or less an instructional battle than anything, he says. With this new proposal, he's waiting for Yangchun's answer with a confident face. Hearing that there won't be any use of internal energy in this battle, Yangchun finds himself amused. He questions if such a fight will even be possible. The face doesn't get his question, so our boy clarifies and repeats himself. He's dying to know if Cheon-jun is really in the position to instruct him at all. Seeing the tension rise between the two of them, Soil's brother sweeps in. He tells Yangchun that he should respect Cheon-jun for his age. Still, the face is fine with accepting the challenge, convulsing his aura. Curious to see just how good his opponent really is, he waits. Before Cheon-jun is even able to allow him the courtesy of making the first move, Yangchun cuts the dude off. He declares that he will go second. This makes Cheon-jun's blood boil as he rages on ahead for a first strike. Yangchun casually evades the slice. It's a heavy blow, but Cheon-jun isn't stopping there. He follows up with a piercing or jabbing motion, causing our boy to draw away. From the way this fight is going, Yangchun notices that he's facing an opponent who plays with feints and fake strikes. But it's a good thing he knows exactly what Cheon-jun's intentions are, allowing him to maneuver against his blade without much trouble. So witnesses watch this battle take place, which gives us a good opportunity to look into her past. She was different from her siblings from the very moment she was born. The children loved chasing after normal pets, but she was comfortable around wolves and tigers alike. The girl was fearless around creatures that opposed each other. These creatures stood at the top of their respective food chains, but these strong animals were much more beautiful to her than the ones that became their prey. It's actually this very reason that made it difficult for Soil to be attracted to someone. She was more interested and fascinated by powerful beasts than humans, though she was hoping that she could find someone like that in the exhibition. It was true that Cheon-jun was strong, but hilariously, she found him feminine-looking more than anything. God damn, she really destroyed the twinks here. She regretted that most men weren't like the respectable Wolf Domgrang. But in the end, she did end up encountering someone she was fascinated by. A boy who had her in a chokehold from the moment he was in front of her. Soil's heart was beating so fast, and she didn't know why. At first, she thought that it was just a fleeting feeling, and that tomorrow she would see him no differently than any other person. But when they had breakfast the next day, he appeared as bright as ever. Eyes unlike any other, an inability to eat spicy food. Bro did the smallest of actions, and this obsessive was down bad for him because of it. Before she even knew, she was already sitting next to him, breaking down. Realizing that it was really love, the bold Soil was moments away from confessing her love with the next step. And well, that's how they got here. In the training area, a piece of Cheon-jun's wooden sword shattered and went out of bounds. As for the battle, Bro was finding himself winded. Dude was demolished because he just couldn't get an edge on our boy, who was enjoying Cheon-jun's demise. The sea made Soil a steaming mess for him again. The girl literally dropped to her knees. Let's focus on the fight now. The DeFace was out here getting a reality check that he's not as special as he thought he would be. He was being toyed with, even after making serious attacks. In his helpless state, Yangchun gave him a lesson to remember. He talked about how geniuses and talented people think way too much during their decisions, which opens a path of exploitation, a weakness. Yangchun is of the opinion that in a real battle, he would have killed this guy at least 3 times. His punch strikes the ground as Bia's brother draws away in fear, calling his opponent a coward for attacking when he didn't have a weapon. But our boy is a straight-up shit-talker. He tells B to grab another weapon and continue the fight. After all, this is supposed to be an instructional spar, so the senior fighter should be teaching him a lot here. Changkin is seething with rage as he picks up another blade, while Yangchun continues to talk down on his opponent. But all of a sudden, B forgets about the rule of not using any internal energy and imbues his blade with its full might. Then he charges against Yangchun. The ironic thing is, he still misses. Yangchun, who wants to return the blow with double the payback, retaliates with a punch. But before he can do anything, Chanjin pulls up with a slashing cage technique to entrap him. Regardless, our boy is literally him because he breaks the slashes and frees himself. He proves his worth as a fighter and as an opponent even stronger than Cheon-jun, now that he doesn't have any reason to hold back anymore. Yangchun thinks it's time for him to unleash his might, so he goes for the all-powerful, anti-army, anti-world, anti-universe, ultra-mega super-powerful generational nutcracker technique. Bro cracks his eggs so hard that even I felt it. Just look at Chanjin's face. Bro reaped his damn soul. The funniest part is how the author conveys how the eggs were literally cracked from that attack. Yangchun stands over him as the victor, while he's trembling like a near-dead animal, giving him a final look of arrogance. He laughs at his opponent's misery and wonders if he ended Chanjin's bloodline here. Chanjin's on the ground, whining like a dog and cursing our boy out, causing Yangchun to taunt him for perhaps maintaining his family jewels intact, since he's still able to speak. You're a cowardly martial artist, Chanjin says, and I'm going to report this to every single martial house I know, forcing them to act against you. All of a sudden, the young master of the House of Coop amusingly asked him how many men he's killed. Cheon-jun tries to feign ignorance, but our boy knows the truth about his life. Chanjin had killed at least 12 people here, after all. Yangchun makes it his business to pin his arm in a position that makes him tremble in torture. At this point, Soi's brother interrupts and urges them to stop the fight. But Yangchun is right to call them out on their B, as they all clearly saw this guy use internal energy before, as well as the fact that he wanted to kill him in this battle. They can't even use the excuse that he was just a young person. After all, he was still older than our boy in the end. Soil's brother emphasizes Cheon-jun belongs to the Namong house, so going any further than this will only invite trouble to Yangchun's doorstep. The boy clarifies, I'm holding back much of my power specifically because of that knowledge, but he's dying to know. What would House Dang's reaction have been if the opposite happened and our positions were switched? While he's in the middle of thinking that over, our boy ruthlessly shatters the bastard's arm, leaving Cheon-jun in a state of agony and pain. But it's only after he's done breaking the dude's arm that Yangchun realizes he might have pushed it too far. After all, the second elder might react harshly to this, knowing that he reduced the lightning dragon to a shit mess. On second thought, he thinks that Elder Rayon might actually praise him for the accomplishment, so it may not be as bad as he thinks. The best part is that he's got witnesses all around this time, and it's clear that Cheon-jun is wrong in this case. Just as the boy is leaving, Bia grabs his sleeve and stops him. This time, she desires to know his name, his real name. Yangchun pulls away and reminds her that he's Golia Coop, of course, but somehow, Bia knows he's lying to her face. The boy has no interest in telling her his name, questioning if she's asking so that she can report the matter to the higher-ups. A thought clings to his mind. He just destroyed her brother, Black and Blue. And yet, Bia wasn't even sad or angry. Drawing closer to his face, she requests to know his real name. He's getting riled up by every house and calls her out for addressing him so informally. She corrects herself, using actual manners and honorifics, and requests to know his identity. Yangchun wants her to stop stalking him around, just in case he does. She agrees to uphold that promise. After a moment of hesitation, he ends up telling her his real name, fluttering the feelings inside her heart. Yeah, this dude is literally Mr. Steal Your Girl at this point. A while later, Yangchun comes to the realization that he can't attend the exhibition anymore. But he's still okay with that, since it will only give him time to look for the secret treasure room. For now, though, he's getting some rest after that tiresome battle. He's not exactly having the most pleasant thoughts, though, wondering how Nguyen will react once she hears the news. In the next scene, Saola is alone, looking at the view. Moon rages inside, searching for the young master. Have you seen him anywhere, he asks. She replies, he's nowhere around, but this guy is suspicious as heck. She scans the entire room. Moon expresses Yangchun has yet to return from his breakfast with the House of Dang. While he's out here losing his mind and learning about the news of his victory against Chanjun, Saola is busy scanning the city again. The scene shifts to the House Yan of the Gumian region. At one time, they were known as the strongest and wealthiest house. They were responsible for creating powerful martial artists and rule over many large companies. But in the end, their glorious reign came to a tragic end with a family massacre. No one knows who caused it. Based on the records of the family, it was discovered that their family treasure was hidden under a white maple tree. But that same dang tree has become a pain in the ass for our boy to find. Yangchun can't even find a maple tree, let alone its color being white. He's been searching all day and there's just no way of finding a tree like that. At this point, he thinks it must be a ridiculous rumor that caused misinformation. While he's resting, Yangchun finds himself exhausted. Not only did he barely eat breakfast because of the spiciness, but he also had an exhausting battle. And the next thing he did was climb a mountain all day long. Out of nowhere, Seol-ah catches up to him and offers him a yakwa. He appreciates her in his own way. He's also pretty surprised that she packed a shit ton of food along for the journey. The funniest part is that Yangchun doesn't even realize until a minute later that she's not supposed to be here. They lay out dinner and discuss important matters. Yangchun learns that people are looking for him, so she naturally decides to do the same. The interesting part is how she knew he was headed for the mountain and managed to track him down. To that, she proudly declares it was just her gut feeling. It's a good thing she brought food along because Yangchun can survive with this. Still, he's worried about his search because there's no white tree in sight. The food she's brought is actually for 3 days worth of sustenance, but it's still unclear whether or not he'll be able to find the tree. He wants to give up and talks about how the white tree must have been a damn lie. Saya casually admits that the tree was actually pretty when she saw it. Yangchun has a sharp moment of realization as he jumps all over her, asking where she saw it. The surprising part, she actually saw it with him, which blows his damn mind. Yangchun is brought to the place that is supposedly where she saw the white tree, but to his eyes he can't see anything. It's just a dead tree without anything remarkable about it. Seol-ah, for some reason, is able to consider it a maple tree, and one that is white in color. Bro is so done with her. He thinks they'll have to get her eyes checked by a doctor next time. But the adorable potato argues that it's actually him who needs to get his eyes checked because she can see the tree clearly. Yangchun doesn't want to argue with her and thinks it's just his fault for believing in the girl. To that, the potato finds herself disheartened, stating that she's not on the list. Here comes the interesting part. There's a voice inside of her head that is commanding her, confirming the existence of the trees. But Yangchun is still the same, realizing he's back to square one with nothing solved. With an entire mountain left to scan, things aren't looking too bright for our boy. He's really starting to consider asking for help from the second elder to focus on his training instead of meandering around in a place like this. Still, he has little faith in the old man's teachings. Suddenly, young master hears something in the distance and spots her doing something. She's found herself interacting with some kind of energy crack. From this distance alone, Yangchun senses that something dangerous is about to happen. As she's tackling the unknown, he demands, "Step away immediately." But something overtakes Seol-ah as she reaches her hand toward the crack of lightning. Yangchun dashes forth to stop her, but it's already too late. She ends up interacting with the blue spatial crack. After forming a connection, the crack sends ripples powerful enough for Yangchun to be knocked back. When he opens his eyes again, he's utterly starstruck. The same dead tree, once unremarkable, is now glowing with an impossible white light, shimmering with remarkable beauty. Seol-ah turns to face him. Confirming that she was right in the end, she gives him this cute smile, as if proud of her accomplishment. Despite having the experience of his past life, Yangchun has no idea how to explain what just happened before his eyes. A dead tree coming to life is unheard of, not to mention the fact that his girl just created a ripple through space. He wonders if she was interacting with some kind of special barrier that was meant to disguise the appearance of the tree. That still leaves the mystery of how Seol-ah herself was able to figure that out. He asked her about it, questioning, "How the hell did you make the tree pop up all of a sudden?" But this knave and dense potato has no idea what happened. In fact, Seol-ah doesn't even have the memory of interacting with the dimensional crack or barrier. Her reaction practically frustrates our boy because he thinks she's being ridiculously difficult for no reason. Yangchun chooses to focus on what's important and decides to postpone the interrogation for later. For now, he has to discover the treasure from the tree. From the looks of it, there's nothing special on the ground, meaning it must be around. Suddenly, a crater glowing with a purple hue catches his attention, drawing him in as he looks down into the best. To his shock, there's an energy sphere or a gate indicating that it's the entrance to the special room. While our boy is hesitant, this girl is on another level of being fearless. She literally jumps off without even thinking about the consequences, like it's an everyday thing for her. Seol-ah, come join me, she calls out, dissolving into the entrance. Yangchun is frustrated, but he trusts the process and takes the leap. I find it really funny to imagine that, if they were wrong, both would be dead from the fall damage. Anyway, the sudden appearance of the glowing white tree catches the attention of a passerby. This random dude is rather impressed that the kids managed to bypass the barrier. Back to Yangchun, who finds his footing and thanks the heavens that the fall damage didn't kill him. But Seol-ah, on the other hand, appears a bit confused. Well, it's actually because before their eyes, there are two pathways. It only begs the question, which one of them leads to the treasure room? The adorable potato tries listening to her head and, with conviction, believes they should follow the path next to them. With her recent developments and strange instincts, Yangchun only gets more confused. Trusting her gut, he takes the shot by following her advice. The mysterious man from earlier is also seen emerging from the entrance, silently tailing them along the way. Seol-ah's little strand of hair sticks up like an antenna, almost as if it's guiding her like a strange compass. Meanwhile, the boy begins to doubt her judgment, wondering if she's truly right this time. The pathway seems endless, and the light grows dimmer the further they go, making it hard for him to trust her. Still, Seol-ah remains determined and confident, leading them forward until finally declaring they have arrived. But the sight before them is far from welcoming. There's nothing here. Yangchun taps the roasted sweet potato in his hand and studies his surroundings, noticing that all of the self-illuminating orbs have gone dark. What confuses him most is that the place is utterly empty when he had been expecting piles of treasure. Just as doubt takes over, the little girl nervously warns him that someone is following from behind. Seol-ah is startled by the sound of a snake slithering around them. At last, the truth is revealed. A colossal white serpent, majestic yet terrifying, emerges before their eyes. Both of them are left in shock at the appearance of such a monstrous creature. Seol-ah is out here crying while Yangchun is trying his best to keep his shit together, questioning why such a gigantic monster would appear in a place like this. Not to mention the fact that this place was abandoned and empty only 1 second ago. There's just no way they missed a beast of this size and appearance. For the looks of things, and according to the monster scaling system, Yangchun is terrified that they're facing a blue-class creature, which ranks the third lowest in the system. The good thing is that the creature has yet to spot them. It would have started attacking already otherwise. Our boy is of the opinion that it might hibernate, so it's their best chance of escaping. But right as he looked back, the white snake breaks free from its hibernation, locking its eyes with the humans. While our boy is contemplating his chances of survival against a creature like this, Seol-ah's eyes are gleaming a confident gold, resembling the same eyes she possessed in her past life. Yangchun internalizes that he doesn't see a fair chance of winning this battle, especially not at his current level. Their chances are slim, and an aura of frustration looms over him. He worked so hard to get to this point. So, there's just no chance in hell he was going to let it all slip against a creature like this. Yangchun believes that if he's going to go down, he's going to go down fighting. But as he's charging the attack, the creature actually speaks to the boy, demanding that he stop charging his energy. The fact that a demonic creature spoke to him is shocking enough. Yang learns that the snake has no intention of harming them at all. To that, he questions how a demonic creature can even talk to humans. Hearing the word demonic creature makes the snake laugh before counter-questioning Yangchun on how an unrelated outsider was able to enter the bounds of the Yan family's treasure hold. Our boy simply states that he's been doing his digging. This answer excites the creature, imploring it to ask the young boy why he came in search of this place. Yangchun comes up with an excuse, stating that it was merely by chance. It's actually an intelligent reason because even if by chance the snake serves the House of Yan, it would actually kill him right here for trying to steal their treasury. The funny realization is when Yangchun catches himself calling a literal snake sir. Anyway, the creature expresses that the boy has come at a loss. Because there's nothing of value for him here, the snake muttered. He addressed Yangchun once more, drawing near to the boy's face. Do you have any idea what fate truly is? He asked, his voice curious. It was quite an open-ended philosophical question, to the point that Yangchun nearly cursed at the mention of it. It was funny, really. The snake had been expecting a rich answer, but not exactly the one the boy gave. The response reduced the monster to hearty laughter, thoroughly enjoying the hilarity of the situation. Even Yangchun found himself questioning if the damn snake was on drugs or something. The snake finally calmed down. I might have asked a strange question, he admitted, considering their conversation, but I always knew the House of Yan was no more. Yet for some strange reason I stayed here in this place. I'm not sure why. Perhaps it's regret, or a form of punishment I gave myself. Yangchun didn't want to listen to his rambling and tried to exit the situation. But the snake wasn't done. He actually left them with a reward for making him experience such joy for a long while. It was a golden stone, different from a demonic one. The snake understood that the stone would eventually end up in someone else's hands. So, it's best for the boy to keep it instead. While he's reaching to grab it, the creature remarks, the boy will be able to consume it more responsibly and easier than anyone else if he bears the burden of the stone. He's speaking in riddles, and Yangchun has no clue what this burden is. The golden stone illuminates a bright yellow color, alarming the boy as it begins activating its effects on him. Yangchun is startled and confused. He can't sense an ounce of demonic energy from this stone. His absorption technique is kicking in, but this time he doesn't feel like absorbing demonic energy. It's quite different, and frankly agonizing as he struggles to contain the stone's power. Then, a hand reaches out to him, gently patting his back. Before he's even able to recognize what she's doing, Yangchun is knocked unconscious on the floor. And now, for the grand reveal, the snake was actually extending so much of his kindness to please Seol-ah. Even though she regrets handling things this way, the girl is illuminated with a heavenly aura. Her expression appears different from the adorable potato she usually is. Actually, it's because of this aura alone that caused Yangchun to fade in seconds. And it also runs the risk of killing him by overwhelming him if she doesn't stop. The snake advises him to tend to her matters quickly if she wants the best for him. He's also quite amused that Seol-ah is doing far too much to bend the bounds of reality. She wonders if her reasoning is difficult to comprehend for someone like the creature. To that, the snake expresses that it's quite the opposite, but it's also why the creature pities her with all of its heart. Seol-ah counters and asks why a creature like himself willingly chose to hand over an invaluable pearl to a boy he had just met for the first time. In response, the snake states that it was the will of his heart that led to the decision. In the end, he had waited far too long for the Yan family to come and retrieve it. But the reality is, it will never come. So now, it has reached a state of acceptance as its body withers away. A reminder to us all that we should let go of the things we can't change and just accept reality. In its fleeting state, Seol-ah shows a look of concern, reaching to the embers of the snake's skin, questioning if the creature meant so much as a meaningless fate. But when she looks at Yangchun, something happens to her. She thinks he's a stupid clown who, despite holding his second life as the most precious, still ended up stepping in for her. This means that he valued Seol-ah even more than the second chance he got. His action alone melts her heart, but a voice inside Seol-ah demands that her body be returned. Wiping away her tears, she apologizes to the little girl version of herself and begs to keep the body for just a while longer, as there's still danger. The random dude from earlier ended up finding his way here, and he's impressed that the girl noticed his presence. Seol-ah calls him up of the Nenwang family, just as she considers the rest of them. This pisses the guy off as he readies his blade, stating that these kids were truly reckless for climbing a mountain in the middle of the night, not knowing the dangers. He's also disappointed that Cheon-jun ended up losing to such a sorry state of the House of Coop, when he can't even handle a mountain climb. Anyway, they came here for Yangchun upon orders. Saying so, he puts a blade against Seol-ah's neck, who fearlessly asks if this is upon the orders of the Namong family or just Cheon-jun that faces bidding. Turns out that it's the. Having confirmed this, Seol-ah gently taps the blade, and before the dude is even able to finish his damn sentence, his arm fucking hits the floor. This girl is a literal monster. He roars in pain, and all she does is order him to be quiet. She then invokes the same heavenly blades that her grandfather also used. Her hair turns golden, resembling the same hue it had in her previous life. Seol-ah wants to end this fight without waking up her precious Yangchun. Earlier that same night, the scene cuts to Cheon-jun, let's just say bro, is not having a good time as he smacks a fist down in frustration. I do have to admit that he's ripped, but that doesn't change the fact that he took an embarrassing L in front of the ladies. Dude is literally such a sore loser that he still thinks Yangchun must have used some kind of trick to get one up on him. There's just no way otherwise that a fool like him could have gotten the better of him. Or at least, that's what this arrogant prick thinks. He can't swallow the fact that he got his ass beat so hard even punching shit in frustration causes him a sheer amount of agony, especially in the arm that was broken. Finally pissed off, Cheon-jun decided to demand his personal guard. Hard for a task. Walmart Gogo asked him if they had been successful in any way of exploiting an opening. Mol the guard expressed that Muan was incredibly strong and that he was someone they couldn't take lightly. But for whatever reason, they had spotted the young master away from his guard for an unknown reason. This meant they had an opportunity to strike the boy down while he was defenseless. Changjin let out a sinister grin, entrusting Makiel with the duty of killing the kid and returning with satisfying news. However, Mole couldn't help but remind his master that they were dealing with a member of the House of Coup. There could be repercussions for going too far. Changjin let his emotions get the better of him and ordered a full-on assassination on Yang Chan's head, believing it was only a fair exchange for the trouble he had caused. Armed with his blade, Mail set off to execute the order. Lo and behold, back to the present. Bros had just lost his arm to a divine warrior with no equal. He wanted to know about her identity, causing Seol-ah to playfully ponder before answering that a scum like him didn't have to know. Before he was even able to ask his second question, Dude's second arm was slashed off, and he was thrown to the ground like a whining dog. Seol-ah is done answering pointless questions and glances softly at the unconscious Yangchun. She believes it will be troublesome if this continues any longer. Meanwhile, Mail is starting to realize this job is way out of his pay grade. He knows he's got to run for his damn life. With whatever strength he can muster, he tries to stand firm, knowing the girl is distracted by Yangchun for now. Dude literally makes a run for it. Despite his arms bleeding out like hell, he thinks it might be a good idea to return another time. His legs carry him as fast as they can. Mail flexes, knowing he's never faced a monstrous opponent like this before. But just like last time, before he can finish his thought, his body hits the ground. This time, however, his head is severed from his body. A brutal killing, something no one would expect from a warrior as shiny as Seol-ah. The future version of Seol-ah apologizes to the past version, stating that she feels sad for murdering someone in her body. But it was necessary, she adds. In return, the sweet potato simply demands control of her body again. Apologizing continuously, the future Seol-ah makes one final request. She wants to stay with Yangchun a little longer, just enough to admire him more. But the past version inside her is infuriated, demanding control of the body again. The future Seol-ah pulls her hand back, promising not to make any more interruptions. The interesting part is that the snake's withered body is still communicating with the future Seol-ah. Are you leaving already? It asks. Seol-ah confirms, saying she has burdened her past self more than enough. The snake then asks, do you know who you really are? Seol-ah responds, I have a rough idea. Her golden swords flicker and fade away, and she understands that it will be difficult from here on out. With the snake fully withering away, it offers one final hope, a wish that Seol-ah's future is blessed. Though she shows an expression of hopelessness and regret, Seol-ah gives Yangchun one final smile, wishing for a miracle that they will meet again someday. With that, the past self retains control of her body as her hair reverts to normal. The following day, cut to the scene where Yangchun finally wakes up. The adorable potato is the first thing he sees. He quickly scans his surroundings, not knowing where the hell they are. Apparently, the tree is back to being its normal, unremarkable self. While both of them have exited the secret room, the entrance is no longer there, and Yangchun is clueless about everything that happened. Well, folks, to recall what happened in the end, they found their maple tree and a giant-ass snake greeted them. Hello there. Like Obi-Wan Kenobi, the boy interacted with the snake's pearl and absorbed it fully before getting knocked out. He's trying to tell this entire story to his clueless servant, who just, has no idea or recollection of whatever happened. Yangchun tries his best to explain and is starting to think that she's actually gaslighting his ass because there's just no way she missed all of that. Sola gets irritated and mouths off the ridiculousness of the whole situation. There's just no way she was able to discover a white maple tree and talk to a giant snake after all. In some way, even Yangchun thinks that it's a bit of a jump for someone like her. Anyway, this begs the question, how did they exit the secret room? Saya expresses that she has no clue and that she just found them both lying here after waking up. A sudden aching stuns our boy in his chest, but he tells her that it's nothing to worry about. It's just that my jang is aching, he says. At first, it's nothing to him, but then he realizes something. Entering a state of meditation, the boy closes his eyes and begins channeling his aura. He's confirmed his suspicions. Ever since he absorbed the invaluable strange pearl, he's experienced an increase of internal energy coursing through his body. It's more than enough to catapult him all the way up to the fourth ring. The very fact that his body experienced a change means that he wasn't just hallucinating those events. They really did happen. And it makes him wonder if the snake shifted them up here and tampered with Seol-ah's memory alongside it. Well, he doesn't care anymore and recommends that they leave to find Nguyen, as things will only get worse if they stay here for long. The boy thinks of an idea, deciding to try something. He lowers his body, extending his arms back, and tells Seol-ah to hop onto his back. The idea is that it's going to be way faster if he carries her all the way down instead of walking slowly. The cute servant finds herself embarrassed because she ate a lot and feels like a burden to carry. But this only frustrates him even more, so he forces her to just get on. Seol-ah agrees in the end and asks, am I heavy? Instead of denying it like a gentleman, Bro straight up says, "You're definitely not light, for sure." Channeling his blaze wheel of 3 rings, he allows an ample amount of internal energy to course through his body. His body erupts with incredible speed, like a projectile taking off to meet its destination. Launching from one location to another, Yangchun expresses just how light he feels, even with the extra weight. It's almost like he's flying with how fast he's going. The majestic view of the sun makes both of them happy as they continue their way back. Let's cut the scene to Muon. While things may appear happy and chill for our duo, this dude is out here biting his nails in worry. He's worried like crazy for the young master who has been missing for an entire day. If something happens to him, Bro is getting killed. To his surprise, he casually hears the same young master from behind. They've arrived home, and Yangchun is surprised why Muon is here. The guard pours out his anger at the boy, who didn't even leave a letter or a note to inform him of his journey. Yangchun plays it off casually, stating that he did return in one piece, and yes, One Piece is real. Muon sobs his eyes out. He'd assumed the worst had happened to his young master. Wiping away his tears, he inquires for more information. Just where was he, and why? Seol-ah is in the middle of blurting out their encounter with a titanic snake, but our boy stops her short. He casually plays it off again, stating that they were simply taking a walk. That's all. Muon is worried and suspicious. Did something happen along the way, he asks, pressing further. Thinking of immediate excuses, Yangchun realizes that dealing with his clever and questioning servant will be tough. He switches topics. What are the 2 random people hanging around in my quarters? Those 2 random people aren't so random after all. They're the hoes, Soil and Baig, munching on food without a care in the world. Even our boy is confused, questioning if Soil was waiting for his return. He's also pretty sure Bia made a promise not to annoy him, and yet, there she is in his room. Both of them showcase different yet funny reactions. They're a double headache for our boy who can't deal with these crazy bees. Yangchun learns that they're both actually here to bid farewell to him. Curiously, Yangchun inquires if Chan Jun is also here, but gladly he learns that he's not. The funniest part is that Bia told her brother she was going off to greet Yangchun, and all he said in return was that she wouldn't ever find him again. Neither Yangchun nor Bai knows what that means, but anyway, she raises her hand casually, asked a question regarding his situation. She wants to learn about where he went. Yangchun is really bad at coming up with excuses because he can't even state anything before her. Bai has a request, releasing a hint of her electrifying aura as she challenges Yangchun to a duel. Immediately, our boy acts like a damsel in distress, so tired that he feels dizzy and wants to rest. Muon is initially worried, but then our boy shoots him a menacing glare to follow the F script. This leads to Muon kicking the annoying hose out of his room. Before leaving, Soil has something to give him as a token of their meeting. It's an actual invitation to join the weaponry exhibition held next year. Being the sunder that she is, she pretends not to care whether he'll come or not. But it's a good thing for our boy, who has no interest in coming here again anyway. He simply thanks her, causing Soil to clarify that she's doing this only for the sake of both their families. Saying so, they leave his room. The future poisonous queen remarks that he looked normal in his reaction, but she notices something about Bia. This girl has an unusual smile on her face, which complicates things. She decides to teasingly ask Bia, "Have you fallen in love with the honorable young master of House Coup?" The scene cuts there. A few days before the night, Seol-ah is seen jumping like a rag doll on the mattress, saying all sorts of childish and cute things. Yangchun, on the other hand, is questioning if she's suffering from some kind of mental illness. So, Yangchun deep dives into the tradition of Thanksgiving called Chuseok in their culture. It's basically celebrated as a feast for the guests. The yaka snack that is Seol-ah's favorite was actually derived from this tradition. Yangchun looks towards his annoying servant and tells her there's no point in trying to celebrate a tradition that isn't even one of our own. Poor girl is reduced to a crying puddle again, but Bai breaks her silence and expresses that there may be one way to celebrate it. All that is required is to make a wish to the moon, and then it shall grant that wish, allowing everyone to celebrate the wonders of Chuseo. I have to remind you all that this is supposed to take place sometime before Yangchun went on his search for the white maple tree. Focusing back on the main storyline, we resume from the part where Soto questions Ba. Giving a thought for a moment, the Namon girl asks, what does it really mean to like someone? The future poisonous queen turns into a cute mess and ends up being unable to put it into words. Bio switches topics and asks about the thing that Soto wanted to bring along. The funny part is that the invitation was originally meant for Baya, but her feelings got the better of her and Soto instead gave it to her crush, Yangchun. But Baya doesn't mind. She pats the little girl, stating, "You did a good job." They both share a very sweet relationship and continue on. Suddenly, Bia experiences a shadowy allure as her vision staggers for a bit. She strengthens her resolve and expresses, "I know that I will run into Yangchun again someday." That night, the scene cuts to the Naumon family, where the landlord learns of the things that went down in Sakyan. He remembers tasking his son to only look after his sister. Because of his reckless decisions, they lost a trusted guard. The clan head calls his son a damn fool. But not even Chan Jun has any idea of what the hell could have killed Mail. In his mind, there's just no way that his trusted servant was done like that, especially when he was considered one of the best martial artists around. And yet, that same reliable guy is missing all of a sudden. His father addresses Chanjin, unleashing a ferocious crackle of lightning with every step. The force of it causes his son's entire body to shudder in fear. "You see," the clan head says, his voice thick with anger, "there's a reason why I, as the clan head, am disappointed in you. It's not because of your failure or because you tried murdering your opponent in that match. The only thing that bothers me, Chanjin, is why you failed to cover your tracks and couldn't finish the job. For now, he doesn't want to punish Chanjin for the mistakes he made, but he will be facing extreme training for an extended period of time." Chanjin musters up the resolve and agrees to his father's orders. We can see him, breathless, just in his presence. The clan head emphasizes, "Forget your encounter with the son of the Ku family for now." This comes as a shock to the boy, who was clearly looking forward to his father's approval. In return, the clan head simply shoots a menacing glare back at his son, forcing him to avert his eyes in disappointment. He tells his son, "It's only after you take on the mantle of the clan head that you'll understand why I mean this advice seriously. For now, there will be no conflicts with the House of Ku." Chang'an agrees, and to his utter despair, his father leaves a note saying it's possible they'll end up sharing families with each other. Oh man, Chang'an thinks, if I were Chan Jun here, I'd just jump off a cliff after hearing that. Back at the House of Coop, our boy shares the exact same reaction. Actually, Yang Chan is shocked by what the second elder said. His new engagement date is already set. The boy offers his complaints, stating, "I literally just got back from a dangerous trip to Sakan, and now I'm dealing with an engagement. Not to mention my previous broken engagement with the House of Pang." Elder Ray knows about that incident, and yet he still wants to send the same dude into yet another relationship. I have to say he's kind of the ultimate wingman here, because he doesn't want Yang Chan to remain single, and believes it's best to get engaged. Saola finds herself worried that he's getting into a relationship with another girl, but our boy promises her that nothing of the sort is going on. The funniest part, she doesn't even know what a damn engagement is. She thinks it's a food item. Anyway, Muan consults the young master and confirms that the whole engagement thing is actually real. He'd been on reporting duty in Saxon and heard people talking about it casually. The funny thing is, everyone knew about it, except for the dude who was supposed to be part of the engagement. Yang Chan is genuinely surprised that someone actually took up the offer to settle a marriage with him, given how badly his previous engagement ended. Curious enough to ask, he demands to know, what kind of stupid house ridiculously signed their daughter up with me? Grandpa Ryan laughs it off, and right as he's in the middle of saying, "Nama," Yang Chan finishes the sentence for him. Yeah, bro is finished, he thinks to himself. He has no idea why the Namon family would even consider the possibility of tangling with him. Not to mention their family has already accepted the engagement proposal from the House of Coop. The boy adds two and two together. Mother. Realizing that there's only one girl from the Namon house, Elder Ryan confirms that they've already met each other at the exhibition too. Yang Chan's face falls into dead silence. Finally it clicks. His fiancée is going to be the beautiful Baya. Well, it goes without saying that our boy is pissed. He's got to put up with the crazy bee. Elder Run reminds him not to speak such words against his fiancée. Unfortunately, the boy can't even control the situation as his family has already decided. If he has complaints, he'll have to deal with the head of the Ku family. To top it off, there's an even more urgent matter that needs to be taken care of. While Yang Chan wonders what could be more problematic, the old geezer gives him a smile and reveals that his sister has returned. The revelation cracks our boy's confidence. And no, they're not talking about Yansu here, but the majestic older sister and leader of the 5 squads. Exploring the words of the sovereign fighter of destruction, he once stated that the golden era was upon their world. The birth of geniuses from every family began sprouting like stars in the sky. There were many geniuses among each family, and the boy's elder sister just so happened to be born in that era. For Yangchan, he was unfortunately always compared to his older sister and even remarked as the unlucky child who was born in the wrong era. Even though he possessed talent, he didn't hold a candle to his sister. The searing sword, the Coop, is the pride of the Coop family, a woman of boundless talent and strength that cannot be compared. It's actually one of the reasons the boy grew up despising his older sister. Just hearing of her arrival, Yangchan and survival instincts kick in, and he's immediately trying to look for a place to hide. Any place far from this hellhole would do well, unless Grandpa Rian comes in to stop him, of course. He isn't letting this kid hide anywhere, not even this one's. Believing that it's a time of reunion with his sister, Yangchun is begging for the old fart to just pretend to ignore his existence for a while. But Ryan catches on that the boy is being dramatic over his sister's return. In reality, Yangchun is afraid of what his sister will do to him during her stay, so he's going to make it his business to hide for a couple of months at least. Elder Ryan grabs his head and questions if the boy hit his head or got poisoned in Saction, because he's acting like a little prick. As they're discussing Hybe's return, the boy hears an explosion from the training grounds. It's enough of a sign to him that his dear old sister is coming over. That flaming monster is excited to meet him after all. Yangchun doesn't share that excitement. He tells Mulan to quickly make a blockade on the door as if some piece of wood is going to stop his sister. The funniest thing is how they ended up using a damn broom to block the gates as the most reliable form of defense. The personal guard inquires what his young master will do once his sister breaks her way inside. From the other side, she laughs, almost annoyed that her little brother blocked the door when she was so excited to see him. Even Mulan is shocked when a mere touch of her hand forms cracks on the gate. When she has a good sight of her brother, she destroys the door and sends Mulan flying. Striding toward him, she pulses with a crimson aura as she questions why her brother is being such an annoyance. Yangchun probably thinks he's about to see God after this, but she simply waves him hello and recommends that the boy greet older people when he sees them. She's also surprised that he's standing still without doing anything. The question confused Yangchun, who inquires if he's supposed to be doing something else. Quickly recalling his mistake, the boy kneels in front of her, respecting her rank. He doesn't demean him or anything, and simply pats his head. She's glad to meet the second elder as well. After a while, Grandpa Ryun tells her that he's amazed to see that she's still maintaining her reputation as the leader of the sword squads. Hybe isn't the egotistical type and humbly offers praise to her hardworking squad members. While our boy is hoping for a plan to run from this place, he addresses her little brother and wants to know if he knows about the two mistakes he made. Yangchun confesses that he tried blocking the door and running away, which is funny because she only thought of the first thing and not his plans of running away. Suddenly, a thought clicks in his mind and he asked if he made a mistake defeating Yonu. The news of him defeating Yansu in a battle baffles Hybe. She clearly hadn't heard the news, so it comes as a shock. But seeing her being unaware, Yangchun doesn't get why she's so mad at him. Placing her hand gently on his head, she points to the boy's engagement, something so important that he didn't even mention once. It really pisses her off that he got engaged without even consulting her. As she's about to murder our boy, Yangchun desperately tries to explain that he too was unaware of his engagement until today, and that he doesn't require her approval. Hybe is shocked that he's mustered the ability to talk back to adults. Bro asks Mulan for help, but with one serious damn glare, she literally scares the soul out of him. The same personal guard who swore to protect his young master until his dying breath is out here giving up with one glare. He returns her attention to her annoying little brother and thinks it's a good time to beat his ass. But out of nowhere, Seol-ah comes rushing to grab her arm, shocking not only Yangchun, but also Hybe herself. The young master understands that her servant made a mistake by intervening. He tells Seol-ah to stay in her place and even defends her in front of his sister. But that's not all. He notices just how devotedly the servant is trying to protect Yangchun from getting hurt. She leaves him for a moment and unleashes the wave of fiery aura. Things can take a really problematic turn as his sister has just unleashed her aura. He addresses her little brother about the child squeezing her arm tightly and questions what's happening. Yangchun is deathly afraid of what she'll do and explains that she's just a servant, new to her job. But to this horror, he commands a flame strike and is prepared to hunt Seol-ah down. Yangchun calls her a psycho and decides to step in to save his servant's life. Seol-ah, on the other hand, is prepared for the consequences. The end is anticlimactic, as he ends up squeezing a potato girl's face for being so adorably cute. She can't believe Seol-ah's face is so squishy and playful. Yangchun is freaked out that his sister activated her internal energy just to squish Seol-ah's face. In the end, he's annoyed that her brother hid Seol-ah's existence from her. Actually, she's such a fan of the little girl that she wants to claim her for herself. Bro is not ready to give her up and declines strongly. He finds the boy's reaction rather intriguing. After all, he never once in his life refused to give something to his older sister, and yet, he's possessive of this particular servant. Yangchun is told to sit back down while she notices a striking development in the boy. His internal energy is so different that she's curious if the elder had any involvement in his growth. Our boy thinks that it's only logical for her to figure this much out. Grandpa Ryan clearly states that he didn't do's, but Hybe is still unconvinced. How was the boy able to undergo such a change in the span of just a few months? She turns to him and orders the kid to meet with the clan head right away, much to Yang's confusion. At first, she wanted to beat his ass up, but thankfully she's no longer in the mood to do that. So our boy gets to live another day. Yangchun, Muin, and Seol-ah bid farewell to his older sister to meet with the clan head, but she stops him. She tosses a little stone into his hand. Yangchun has trouble figuring out the properties of the stone because he can't sense any energy expelling from it. She reveals that it's just a souvenir. She bought it from a merchant who offered it as a good luck charm, so maybe it'll help him someday. Basically, his ass with nothing good for it, so I'm passing it down, she says. He reminds the little brat that if he ever dares to lose it, she's going to show him more of her so-called love. And well, that's more than enough to show Yangchun that he's got to protect that charm with his life. Cracking a sincere smile, Heibi is so proud of her younger brother's efforts for working so hard lately. The scene is reminiscent of the time he lost Haim in his previous life. Even in her final moments, all she wanted was for him to live happily. That's a true sibling right there. The boy is lost in thought for a moment, then continues on his way to meet his father. Confronting the second elder, he is curious about Grandpa Rayon's involvement. She's concerned. Her little brother was only at the first ring last year. He couldn't release his internal energy or make precise movements. But now, not only is his energy stabilized, his internal energy has doubled. His body is precise and controlled. She initially had suspicions about what happened between him and Yansu after their battle, but the fact that her brother was able to evolve at such an alarming rate is nothing short of amazing. Even Grandpa Rion admits that it's incredible how the boy unleashed his potential like this. He didn't bother pressing her little brother about how he grew so fast. He knew the boy was the stubborn type who wouldn't give her a satisfying answer. She can read him by the look in his eyes alone, knowing he won't comply. Apart from that, she has one other matter to address. She marks her concerns regarding the servant hovering around the boy. Grandpa Ryan clearly knows, but he chooses to hear his side of the story first. He tells him that she could sense something was wrong with that child. Particularly, she was unsure of her bodily composition, so she tried squishing her face just to check. Things appeared to be normal. Sweating bullets, Grandpa Rune feigned ignorance and acted like there was nothing wrong with the child. She was a servant, after all, just like any other. He was successfully manipulated by the old geezer's words. She did mention that maybe her senses were overreacting after facing hordes of demonic beasts for many months on end. Internally, Bear Grandpa was actually pretty happy that she was able to notice the oddity within Seol-ah. It made him believe that both of them had immense potential for growth. Patting the girl's head, Rayun expressed his true gratitude. The thing about their family was that they were closed off, distant people who even turned their backs on their own blood. Despite the narrative set against Yangchun and the whole clan disrespecting him, Raya remained the only person who had consistently cared for the boy and shown consideration. To that, Raya was really happy that someone was looking after the kid. He's happy because now he won't have to worry about the boy's safety. At the same time, the second elder thinks that her reaction over the engagement was a bit too much and that she could have controlled it a little. Speaking of the boy's new fiancé, he is ignited with rage at the mere thought of him trying to get with her brother. I love how she's overly protective of Yangchun, even if it's against his lover. Let's cut to the chase with the meeting with the clan head. Lord Ku expresses that news reached his ears about the boy shattering the arm of the lightning dragon. Yangchun tries to save face by stating that he merely tapped his shoulder a little. His answer draws an empty silence between the two. Lord Ku takes a sip of his drink and switches up the question, inquiring why the boy would have to go to such lengths to break someone's arm. Yangchun isn't exactly pleased to be asked such a tough question. He takes some breath to collect himself and reveals how the situation escalated. He was told to spar lightly, but when he saw his opponent's intent of actually trying to harm him, that's when he took serious action. This revelation surprises Lord Ku, and he asked if there were any witnesses nearby. Gladly, Yangchun states that multiple people saw the fight go down. Impressed by the boy's abilities, even Lord Ku admits that the boy has grown stronger. It's a good thing, because it pleases him to see his son's progress. Yangchun internalizes his thoughts. Even though his father not only learned about his battle against the lightning dragon and his recent development reaching the third ring, he still appears unfazed with a blank expression. Musashi is all about that stoic life, apparently. Apart from that, Lord Ku believes that there's no way the boy couldn't have bumped into his new fiancée when dealing with an Among family. And this is the moment that Yangchun was dreadfully waiting for. He counters his father with a question, inquiring about the details of the engagement and how it was arranged in the first place. Lord Q expresses that it was actually decided by the elders, but it's not exactly the worst proposal for the kid in this case. Even though Yangchun thinks it's a terrible outcome for him, his father already knows about the mishap that occurred with House Ping. He's hoping that the boy won't spoil another engagement this time. It's a long way of saying, you won't be getting another chance if you fess up. Basically, Yangchun is in a tough situation because of his track record of handling the previous engagement. Lord Q takes out a letter and alludes to the fact that summer is reaching its midpoint. That means the whole festival is going to take place at Mount Hoa soon. By the way, it's the same mountain where Yangchun slaughtered the entire clan in his previous life. The boy inquires about his role in the festival. His father hands him the letter to read. Yangchun gives it a thought and then questions, "Why am I being tasked with such a thing?" Lord Q cuts him off and orders, "Bring a special someone back to the house. I will personally make sure that you are escorted within 10 days. The boy isn't pleased to hear this. He even rejects the idea, saying he just came back after a tiring trip from Sakan. His father happily allows him the liberty to refuse the task, which the boy tries to do immediately. But then he hears his father will reward him with a great sage pill if he succeeds in this mission. While this conversation is happening, Nguyen and Seol-ah are sitting outside the office, growing bored and hoping for Yangchun's return. They suspect he'll take at least 2 hours in the meeting. Poor Seol-ah is tired from the trip and hadn't got the chance to rest. Unfortunately, both of them are serving as guards, so they can't rest until he does. While they're secretly snacking and hiding, the young master shocks the ever-living crap out of Nguyen by popping out of nowhere. He alerts them of their upcoming journey to Mount Hoa within 10 days. It seems like a strenuous journey will meet them once again, but it's a direct order from Lord Ku, so refusing it is out of the question. Nguyen is curious about the goal of the journey. The goal is to return home with his other sister, who is currently meditating in solitary training. In the next scene, Yangchun secretly spies around to see if the problem old geyser and his annoying older sister are out of sight. The Nemong family is in Sakshan and Haibi is here. Just when the kid thought he'd get a break, he's found himself with another tiresome task. Yangchun is so exhausted, he doesn't even care about dinner and heads straight to bed. A few hours later, as the boy is fast asleep, an ominous clan member enters his room. It's definitely Hai, and she's brought him dumplings. Unfortunately, she doesn't even wake him gently and instead gives him a horrifying scare by choking him. The older sis cares about her little bro and doesn't want Yangchun to go around skipping meals. It makes me really glad to see a positive sibling relationship in a manual for once. Drunk as hell, she shoves the dumpling in his mouth until he's got no choice but to bounce the heck away from his bed, questioning what the hell she's doing in his room. Yangchun reminds her that it's his personal quarters, so she isn't allowed to go in and out as she pleases. But he channels her inner communist energy and goes, "If it's your room, then it's also my room." She's drunk as already and ready for more. Yangchun's sister was worried why he didn't show up at the dinner, so this is her way of checking in. Apart from the fact that she's really annoyed by how Yangchun ended up marrying a Namong B. The jealous older sister is irritated that he's always giving strong reactions to the mention of his fiancé's name. But our boy doesn't want to argue with a drunk Hai who won't even listen to his words. Bro just wants her to take her booze somewhere else. He thinks the boy should be celebrating an opportunity to spend some time with his sister and recommends they share a room. Yangchun is not about that life though. He's like, "Nah, this time I'm out." He thinks he's being overly rude for no reason, but Yangchun believes it's an appropriate reaction dealing with her ass. Getting even more drunk, he enjoys her booze as the night deepens. Staring at the view of the stars outside, his sister addresses her little brother. "Let's have a little fun," she suggests. And no, it's not about to be a Sweet Home Alabama moment. She's talking about having a match. Yangchun acts like he didn't just hear the ridiculous words that came out of her mouth. You must have entered a new level of being drunk to say something so stupid. He tells her, shaking his head, "Go back to your room." Haibi, with a serious tone, questions, "Are you really sure about what you're saying?" A confused Yangchun asks, "What do you mean?" Haibi points to his little chest. You have no idea how the boy trained or what he did to reach this level. But clearly, a lot of the energy entering your body isn't being absorbed. Yangchun listens and Haibi continues. This could be a problem. It might lead to some serious issues. Yangchun reflects. It's true. The pearl he received from the snake hasn't fully dissolved into his body. His body, still far too immature, can't contain such powerful energy and make it a part of himself. We need to do something about this, he thinks. It's why she suggested the idea of sparring with him, but that's not the only reason. Looking at him with a smile, she expresses that she's just in the mood to beat his ass, and that's why she recommended it. Yangchun is starting to think that neither one of his siblings is a sane person, given the way they treat him. He finds himself stretching in the training ground. In the next scene, she hasn't fought her little brother in a long while, and actually finds herself surprised to see him adapt to a swordless fighting style. Yangchun, she declares, you no longer rely on a weapon. That impresses and surprises her, especially since he was using a blade up until now. Pointing her wooden blade at him, she thinks that maybe her little brother has become so arrogant that he thinks he no longer needs a weapon. She even allows him the chance to make the first strike. Yangchun's eyes widen and he tries to remind her that this fight is supposed to help him release some of his energy. He lets out a sigh and understands that she doesn't have to kill him in the battle. After all, she's a monster who slaughters demons on a daily basis. But as she's in the middle of talking to him, Bro pulls a quick one on her and surprises her with a high-speed lunge. His first punch actually freaking connects with her abdomen, grazing her side and putting her off balance. The boy quickly hastens to unleash his second strike, which also freaking connects, launching his older sister and crashing her into the wall. The boy's internal energy is more controlled than ever, but he's especially worried about what's coming his way after he's finished off his attacks. From a distance, his sister laughs. It's not just any laugh. She's laughing like a villain. He's impressed by her brother's accomplishments and surrounds herself with rampant flames. Looking at her current level, Yangchun finds it hard to believe that she's only at the 5-ring level. It's as if she has surpassed that and entered the bounds of 6 rings already. And even after using his most powerful strike right from the beginning, it seems to have done 0 damage against Hybe, who is happily smiling in his way. Bro knows he's about to get destroyed to the ground, so he suggests the idea of ending the battle here. But his sister isn't finished just yet. Her fun has only just started. Stomping her feet into the ground with every step, she releases a column of destructive flames. Girl is walking through a nuclear reactor with how much energy she's expelling. Yangchun can't even open his eyes against her wave of internal energy. And before he even knows it, Hybe is already in his face, monstrously attacking him with a heavy blow that sends him crashing into the opposite wall. It's a miracle that he was able to block that blow in time. If he hadn't, the consequences would have put it in the hospital for a while. From a distance, he sees her wooden sword and quickly dodges it. His maniacal sister comes roaring at him with her flames, making Yangchun worry for his life in a battle against the crazy bee. Expending some of her energy into her feet, she swings a destructive attack from his side, but it doesn't end there. She forces Yangchun heavily onto the defensive with back-to-back heavy attacks using martial arts alone. I know Hybe is supposed to be really strong, but credit where credit is due. Our boy is holding his ground pretty solidly. Unfortunately, he ends up grabbing her blade from the wall and halts her fiery slash at the last second, just inches from his neck. This fight is over. She grabs his hair and warns him to keep his mouth shut for the next attack, or else he's going to end up with a broken jaw. Now, that is a scary threat. The end is tragic, though, because Yangchun is brought to the edge of tears. Awaiting his demise, his screams reach the starry sky. In the next scene, we cut to the Namon family. B has left the family with a note for the clan head. She wants to meet her fiancé, so the girl ends up running the fudge away from the house for a while. The news pisses off Lord Namon, who demands her immediate return. A farmer is observing the quality of his crops and finds himself despairing. The season has been tough for the agricultural business. As he's thinking about that, he sees a lady clad in purple robes jumping over him. The mere sight of the girl seduces him, making him think that an angel has descended from the heavens itself. Bia says hello and asks for directions to the Shangxi region, especially since she's terrible with navigation. She learns that it's to the east, so she quickly leaps away. Before leaving, the girl seems to have dropped a silver ingot, which is precious enough to feed any family for months on end. The farmer is grateful for the beautiful angel's kindness, but he's really not sure why the girl ended up heading west instead of east. Yep, she's one of those people who can't survive without a GPS. Where she's currently headed is manhwa in the west. Which brings us to the second elder, who speaks with the Sword Sovereign regarding the divine doctor's stay at manhwa. The Sword Sovereign explains, a doctor is known to move around a lot, never staying in one place. But I'm rather surprised to find the divine physician is staying at manhwa of all places. Elder Rayan doesn't understand why there's such an urgent need to find the doctor. However, he recommends it's a good idea to send Yangchun for a confirmation call first. After all, the Sword Sovereign has been doing so much to hide his identity that if he reveals himself now, it could cause problems. He agrees with Run's approach, but with a little twist. So when the time of their departure came, the Sword Sovereign told Yangchun that he would be accompanying them on this journey. And while Bro was just speechless, just as much as his baffled second elder, the fact that their main coachman is suddenly gone on vacation, and that the Sword Sovereign himself has taken his spot, means there's more than what meets the eye. Especially for Yangan, who knew for a reason that both Seol-ah and her grandpa weren't supposed to be on this trip among the list of people. So something must have happened in the span of a single night. Altering their trip plans, the boy can't help but feel that something else is going on behind the scenes, something he just can't figure out from now. The second elder catches him and questions, "Why do you have such a confusing look on your face?" Yangchun merely states, "It's nothing." His trusty old geyser, however, expresses it would be best if you didn't try to beat up more kids. At first, Yangchun thinks he'd never do that, but from all of his travels so far, he realizes he's amassed a reputation for at least beating one boy into the ground on every visit. He decides not to do something like that this time. Well, hopefully not. Entrusting the boy with something special, the second elder hands him a small bag. The first thing Yangchun notices about it is its sweet scent. He finds himself growing more powerful just by holding the object. He assumes it must be valuable, but the second elder says it's not as special as you think. It's just a rock called the Blossom Stone, something that was once considered one of the 4 treasures of the manhwa clan. A sudden realization washes over the boy as he stares deadpan into the old geyser's eyes. It's definitely more valuable than he thought, but the old man doesn't think much of it and entrusts the object with the boy. Yangchun has no idea why he's being given something so important. Turns out the old geyser doesn't really care much about the Blossom Stone, as he won it over a petty bet. So to him, it's next to nothing. Still, Yangchun thinks it's reckless to casually hand over an object like this so out of the open. But the second elder strongly believes that he made the right call in trusting it to someone reliable. Yangchun fails to comprehend the message until he glances over at Seol-ah's grandpa, who is basically the definition of getting the best bodyguard there is. Yang understands that Ryun must at least have some kind of idea about the Sovereign Sword's identity, which is why he's so carefree about this trip. Moon informs the young master about their finished preparations. The boy, unfortunately, doesn't have a good enough excuse to refuse such an important gift and ultimately decides to keep it. Inside the carriage, he bids farewell to the old geyser, who plans to inform him of his departure. Yangchun is curious where his sister disappeared off to and learns that she's actually whining about the fact that her little brother is going away. She sounds like a sweetheart, especially in a clan full of maniacs. As he's departing, Yangchun wishes the second elder to bid farewell to his sister on his behalf. This means he actually really cares about her too. As they're leaving, Ryan turns to face the one who was spying on them and asks, "Why didn't you just come out to meet him directly?" The conflicted sister is seen hiding and crying her eyeballs out. She didn't want to show her pathetic self in front of him. Reeve reminds her the boy is no longer an infant. He can be trusted with these travels. But Hyde, being high, thinks of him as a precious little puppy who needs constant care and attention at all times. The carriage is steadily moving when the young master decides to ask Moon a question. He wants to know about the travel time for reaching Mount Hua. Unfortunately, it's a question that the boy has repeatedly asked for a while now, signaling his impatience. It doesn't make it any better that they're going to have to take a long while to get to the location compared to all the recent journeys they've taken. On the way, Seol-ah's grandpa teases the young master for feeling uncomfortable already. The boy says that he's doing just fine, but internally, Yangchun thinks that the most worrisome part is regarding the sword sovereign's involvement. He simply can't act normal in the presence of the strongest sword user in the world. Meanwhile, the same sword sovereign's carefree granddaughter is out here munching on snacks as her only purpose of existence. Seol-ah acts like a villain plotting a scheme who requires immediate food to act normal. Things get much worse for Seol-ah when the other servant drops the bombshell regarding the little girl stealing all of his honey cookies. Instead of getting mad at her, Yangchun simply takes one for himself and stares at the boring view, already wanting to go back home. The scene cuts to the house of Ku, where he inquires about the identity of the girl from Namam. Bia somehow managed to end up at our boy's place, despite looking like a complete mess. Just hearing Bia's name is enough to trigger every nerve inside Hebe's body. But to her shock, Bia is actually pretty damn hot, much prettier than she thought. He complains about why she looks like a total loser and a mess when she was supposed to be her fiancé. Bia replies that she made a few wrong turns and welts happened in between. So then the searing sword questions, "Why did you take the trouble of traveling long distances just to arrive here?" Bia reveals that she's here to meet her fiancé. Heidi reminds the girl with a teasing statement, telling her that nothing is official for now. Not to mention the fact that Yangchun isn't even here. What Bia didn't know was that she was speaking to her fiancé's older sister. Heidi proudly introduces herself as the brat's caretaker. She looks so proud of herself that Bia adjusts her hair and properly shows her respect by sitting politely. She then inquires about where her fiancé went, but Heidi is again proud to reveal that he's way far off traveling to Mount Hua. This means they won't be meeting anytime soon. The mere mention of Mount Hua makes Bia happy. Instead of wasting another word with Heidi, she dashes away into the skies with speed. The act confuses Yangchun's older sister, making her wonder if Bia is disheartened enough to go home. She's also pissed that Bia didn't even stop to say goodbye, which she finds disrespectful. That aside, the scene transitions to Yangchun's group. They're resting after a long day, but Seol-ah's grandpa is up and away maintaining the fire. He senses the boy's energy from nearby. The perspective zooms into Yangchun, who appears to be confident in his ability to conquer the fourth ring very soon. However, he's finding it difficult to circulate his energy in his body. The control of his energy is the opposite of what he intends to do with it. That's why he desires to break free from his current level. Compared to his sister, who was explosively wasting away her internal energy without any problem, he can't even channel normal energy that well. This comes down to a difference in talent between the two. Still, Yangchun refuses to whine like a all day and decides to double down on his training process. The first act of training is to breathe in and then concentrate on his energy. Moments after, energy begins channeling all over him, expelling aura. Well, apart from that, the scent of the blossom stone distracts him. Unfortunately, he can't even toss it away as it's a valuable item from the old geyser. The scent of the stone appears to be much more potent now than before, and it hinders his concentration because of that. Faced with multiple hurdles in his training, the boy concludes that he should end his training cycle for the night. It is then that he spots a sudden wave of blossom petals erupting out of nowhere. They're not supposed to be here in the middle of summer after all. Suddenly, a strong voice declares him an outsider. Rather than a child of manhwa, the spiritual pink figure appears to have an ambiguous form and disappears right after the startled Yangchun looks around. He knows that he wasn't tripping just now. It's clear that he heard a voice. The same voice then questions how a boy like him is able to devour so much energy, even when he isn't from the mountain. This time, Yangchun is certain as hell that he heard an old man's voice. Continuing with its words, the voice taunts him for devouring so much energy to the point that he's bound to get sick. Yangchun still has no idea what's being discussed or said until the blossom stone in his grasp begins overreacting with a wave of energy. The boy finds himself feeling dizzy with the absorption of energy, and soon after he faints. The unconscious boy is brought back to life by muffled voices of his servant and guard. He awakens in a sudden panic, immediately getting up and questioning, "What the hell happened to me?" Seol-ah hugs him tightly, while the personal guard expresses that it's actually the sovereign sword who discovered the unconscious boy in the woods and returned with him. Seol-ah's grandpa acts like it's no big deal, as he's only doing his duty as a servant. However, he seems to be in a pensive state to the point Yangchun is alarmed by it. Muon is curious to know if something bad happened or if something took over the young master last night. To that, Yangchun tries recalling his training session. He remembers witnessing the stone's bright, shimmering light. However, now that it's in his hand, nothing appears to have changed about the stone. But upon unraveling it, he discovers an unexpected change. The crystal no longer has a scent and it looks glossy. The absorption technique ended up absorbing the stone's power, resulting in him losing consciousness. He had high expectations for the treasure of Mount Hua, but not to this level. The fact that his body has absorbed it presents another situation to him. Sensing his internal energy, the boy is extremely happy to conclude that he's actually stepped into the domain of the fourth ring level. Later that day in their travels, Yangchun is seen resting inside a carriage, collecting his thoughts. He still has no idea how the development from 3 rings to 4 rings happened overnight. Both Muon and the Sword Sovereign seem to be keeping an eye on the boy, so he's getting uncomfortable. Seo, on the other hand, is busy sniffing him out. Yangchun is shocked that he has a scent, even though he switched out clothes and bathed. But this time, Seol-ah surprises him by saying that he smells like a flower. The boy tries to blame their surroundings, believing it must be from the window or something. However, Seol-ah is unconvinced. She is firm in her opinion that the smell is a part of him. The fact that Seol-ah has been able to recognize this change means that his internal energy has, in fact, increased for the better. At the 3rd ring, even he could, at most, expel heat from his body. But from this point onward, he thinks it should be no big deal for him to shoot out fire attacks without any hurdles. Bro is hoping to become just as much of a monster as he was in their last battle. Either he's a fan or he's still terrified from the experience. Anyway, it's a long shot from using it, but Yangchun is confident that later down the line, he'll find a victim to experiment with his new strength. Both Seol-ah and Yangchun find themselves distracted for a moment before the carriage takes a sudden bump. They crash with a heavy thud, and the other servant inquires if the young master is doing okay. The boy immediately gets up to ask, "Muon, what happened?" But for some reason, he's non-responsive, dead serious, staring something down. Yangchun looks out of the carriage and discovers an unknown man in a white robe. The man respectfully apologizes, and based on his blossom emblem alone, Yangchun figures out that this guy must be from the manhwa sect. The man introduces himself, "I am Yang Feng, a disciple of the 3rd generation, with a bunch of questions to ask." To top it off, he's the same guy who ended up getting severed at the hands of Yangchun in their previous encounter. The boy faces guilt for his past actions, knowing he slaughtered someone so ruthlessly from the manhwa sect. Muon, on the other hand, finds it an offensive gesture for the manhwa sect to send one of their best martial artists to stop their carriage. Yang apologizes once more, emphasizing that his goal wasn't to stop the carriage, but rather a means of verification. He desires to know if one of their disciples is actually hiding in the carriage. Yangchun is desperately hoping that he isn't the mysterious disciple all of a sudden. The Blossom Sword Dragon strides ahead, stating, "I sensed a peculiar aura, and that's why I wanted to check for myself." Nguyen remains highly alert and warns that if the man takes another step, they will have no choice but to act. Yang, undaunted, turns to face Yangchun and eagerly asks, "Why are you covered in the aura of the mountain?" The question leaves Yangchun completely flustered, unable to find an answer. Strangely, a voice agrees with his thoughts, the same elderly spirit that had been haunting him the night before. The old man is astonished that Yangchun can actually see his miniature form. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, Yangchun struggles to accept what he's seeing, but the floating elder speaking before him is undeniably real. Noticing his distraction, Yang calls for the boy's attention. Yangchun, deeply confused, wonders whether he's experiencing hallucinations or suffering from the effects of overtraining. The tiny elder, offended, insists firmly, "I am very much real." Yang, worried about the boy's condition, listens as Yangchun asks if he can see the floating figure, the insect-sized old man, beside him. Yang looks at him strangely, clearly unable to see anything. Even Muin, when asked, remains equally baffled, and thinks the young master must have lost it. He pretends to play along as some kind of gimmick before realizing that Yangchun isn't messing around but actually being serious about his questions. At this point, no one's going to believe in him, and the mini old man thinks he's only making a fool out of himself by asking others. Yangchun lost it and thinks he's being possessed by some weird kind of ghost. The mini old man reveals that he's not possessed, it's just that he forgot what he ate earlier. At first, the boy doesn't get what he's talking about until he remembers that he absorbed the energy of the Blossom Stone into his body. The pieces fall into place as the old man refreshes his memory, reminding Yangchun that the idiot ate the sacred treasure when he didn't even belong to the manhwa sect. Furthermore, the mini old man helped him right after the boy ended up in a state of blockage after consuming immense energy. And yet, he's being called all sorts of things like insect-sized man over here. Confused, Yangchun inquires about the mini old man's identity. The floating spirit is surprised that the boy really can't tell him apart. Because of his cluelessness, the spirit calls him unaware of his own surroundings. Well, while this is happening, Muin and Yang are confused as from their perspective, the young master is talking to himself. The floating spirit decides to do an act of courtesy and properly introduces himself. He's actually the renowned 8th leader of the clan, Shinsha the Immortal Sword. In order to understand the significance of this character, we must first explore the depths of the greatest war that occurred before the arrival of the Heavenly Demon. The Great Demon Blood War was safely fended off by 5 notable figures, expert martial artists whose names were etched into history long after the war ended. Shinsha just so happens to be the greatest ancestor of the manhwa sect, sharing no equal in his reputation. And that same guy is now just a tiny old man that no one else can see except Yangchun. The funny thing is, Yangchun can't even stay quiet in his thoughts because the old man hears everything he thinks about. Now that the kid has come to learn of his awe-inspiring reputation, Shinsha is hoping that he'll be respected now. But Yangchun, being Yangchun, proves to be the opposite and is still stuck up. He questions why the old man was stuck inside the stone. Unfortunately, the little guy doesn't even know that about himself. It's more like he was expecting Yangchun to be the one to fill in those gaps for him. So, they're both at a loss with the way things are going. The most curious question for Shinshield is why an outsider from the manhwa sect was able to absorb the powers of the Blossom Stone when it shouldn't even be possible. Faced with a question like that, the boy goes speechless. His reaction is a good enough sign to the old man that Yangchun knows something he doesn't. The best thing the boy can do is simply avert his eyes. Instead of hammering him with more questions, the tiny ghost confesses, "Young kids at Yangchun's age are known to hide things. I respect that as your senior, so I won't be annoying you anymore." Because of this, Yangchun is indebted to him for being patient and understanding with him. At the same time, Shin warns him to pay attention to the important thing that's about to arrive in front of him. His warning proves to be correct as multiple figures pop out of the forest to confront the carriage. From their uniform, it's easy to guess that they're also disciples of the same clan. He emphasizes that they've got nothing to worry about, as these people aren't a threat to them. However, Huan's done playing around and knees the guy down, pinning a blade against his neck as he's cautious of the men. Mulan strongly believes that this is actually an ambush rather than a greeting. Put in a position like that, the disciples of the manhwa sect are on guard. Even Yangchun believes that maybe his guard is pushing it too far, but Mulan argues otherwise. He can sense their sheer hostility from the second they appear on the battlefield. Yang begs them to stop and listen to him for a second. "I have no idea why the members of my clan are so furious, but I think it should be possible to resolve this if I can just communicate with them properly." Mulan is alarmed and asks to confirm if they're truly warriors from the same clan, but just seeing the symbol on their clothing, it's enough to verify that Yang isn't lying. He sincerely requests that they let him handle the issue. Yangchun is convinced and tells his guard to stand down, so he frees Yang from his grasp, who promises to settle the matter properly with a little talk. They can see the guy quickly going up to his men and discussing things. But before he can say another word, Bro gets dismantled by warriors of his own clan. Much to Yangchun and Muan's confusion, the warriors stepped forward to apologize and properly introduce themselves. They also thought it was Yang's stupid interference that caused them to believe this was some kind of ambush attempt. The young master was fine with everything that had happened and returned the apology. At the same time, he was dying to know why the warriors were so far from the mountain. To that, the warrior apologized, stating that their mission was confidential. Well, until Yang blurted out crucial information about their clan members suddenly going missing. The strange thing about this incident was that under the command of the Blossom Sword Squad of the Manhua sect, it didn't really make sense for so many of them to go missing all of a sudden. Anyway, that was one reason they were patrolling the area. Yang, however, had stupidly ditched them all after sensing energy from the carriage and ran ahead. Yang Xin realized it must have been because of his familiar energy that drew them all the way here, while Xin told the boy that there was no longer any threat to worry about. He had already blocked off the excess energy. This meant they would no longer be able to gauge the energy coming from him. When Yang pointed to Yang Chan, stating that they could sense one of their own energies from him, the warriors end up confirming that they can sense a hint of their power within him. This shocks the boy greatly because earlier, Xin had just told him he blocked it off. The immortal sword advises the boy to just whip out his special rock and settle the matter. So that's what he does, shocking both Yang and the warrior. Yangchun reveals what appears to be the sacred treasure of the mountain, the same treasure that their sect leader lost over a betting game against the second elder. Yang finally has his answers now. The reason he felt the energy coming from the boy was because of the blossom stone wielded by him. At the same time, the warrior is curious as to why the boy is holding onto the object. Yangchun decides to make his presence properly known by introducing himself as the heir of the Ku family. He declares that his purpose is to return the treasure back to the sect. The mere mention of the Ku family is enough to alert the members of the Mount Has sect, sparking a gossip session among them. The leader apologizes for showing hostility towards such a reputable house, since Yangchun essentially belongs to the nobility before them. Yang seems to be in a pensive state and decides to ask an important question. The question is actually regarding the boy's sister. But before matters could get any worse, his comrades quit him for blurting nonsense at the wrong moment. The warrior emphasizes Yangchun doesn't need to be worried about Yang anymore. The funny thing is, while he's saying this, the dude is literally getting his ass beat for talking too much. The boy questions, "Did my older sister become a pain in the ass for you guys?" The hilarious part is that the warrior plays it off like she didn't do anything, but inside, bro was genuinely tired of her. The kid can sense that his sister must have given them a seriously rough time, so he not only apologizes but also promises to bring her back to the clan upon his arrival at the mountain. The warriors are baffled to hear the news that Yangchun intends to bring his sister back to his house. Funnily enough, they all get so happy hearing the news that they're ready to offer him a proper walk, respecting him for the choice he's making by taking responsibility for his sister. The action leaves both Mulan and Yangchun speechless because it only makes you wonder just how much trauma she inflicted upon these poor warriors. That night, the scene cuts to Yangchun's sister, who is standing at the door of her teacher before coming inside. The senior lady is impressed by the little girl's vigor and bravery. It's so late at night, she thinks, and yet she fearlessly arrives to visit me every night. The disciple walks with heavy steps before crashing right into her teacher's embrace. They talk about the woman's condition. The girl notes how her teacher is feeling a bit better, seeing the moonlight. This gives the girl an air of relief. The senior lady considers it a pity that the little girl's visits will soon come to an end. She'll be returning to her family sooner or later, the lady reflects. But the mere mention of returning causes the girl to grow tense and silent. Her reaction signals that she's still uncomfortable and dislikes her family. Adopting a menacing tone, the disciple declares in anger, "I don't consider those people as part of my family." This harsh confession leaves her master in a thoughtful mood, but she's not the type to invade others' private matters and doesn't probe further. The disciple corrects her master, showing her the respect she deserves. After all, her master was known as the brilliant Blossom Sage just before falling ill to her sickness. But now that moniker is nothing more than a memory of the past. It makes the lady wonder just how much time she has left in this world. Sometime in the night, a rider is slashing down a bunch of demons like it's nothing to them. This is Bayan Naman, the lady with blank expression, despite having slaughtered a group of monsters without any problem. Exhausted, she senses something hovering around her. An object just behind catches her attention, causing Baya to leap away from her spot and tail it down with a few swift lunges. The following morning, Seol is told to prepare a big batch of food for the warriors of Mount Hoa, who ended up staying the night for guard duty with the group. As for Yang Qian, the boy is already annoyed with the mini-ghost stalking him around and asks, "What's the easiest way to get rid of him?" Shin reminds the kid that he wouldn't be stubbornly attached to him if he knew a way out either. Curious for a question, Yangchun calls the mini-ghost an old man again, causing him to yap about his introduction as the immortal sword all over again. Seeing the dude in a pitiful tiny state, Yangchun gives him one hell of an untrusting look. Still, he goes on with his question and is about to ask when Shin emphasizes that the boy's worries are pointless as he has no intentions of stealing the kid's body for himself. Nothing of the sort is going to happen. The young master of House Cooch struggles to believe it, as it's coming from a ghost of all things. Shin senses that the boy has things to feel guilty about, as if he's carrying a lot of burdens inside of him. Nervous, the boy asks for clarification. Shin is surprised that Yangchun is oblivious to the things that are taking place inside of his body. Before that, Shin hammers the kid with another question, shockingly inquiring about information regarding the bloody demon. The mere mention of that causes the kid to be dubious of the immortal sword's true identity. Yangchun fully expresses his doubts. He's now certain of the fact that this guy isn't who he claims to be. After all, the immortal sword himself was responsible for taking down the bloody demon. So how can it be that this dude doesn't even remember the demon's fate that he slayed with his own hands? The tiny ghost surprisingly admits the same. For some strange reason, Shin doesn't seem to remember the conclusion of his fight against that demon. This leads Yangchun to make a concerning expression. The conversation isn't going anywhere, so he goes back to asking about the strange thing inside his body. But from here on out, the mini-ghost is giving him an attitude for not trusting his identity. So he's going to be uncooperative as well. But he ends up complying anyway, as Shin finally reveals that not even he understands what's going on inside Yangchun's body. Way to conclude that discussion. The old man claims that he finds it interesting that the boy can't sense what's going on, especially when there's a violent energy inside of him. For now, Shin is doing his best to contain the energy, but it's definitely nothing to scoff at. Yangchun wasn't sure that it was going to be that serious, so the mini-ghost offered him a chance to test it out. But before the boy has a chance to decline, the immortal sword releases his hold, which unleashes the exorbitant amount of dark energy inside of Yangchun. The energy is so vile and pulsating that it surrounds the boy and attempts to swallow his entire being. Shin quickly contains it again, believing the demonstration served his purpose well. The kid is scared out of his mind and can't believe what he just experienced. The immortal sword emphasizes that it's the very reason he's been containing it for the boy. Why that thing is inside of Yangchun is something not even he knows. Though the kid has a ton of questions, Shin thinks the conversation shouldn't be pursued any further for today. Even though Yangchun gives him a stubborn attitude, Shin points to the sky and states that there's something he's got to deal with. Our boy checks his surroundings and there's nothing special around. But right when he's unaware, a purple beam descends from the skies and lands right next to him, frightening the hell out of him. Yangchun roars at the dude who nearly killed him just now, while the muscular young man before him states that the members of his clan follow a strict rule ever since the old times. And that rule, he continues, is to fight in order to become friends with each other. Yangchun's literal first reaction is, what the fudge is this dude talking about? While Shin is glad that at least some traditions of the clan are still thriving, the young master of House Cook can't believe that this is the way these guys handle their sparring matches. Yang apologizes for intruding so suddenly. It's just that I got curious and wanted to test another martial artist's skills. Yangchun counters, my very own clan, the Manhwa sect, is brimming with experienced martial artists, so you can just ask anyone. Zhang finds himself cornered by that response and shows a disappointed face. Shin tells Yangchun about the importance of the kid before him. This guy is supposed to be the youngest elite martial artist among their clan. His stature is the definition of a towering wall of talent. Unfortunately, that's one reason why Yang feels so bad about himself. He can't get along with other people well because of his thriving talent. Shin is shocked by the boy's knowledge of someone he's meeting for the first time. I have to remind you all that the mini-ghost can read all of our boys' thoughts, Shin says, which really makes me curious about their future interactions. Anyway, Yangchun surprisingly accepts the duel. In fact, his usual attitude is to avoid unnecessary confrontations, but he's ready this time. Just hearing that causes Yang to wear a joyful face and he bows respectfully for their match. A surge of electricity zaps around him. And you might think that it's his own ability or something, but the funny thing is, it's someone else's attack. This certain someone tackles the ever-living crap out of the poor guy, tossing and turning him into the damn lake. Even Yangchun is baffled to find Bong Namong here of all places. But I'm sure you all guessed that the Namong family loves to use their light attacks. Anyway, the girl is down bad for him immediately. Really happy to have found her beloved fiancé at last. A flashback into the past. It was a dark day for Yangchun yet again. He was losing one of his most trusted allies. It was Bia, the white-haired girl. Her eyes were slowly losing consciousness. She couldn't help but wonder why a guy like him was crying for her. But Yangchun, being a stubborn brute of this era, told her that it was just the rain and that he was fine. She found his explanation satisfying and, in a way, unfortunate. Desperate for an answer, he inquired, "Why did you go so far ahead? You could have easily avoided this fate." And yet she chose to be reckless. She stopped the attack that was aimed towards him and suffered the full weight of it with her own body. Even now, Yangchun still didn't understand why she did that for him. In her dying state, Bia looked at him and stated, "It's just what I wanted to do," without any reason. Her final question was about the state of the moon. Yang told her the moon is still up. To that, Bia happily found herself accepting that her two moons seemed to be fine, indicating that she must have considered Yangchun one of the people she treasured the most. This cushioned the blow of her death. Then, a moment later, she closed her eyes and her body went limp. She was no longer a part of this world. Coming to the scene, an arrogant warrior proclaimed, "It is unnatural for demonic humans to fall in love with each other." He continued teasing the demon, stating that he would soon join Bia in death. But Yangchun merely growled his name in anger, promising with the meteor sword that, if anything, he would make it his personal damn business to give him an uncomfortable death. Saying this, he unleashed the weight of his demonic aura. Flashback sequence ends there. Bia's smile just now triggered a flush of memories floating inside his mind. Yangchun was startled and didn't want anything to do with this girl, questioning her intentions. But as she was about to explain why she had come here, the warrior's voice interrupted. He wanted to know, does Yang share affiliation with this woman, or is she an intruder? If she's an intruder, I'll slash her down right here. Yangchun felt terrified as the rest of the manhwa warriors gathered around him, all preparing their weapons to take her down. He struggled to come up with an explanation. Dude is losing his marbles because Bia had just struck Yang down, so he can't exactly provide cover for her either by saying that they're comrades. But before the boy can say a single word, Bia simply blurts out the truth. "We're both each other's fiancé." This little explanation causes all the warriors to become flustered in confusion, including the floating mini geyser. Yangchun has no choice but to play along with her at this point. The funniest part is that they're shocked a pretty angel like Bai ended up downgrading herself to a crappy-looking guy. Inquiring about her purpose of visit, Yangchun learns that Bia came to meet him. The rest of the warriors are suddenly more interested in our boy than the girl, eyeing him down to see if he's lying or not. Yangchun is confused why she launched an all-out attack if the purpose was to meet him only. Shin expresses that the boy still hasn't read the room. Based on her body language, the floating spirit concludes that Bia has been running sleepless just to get to her lover. It's because of her hindered state that she couldn't tell who Yangchun was up against and simply attacked to protect him. Well, our boy still thinks it's crazy of her to go to such lengths with all things considered, but that only proves her devotion to come meet him. This girl is the definition of commitment. Funnily enough, Yangchun takes the side of the Mount Hole warriors, proclaiming that they will not let this incident slide. But to his utter shock, his very own boy, Yang, is out here getting dazed by the princess's unparalleled beauty. Yangchun can't believe this guy is such a fool when it comes to his duties. Fueled with even more confidence, Bro challenges Yangchun to a duel, which is more than enough to conclude that Baz's previous attack basically did nothing against his mountain of a body. The fight takes place at night. The warriors are watching in anticipation and silence, while Yang is still getting butterflies, distracted, and looking at the pretty lady at the side. Yangchun, on the other hand, is a bit worried about the guy's serious case of infatuation, which makes the floating old geyser tease him for being jealous. Bro isn't exactly jealous, but rather pissed that he accepted the duel for the sake of being nice to Yang, only to get backstabbed in the most unexpected of ways. Homie is out for his girl man. Shin believes it's actually a good opportunity for the boy to win and gain something. Since Yangchun is too stupid to understand, Shin expresses that this is the perfect time to test the boy's new strength. Meanwhile, Seol-ah and the others are enjoying themselves, questioning how and when Bia arrived. Muin appears to be the only one worried, concerned for the young master's condition this battle. The warriors of the manhwa sect are out here placing their bets on the victor, but ultimately they all think the real winner of this battle is already decided, and it's going to be Yang, thanks to his godlike talent. The guy has a fun-loving attitude on the side, but he's a real monster. During the fight, Shin even notices this as the Blossom Warrior prepares his blade, channeling his energy and surrounding himself with a flurry of petals. Out of respect, he announces his first attack. In response to his blossoming energy, our boy whips out his scorching hot flames, stunning the spectators with his control over internal energy, even surprising the likes of the Sovereign Sword himself. Yangchun unleashes a similar state to his sister, igniting himself in a cloak of fire, while at the same time believing that he's nothing compared to Hiv's flames. Though the boy pities himself for mismatching his sister's capabilities, his impressive aura surprises his opponent. Yang appears shocked, leading Yangchun to question if his opponent has grown afraid of his increasing strength. Gripping his blade, the warrior of Blossom prepares to take his advance, unflinching in the face of the young master. His first attack is a simple one, focused on speed, channeling all of his power and leaving a trail of his unique aura. As he approaches the burning aura of Yangchun, Yang unleashes his powerful attack, but our boy appears unfazed. He simply gives him a glance before diverting his attack with a gentle push upwards. Seconds afterward, Yangchun uses his other arm to unleash his fist inside the warrior's abdomen with such immense speed that it literally launches him away like a projectile. Yang is sent flying with agonizing pain, much to the shock and amazement of the spectators watching the battle. His blade is shattered, and the outcome of the match even leaves the sovereign sword amazed. The fight ends with Yangchun standing as the victor. The field around them has been scorched, while his opponent is barely recovering from the burns he received. Just like that, the fight has ended. Immediately, Baya jumps away from the group to confront her fiancé, requesting a battle with her at once. Bro thinks she's going haywire again and reminds her that he literally just finished his battle with another opponent. Poor Baya has no better counterargument and cutely stares him down. She's a bit upset, and the floating spirit recognizes that immediately. Yangchun realizes that if he continues to delay her any further, she's just going to become an issue for him down the road. So while he still has the opportunity, he schedules their battle for the next time they get the chance. Hearing his approval of the fight, his fiancée is really happy. She clasps his hands, giving him a sweet smile as she's satisfied with his answer. The scene cuts to later in the night, where Yangchun is literally unleashing his explosive flaming aura while meditating. Even Shin is in awe of the boy's capabilities at the 4th ring level, having accessed his central core. Yangchun acts like it's not a big deal and shouldn't be celebrated. But Shin argues that the boy has an unfathomable amount of talent brimming inside of him for his age. At the same time, if he tries to go beyond the level of the central core, he might end up overdoing it and cause the core to overreact inside him. Curious to know more about his core, Yangchun learns that the core responds directly to one's internal energy. This means the more energy that is expelled, the more pressure it will build on the core. This also means that the kid can't use anything reckless beyond unleashing flames from his body. The sheer load of using such an advanced technique would disrupt his core. That isn't pleasant news for Yangchun, who expects to continue his upward trajectory. But for now, he's met his plateau and needs to be patient with it. Interrupting Yangchun's training, Yang is surprised to find his opponent distraught even after his victory. The boy inquires, "What are you here for?" Yang bows and shows him a gesture of respect, thanking him for the opportunity to learn more from his defeat. Yang understands that the fight had a set purpose behind it, and that Yangchun was attempting to teach something. Shin is actually really happy with the way Yang is handling his defeat. It shows that he's capable of maintaining a positive attitude towards growth, even after suffering a loss. But the same isn't true for Yangchun, who is out here beating himself down for having to risk his entire life for some training. Yangchun clarifies to Yang that he didn't have any purpose behind the training session, but he's still happy that Yang gained some insight from their battle. Yang, on the other hand, had his expectations reset just now. Back at the manhwa sect, he was constantly reminded that he was the sharpest talent they had for his age. But seeing Yangchun fight has changed his perspective on the other parts of the world. It makes him wonder just how much effort the young master of Housecoop expended to get to such heights. Funnily enough, Yangchun finds himself seriously pissed off during this conversation and even curses the dude in his thoughts. Shin constantly reminds him to just be a good ear for now and listen. Anyway, Yang is really thankful for the experience and leaves Yangchun baffled with his behavior. The fact that Tai is the same pitiful guy who he severed piece by piece in his reign doesn't make things any better. It really pisses him off in a way. Anyway, the scene cuts to Seol-ah, who is out here describing the battle like it was an epic movie scene to her grandpa. Apart from her silly yapping, she also informs her grandpa of some trouble they got to deal with. At first, you're probably thinking it's some big issue, but then you remember it's this adorable potato, and she's just annoyed that the young master found himself in an engagement. Instead of celebration, she finds it a really angry occasion. Her grandpa is confused by her reaction until Seol-ah states that she has no idea what getting engaged to someone even means. The potato erupts with cuteness, stating that she's the only one who has rights to do whatever she wants with the young master. So I guess it's also a bit of jealousy there. The sword sovereign decides to ruin her innocence by finally explaining to the little girl what getting engaged truly means, and it shocks her to her senses. Shortly after his fight with Yang, a bunch of issues have erupted for our boy. The first of which is Seol-ah's depressed reaction. She appears down and out, even though she's usually the most excited when it comes to food. It's to the point even her grandpa is worried for her. The potato shakes her head in resignation while Yangchun questions why she isn't eating her food properly. He also scolds her for the constant treats she's eating and that they may be ruining her appetite. Apart from her, Bai is choosing a bite to eat when suddenly Seol-ah steals it from her bowl. While eating, the Nambung girl makes a second attempt. Yet again, Seol-ah reacts instantly, almost like a machine. Yangchun wonders aloud what's going on with her. Before he can say more, her strict grandfather scolds her loudly for her poor table manners. Poor Seol-ah feels unwell and bursts into tears. "You're all being unfair," she mutters before running off, leaving her grandfather behind. The young master is still completely confused. He asks, does Bia have anything to do with this? But his fiancée is blameless. Ever since his fight with Yang, his servant has been acting strangely. Clearly, she's upset about something he cannot figure out. The next morning, things only get worse. Yangchun wakes up from a restless sleep. Setting up camp has dragged on, leaving him exhausted, as if he's been living outdoors forever. When he goes to the river to drink water, he encounters a strong martial artist with a physique like it was carved from stone. The man suggests they train together for the day. Still, the young master feels slightly annoyed to see someone casually walking around shirtless so early in the morning. Shin steps in to defend the shirtless fighter, saying a martial artist's body is his pride. And the student of manhwa clan only becomes better and grows stronger the more they develop. Long story short, they're training these guys for the next Mr. Olympia. As for Yang's offer, our boy refuses it straight up, saying that he's got something else to worry about. Intrigued by what this important task is, Yang questions, is today going to be special? Yangchun takes a moment to ponder the importance of today. The scene transitions to him continuing his travel inside the carriage. At long last, they finally arrived at the main base of the manhwa clan. The place is so damn high up that Yangchun is complaining about it in the next scene. The dude is pissed that some maniac thought it would be a good idea to build a base on top of a mountain. At the same time, it's a nice change that the warriors of this clan are understanding compared to the rest of the families. The warriors of the sect even suggest that Yangchun stay in the carriage for the night and that they can climb up the stairs when morning comes. However, the young master believes that it's important for him to go up immediately, considering he has the treasured Blossom Stone. To that, Yang suggests he reconsider his plans. Yangchun decides to stay in the carriage for the night. Leaving the disciples of the manhwa sect to carry on with their report for the night, they want Yang to stay put with the young master and make sure he reaches safely tomorrow. But our boy actually suggests that Yang leave with the rest, since he's been busy accompanying them for a while. Hearing that, the talented young man lets out an exhausted sigh as if he doesn't like the idea. Well, that's how Yang ended up staying the night with the rest of them. Based on his reaction earlier, Yangchun concludes that this guy probably doesn't get along with his superiors either. Apart from that, Seol-ah finally goes back to normal and impresses the young master with some specially prepared dumplings for the night. Yangchun is seriously happy to find at least one good thing about the day. He can finally experience it. Surprisingly, his servant even offers him some water too. She's being overly nice all of a sudden, which makes him question what the heck brought on this change. All she does in return is laugh because she's happy enough just to be of help to him. Yangchun struggles to piece together the clues to the puzzle. Just a few days ago, this girl was upset like hell, and now she's fine. To make her happy, he pats her head as a gesture of doing a good job. It makes her really happy. He foils the moment by reminding her of how she's normally the opposite of what she is now. As for Bia, the chick comes out of nowhere and offers to feed our boy a dumpling. Yang Xin judges the battlefield between these women and calculates what would be the correct answer here. Meanwhile, Seol-ah's got those eyes of a demon staring down at her enemy, a dumpling. The girl literally chomps down on Bia's dumpling, munching it in her mouth for her master's sake while giving Bia a sharp glare. Despite being taken off guard, Yangchun's fiancée doesn't react harshly. Instead, she only smiles at her. This clearly makes Seol-ah feel a bit guilty about her reaction, while our boy takes notice of the tension between them. Well, for now, he's just infuriated that he can't even eat his food in peace. Far away from Yangchun and his carriage, we get to see the shadow organization responsible for the missing manhwa sect disciples. The leader of the organization is annoyed that his underlings couldn't cover their tracks and left a bunch of trails for the manhwa sect to notice. He curses their chances of getting anything more out of the situation than what they've achieved so far. The underling promises to send the report to the main palace. He's reminded that if he's late, he'll lose some of his limbs as punishment. The spy also reports the news of the divine physician spotted in the Shangxi region. It's big news to the brooding leader, who learns further that the divine physician had first stayed in the Anoi region, but is now in Shanny. More of their men are trying to pinpoint his exact coordinates. The leader gets up from his seat, addressing the servant by his name, Bi Chong. He raises his blade against the underling's neck, glaring at him. Remember the order, the leader says coldly. Never use our men for the job. Quivering before the blade, Bi-chan stresses that the order came directly from the palace head himself. That's the only thing that calms the leader down, though he's still confused about their intentions with the divine physician. Apparently, the goal is to imprison the divine physician in their underground area. The idea strikes the leader as boring, but he listens intently. The leader also learns that he's permitted to remove any obstacles in their path. This means he can kill anyone if it ensures the secure capture of the divine physician. A malicious smile spreads across his face at the thought, thrilled by the opportunity to indulge in slaughter. The scene reverts back to Mount Hoa, where Yangchun is huffing and puffing as he makes his way to the top of the damn mountain at last. The stairs killed him, just like Po and Kung Fu Panda. Dude is dropping F-bombs on the idiot who built the base so high up. Yang even rubs salt in the wound by saying that their elders wanted to imbue the importance of hard work through the challenging climb. Yangchun funnily confronts the annoying little spirit and asks, is it really true? The hilarious part is that not even Shin approved of the idea of setting the place so high up. Seol-ah apparently climbs without any trouble and even offers to carry him, but he refuses out of his ego. Bai is also pretty chill and even offers her fiancé a hand to get back up. She's cock-blocking every opportunity Seol-ah has, and you can see it in the Potato Girl's reaction. Yangchun gets up and actually respectfully bows down to him for some strange reason. Shin calls the guy a clown for not even knowing the obvious of what just happened. Apparently, the moment is really special to Ba, who clasped her hands tightly, having felt the touch of her fiancé. Seol-ah, on the other hand, is out of fear like an angry kitten. Ready to lash out, Yangchun realizes that she's actually bowing to receive the same treatment from him that his servant received. She wants him to pat her head. Bro is just about to do that when suddenly Seol-ah intrudes and starts patting her head instead. She doesn't want Yangchun to do it after all. But the white-haired girl is actually okay with this outcome too. Smiling at her fiancé, she concludes that there will always be a next time. Every time she smiles at him, you can just tell Bro is in deep trouble. Yangchun distracts himself by checking on the others. Seol-ah's grandpa and Moon appear to be doing just fine, but the other servant is out here, breathless and dying while climbing up. She's fine with being left behind like dead weight. But our boy doesn't want her to sacrifice herself to the stairs like that and offers someone to help Hanwha out. Aside from that, the gates of the Manhwa clan are finally made open to the young master of House Coop. Their leader has personally arrived to meet them in person. The old man actually looks a lot like the immortal sword spirit too. The clan leader grabs the boy's shoulders and delightfully expresses just how much he's been waiting for the boy's arrival. Apparently, the rest of the elders in the clan have been beefing with their leader ever since he lost that betting game against Elder Ryun and lost the Blossom Stone. Meanwhile, our boy is doing his absolute best to introduce himself, but this old geezer just won't stop shaking him. Lord Hoap reveals that Ryun actually sent a letter just before the kid's arrival, stating the boy's purpose of returning the stone and retrieving his sister. Yangchun is really happy because now he doesn't have to waste time explaining things. He confirms that those two things are exactly the reason he's here. Well, apart from that, Lord Hoap mentions that apparently Ryun forgot to mention one critical thing, the energy that he can sense from Yangchun's body. The mere mention of it puts our boy on high alert because this could mean anything. Aside from that, he also wasn't expecting to see the arrival of the Sovereign Sword, who is acting like an ordinary figure. Still, Lord Hoa doesn't confront the boy strongly and believes that it's best for them to rest after coming here. He tasks one of the guards to personally take care of their stay, and that's how they made their way inside to a place filled with thousands of blossom trees. Faced with this unique situation, Yangchun consults Shin for some guidance, expecting to receive something valuable from him. But the floaty old spirit simply laughs, thinking that this reaction is moral after the boy ends up absorbing the energy of the stone. The leader of the Blossom clan apologizes and requests an immediate meeting shortly after rest. The issue is that he finds it urgent for the boy to have absorbed the energy of the Blossom Stone and yet appears to be walking around without concern. Yangchun is actually fine with their concerns and complies with the request during the meeting. The leader then recalls the testimony of the events given to him, asking did Yangchun's body really absorb the stone's power by accident? The boy makes a contemplative face at first, then internalizes the best course of action by consulting Shin. The floating spirit responds, keep it simple, stick to your current statement. It's actually quite difficult for the clan leader to digest the fact that the boy was able to absorb the stone's power and also maintain multiple different energies of varying auras inside of him. It's troublesome, but he doesn't press the boy any further and decides to help. First, he plans to meet with his sister. Yangchun is tasked to follow his lead, and he's curious where they're headed. But to that, the old man merely laughs, ominously reminding the boy that he's not getting free treatment after absorbing such an important stone. The kid simply agrees with the approach without showing any signs of fear, surprising the clan head. Yangchun states that he isn't afraid because he's gotten used to dealing with the troublesome second eldest of his family. The mere mention of room pisses the sect leader off even more, as if it is offensive for the two of them to be compared. Jokes aside, the leader states that it's time to meet the boy's sister. Fast forwarding ahead to a serene location of the temple, we find that the great lady from earlier is having a checkup on her condition. The results are unfortunate and frightening. Her blood flow is all over the place, and her energy is also inefficiently being handled by her body. It's the definition of rotting. As time goes by, even after enduring so much pain, the lady appears strong in front of her disciple. She acts like it's not hurting her that much. But the healer knows that she's lying to remain confident in front of her disciple. The healer learns that it's been 4 years since she got this illness. As for the specifics of how she got it, just recalling the scene makes her stop dead in her speech. Yangchun's sister finds herself concerned for her master, showcasing a face of frustration and regret. Her coughing gets even worse, causing her disciple to sweep in for her sake. Without explaining another word, she thanks the physician for his attention. The healer has guessed that it's actually some kind of seal that is causing such an illness, and yet he couldn't even detect it while checking her flow of energy. Fun fact, this guy isn't just an ordinary healer, but the divine physician himself. However, he doesn't like being called by that name and prefers Elder Tay instead. Curious enough to ask, the lady wants to know how long she has left to remain in this world. The girl shows genuine sadness just thinking about the sorry state of her master. Elder Tay explains that she won't get past another winter at most. Instead of fearing the announcement, the girl's master simply accepts her fate. Even though we can see her quivering body, the woman is reminded of her past as an able-bodied, majestic warrior of the manhwa sect. And now she's stuck like this. Elder Tay intends to do his best to treat her and requests the kids to exit the room. Although the girl shows hesitation, her master reminds her to follow orders. Her coughing grows more intense as she coughs up blood into her napkin. Frustrated, the little girl has no choice but to accept the order. Meanwhile, our boy is continuously annoyed, tortured by the stairs he has to climb over and over since arriving at the annoying base. The clan leader irritates him further by repeating the same old mantra, achieving something good through hard work. While he complains to the spirit of the immortal sword inside his head, Yangchun notices his sister stepping outside the temple with a sobbing expression. Her nose is red from crying, and she freezes in place upon seeing her brother standing there. Even Yangchun is taken aback by her sudden stop, as she demands to know why he's here. Her abrupt halt causes the person behind her to bump into her, resulting in a painful clash that hurts both of them. Yangchun notices the kid behind her, whose black hair has distinct white streaks. Though he should be in normal reaction, for some reason, seeing him sets our boy's blood boiling to the point where he goes completely ballistic, unleashing the full extent of his aura. Let's rewind and dive into the past to uncover what exactly triggered this reaction in our beloved protagonist. Opening the gates of the temple, Yangchun faced the man known as the strategist of the heavenly demon. He congratulated the demon martial artist for his return, but sensed that something was wrong. As Yangchun appeared unusually angered with every step, the strategist noticed that this man was effortlessly dropping the demonic humans around him. That's what you call actual aura farming. The strategist was curious about what could have possibly ignited such flames of rage inside Yangchun's heart. He immediately pointed to the death of Baianamong, believing that it was the reason for such harsh action. By this point, Yangchun's energy was releasing at unfathomable levels. His presence made it difficult for the strategist to stand. The strategist taunted him further, reminding Yangchun that everything taking place was due to the will of their leader, the heavenly demon. So, there's nothing you can do about it. Furious, Yangchun stepped up into his face, infusing his hand with demonic energy. He began to initiate his strike. The clever strategist, however, used the right words. He reminded the martial artist that the leader of the demons was above him in rank, which meant he couldn't disobey her orders. That statement stopped Yangchun's attack. You could tell just how badly he wanted to kill the bastard right in front of him, and yet he released his attack to the side because that's all he could do in the face of this scumbag. Turning his back to him, the guy prepared to leave when the strategist emphasized you've already taken care of the heavenly sovereign, and the aura sovereign will be next in line soon. Finally, the third and last sovereign, Seol-ah's grandpa, lost his arm in the battle against the heavenly demon. With all three sovereigns taken down, the strategist believed strongly that the heavenly demon would no longer operate in the same manner and would leave the responsibility to someone else. In his eyes, Yangchun would be that person, the one who would be bestowed with the special responsibility of managing the demons in her place. Just recalling that damn sequence was enough for our boy to get so enraged that he quickly grabbed the seemingly unknown boy, choking the sheer life out of him without a hint of emotion. The demonic power within him was brewing while his sister quivered, seeing her brother go maniacal in such a state. Yangchun appeared to have lost his damn mind, causing the calm and collected clan leader to intervene. Lord Ho places a hand over the boy's eyes and reminds the child that what he's about to do is going to hurt like hell. The scene cuts there, while the divine physician and his patient can only hear the scream of a boy coming from outside. Lord Hoa is glad the doctor's already here since he's brought another patient, Young Master's unconscious body. Elder Tay is peeved every time people call him by his special name. His reputation exceeds him. People remember him as the guy who can cure any illness. The same guy, however, ends up treating Yangchun. As for the late opponent, she's known as the Blossom Sword Queen. Her disciple is Ryang Waku, who is also the half-sister of our boy. Finally, the disciple and grandson of the divine physician is actually Jagal Huk, who, by the way, is supposed to be the strategist of the Demon Empire in the future. The burden is placed on the young master, who has now regained consciousness, but many questions await him, starting with the fact that he nearly choked Jagal to death. The only reaction in this situation is that he's uff, which he literally internalizes in his monologue, dog. The boy reflects that it's been a long time since he's encountered this guy again, but unfortunately that can't pass as an excuse here. The only shocking part of this story is Jiggle's connection to Elder Tay, the Grand Physician. At this point, nothing is going according to his plan, and then there's the fact that not even the spirit of Shin is helping him out on this one, leaving Yangchun on his own. The kid has no idea what to come up with as an answer. Surprisingly, the clan head appears to know what our boy is thinking and questions if the kid is facing issues recalling what happened. Yangchun is startled to hear him say something like that, but not even the clan head knows why such an idea came to his mind. Recalling the scene of what happened, Lord Ho wants Elder Tay to inspect the child's body one time. The divine physician throws a stubborn fit, declining the request. The two old geysers are fighting each other while the Blossom Queen strikes up a conversation with our boy. Dude is surprised that she knows about him. After all, she was the best friend to his mother, Channy. Her words appear shocking to the boy, but the Sword Queen is actually pretty happy that they've met at last. As for Hua, she seems to be on guard. She also tells Yangchun that he shares a resemblance with his mother when it comes to their aura. She also praises him for having a warm and gentle heart. Saying such words, she hastens to leave. The clan head, on the other hand, offers a valuable leaf of a dragon herb in exchange for inspecting Yangchun's body. Though seriously annoyed, Elder Tay ultimately decides to accept one final request from Lord Hoa. Considering the checkup itself, Yangchun places his hand freely for the Elder to inspect. Elder Tay senses an ominous bulk of dark energy concentrated inside the boy's body and releases the boy's grasp. Lord Hoa is immediately curious about the issues residing in the boy's body. Elder Tay starts off by dropping a bombshell. It's not just one issue, but multiple. The conclusion, Yangchun is an embodiment of a corpse. This conclusion even terrifies the boy, who has no idea what that means. The divine physician reveals that there are multiple different kinds of energies inside the boy's body. It should be impossible for the kid to even be walking after that. It's true. After consuming the demon stone, the blossom stone, and finally the white stone from the snake, Yangchun really has consumed different kinds of energies, although he believed it wouldn't be an issue since they would merge into the same. All this time, he was under the assumption that he had things under control. But now, just as Shin had warned him, something inside his body was tampering with the energies. Suddenly, the mini ghost pops up out of the blue, disagreeing with the child. You're wrong, it states, challenging his opinion. The kid is startled. Where the hell have you been when I needed you the most? He asks, frustrated. The tiny ghost, with an innocent tone, replies, I lost connection with you the moment you entered that chaotic state. Based on Elder Tay's conclusion, it's clear to the immortal soar what the boy's condition is. The sole reason for his survival is the dark energy residing inside his body. This dark energy is doing its best to control the other energies, suppressing them before they spiral out of control. Now, with a bundle of energies inside him, Yangchun wonders what his next move should be. To be honest, even Elder Tay thinks it's game over for the kid. He's just one moment away from blowing his body in pieces if the energies break loose. It's a very real possibility for the kid's body to explode right here and now. The divine position can't do anything in Yangchun's case. For an even stronger conclusion, he states that the boy's body is so damn unstable right now that he could die at any moment, even while bathing or eating. That's not the best news to hear for Yangchun. As for Lord Hoa, this news is even worse than he thought. Ryan Hoa is actually shocked to see her brother's calm reaction, seeing as though he could die at any moment. To that, the boy responds, I haven't died yet, so there's no reason to worry. The conversation leaves the room in empty silence. For now, he thinks he's okay, but worries about Ryan, who needs more serious attention and news to return home. Despite her refusal to return home, Yangchun argues that it's fine if she wants to stay. but she has to consider their father's reaction when he learns of her refusal. Infuriated by his words, she is forced to admit, "Our father wouldn't even give a damn if I stayed here forever. That's the kind of emotionless man he is." Lord Hua observes them closely and recommends, "Yangchun, rest up in your lodgings for a bit." The kid leaves, reminding the physician, "I'll be back at a later time." Exiting the room, even Elder Tay has to admit, that kid is the weirdest child I've ever met. The same was true for the Sword Blossom Queen, who sensed something unusual about the boy. Even after hearing the news of his impending doom, he showed no fear, as if he no longer cared about his own existence. That night, the young master strolled leisurely on his own. The tiny old spirit was bewildered, questioning how the boy could remain so calm after such terrifying news. Shin wondered if Yangchan's plan was simply to live as he pleased, eating and resting as usual until the inevitable came. The boy replied, "I really don't care about such things. After all, I've lived a life with many mistakes. Karma is nothing more than the natural response of the world." Of course, to the immortal sword, the boy's words made little sense. He was far too young to speak like that. When Yangchan returned to his lodging, he was surprised to find Bai already waiting inside. He had no idea what she was planning, only that she was determined to stay in the same room. Shin teased Yangchan, joking that the scene looked like that of a newlywed couple. Unfazed, the boy calmly told her, "Go back to your own quarters." In the end, it turned out they had only been assigned a single room, making it inevitable that they would have to share the space. Yangqian senses that this must be a damn scheme of the second elder behind his back, realizing that he could always sleep with his trusted guard, Muan. Our boy heads out to leave. Suddenly, Baya grabs his hand, requesting that she'll do nothing but hold on to him in bed at most. Yeah, that kind of statement would absolutely destroy any guy who hears it, but Yangchun is somehow able to keep a straight face before erupting in laughter. She's surprised by his reaction, and instead of feeling like he's laughing at her, Baya is genuinely happy that he smiled at her. Yangchan is about to leave again when she clasps his hand, stopping him, and gently puts it on her face. She cutely requests that they sleep together. I've never seen a ship being developed like this, and for some reason, it's suspicious that it's going this well. So many MCs would fall here. But our boy is no simp. Aside from that, the Sword Sovereign pays a visit to Lord Hua at a late hour. He's been meaning to meet the Divine Physician after all. At the same time, some people known as Shaolin and Womp are searching for the Sword Sovereign too. Lord Hua suspects that the cunning Sword Sovereign has already discovered the location of the physician. This fact is actually confirmed by Seol-ah's grandpa. Who knows that he's being defended underneath an energy barrier, and yet he was polite enough not to force his way inside, respecting the manhwa sect. The Sword Sovereign requests a personal meeting with Elder Tay, but to that, Lord Hua emphasizes that there's another patient being treated, not to mention that what he's hoping to get from this meeting won't end up in his favor. As the rustling blossom trees dance with the wind, Lord Hua offers a second way to resolve his troubles by means of a favor. The kid wakes up the next day, appearing still sleepless from his terrible night of rest. And yes, he did end up sleeping on the same bed as her. Though I imagine the dude was so cautious and on guard that he couldn't sleep a wink. That's exactly what happened. While Shin is shocked that nothing happened between the two of them, the young master tells him to shut up, already going through hell in his sleepless state. That doesn't change the fact that he still ended up sleeping with the girl anyway. Well, Yangchan only complied because after his rejection last night, the girl was overloading her body with internal energy, meaning she would have beaten his ass right there and started a fight. The floating mini-ghost thinks it's relieving that Cola didn't get to see the two of them sleeping together. At first, Yangchan was oblivious to the fact that it wouldn't matter, but then the dots started connecting in his mind. The only reason Seol-ah had been acting grumpy around him was because Baya had reunited with him. The funniest part was that our boy was doing his best to make sure she didn't catch sight of him with Baya. But to his horror, the girl was literally standing right behind him, her face twisted like the devil's. It was at this moment that his fiancée also woke up and turned to face the servant. She kindly asked, "Seol-ah, did you manage to get good night's sleep?" In response, the servant was so infuriated that she almost seemed sad. She called him selfish and loathed the idea that she hadn't been able to sleep with the young master. Her little pleading went on, and to Yangchan's absolute horror, his fiancée casually said, "It wouldn't be a problem if you did. I'm fine with the idea of including you along." Oh wow, he thought. This is going in a very different direction than I thought. But anyway, Seol-ah just felt happy to be included. Only a moment afterward, she flopped onto the bed, excited like a puppy, thrilled to be given the chance to join along. Yangchan's fiancée was satisfied seeing this. While the boy doesn't have any objections of his own, barging into their room, Yang comes along and catches his brother seeing two girls lying next to Yang Xian in bed. The first reaction this guy had was probably the same as the one we had because he dashes away at the speed of light, leaving them to their business. The one good thing about the manhwa sect is that its people are actually sane and don't like spreading pointless rumors, or so Shin assures him. But clearly Shin's ass was lying because in the very next scene, Lord Hoa teases Yang Zion for playing around with two women in his bed. Now the kid has a whole other issue to deal with. He doesn't see any interest in the meeting and turns to leave when suddenly the clan leader stops the kid and asks if he remembers going to the small establishment yesterday. Of course, Yang Zion replies, "How can I forget meeting the Sword Queen and the Divine Physician of all people?" Lord Hoa hands him a drink and reveals a scroll, requesting the kid to deliver it to Elder Tay personally. At first glance, the task seems a bit odd for our boy to execute. After all, he doesn't have anything to do with it. But then, Lord Hoa drops a bombshell. It's actually because the rest of the clan has no idea that their beloved Sword Queen is battling an illness, which is why it's necessary for any messages to be delivered in secrecy. Lord Hoa has no intention of spreading word of this information, and if he does happen to tackle Elder Tay again, unfortunately, they'll have another clash. He also can't request the information to be delivered via his personal disciples, as it's supposed to be a secret. That's why Yangchun, the kid who is currently indebted to him, is the only fitting person for the job of delivering the message. The kid is already regretting his stay every time this old geezer creeps up behind him. Lord Hoa sends the boy on his way. In the next scene, we find Ryan doing her business, walking around the marketplace until she reaches the store. She first enters this space, then exits it after purchasing the necessary goods. Ryan then climbs her way back up to deliver the goods, when suddenly her eyes dart towards a bunch of deer living a comfortable and loving life. The scene reminds the young girl of her time at the house of Ku before her father. She saw how ruthlessly the young Chun and his mother were treated, brutally. Just seeing that horrific scene is enough to remind her not to return. After saying that, the girl came flagging, using a technique of the clan, surprising the secret spies of the shadow organization nearby. They can't believe she disappeared. They start to question if she caught on to them. One of them goes up to inspect what happened and realizes that there's actually an energy barrier placed by the leader of the sect. This powerful barrier prevents any single one of them from intruding inside. But at the same time, it also confirms to these assholes that the Divine Physician is, in fact, being guarded nearby. For now, they intend to form a retreat, believing that their regional leader will be best pleased to handle the rest for them. Climbing up the mountain of stairs, the girl discovers our boy wasted right in front of her. Dude is not having a good time, huffing and puffing, struggling with every step. While Rayon is displeased at the mere sight of him, the boy questions, "What are you staring at me for?" To that, she inquires, "What are you doing out here?" Yangchun emphasizes, "I'm not out here enjoying a walk. I've got a small mission, delivering something." Rayon bolts upwards and tells him, "Keep up the pace." Of course, he's doing his best. Yangchun's half-sister still hasn't forgotten the cold words of Elder Tay, who concluded that the boy's condition was so fickle he could die at any moment. Meanwhile, our little protagonist is shocked at how people are so used to climbing the stairs. Ryan tells him, "Hand over the object you're supposed to deliver. I'll promise to deliver it on your behalf." The offer is unexpected, but being the teasing spirit that he is, Yang points out, "You must be worried about my condition." This annoys the girl and repels her kindness. She insults him for being a slowpoke. Yang states, "It's fine, I can just move faster in that regard." As he's going up, the girl worriedly asks, "How's your brother doing?" Yang changes the topic and requests information about the grandson of the Divine Physician. He wants to know if Jaggle has been up to anything suspicious lately. To that, Ryan surprisingly admits, "I haven't seen anything like that." Hearing that, he faces back up and continues his climb. The floating little spirit notices the girl's disappointed reaction. He points out, Ryan isn't even a bad child, so there's no point in the two siblings arguing with each other. But then again, not even Yang understands why they fight needlessly. For some reason, Shin seems bothered and asks if it's troublesome for the young master. Yangchun states that his biggest concern is his messed up body. The floating spirit emphasizes the importance of family members, reminding the kid that she's still important. The boy was surprised at first because he thought the conversation was circling around Jal, the grandson of the physician. As for his sister, Dude just doesn't give a fudge about her, apparently, which isn't a good thing either because it makes Shin wonder if these two are actually siblings to begin with. The scene cuts to Elder Tay reading the message delivered by Yangchun. Having read it fully, the physician funnily calls out the reality of the situation. Lord Hoa had just sent a goddamn half-dead child to deliver a crappy message to him from Elder Tay's harsh reaction to the clan head. Yangchun wonders what the hell happened between the two geysers to trigger so much hate. Anyway, Elder Tay understands that it must have been difficult for the kid to have come this far. He asked about the boy's condition. Yangchun states that he's not really having any major issues at the moment. The news is good to Elder Tay until he raises a serious question. Is the little young master truly unafraid of death? The question finds the boy speechless for a moment. Making him enter a contemplative state, Elder Tay realizes that he isn't going to get an answer from the kid and apologizes for intruding. The boy is told to leave, and so he gets up to exit the room. As he's leaving, the considerate Ryan worriedly asks again, "Is your brother really feeling okay?" Well, unfortunately, Yangchun quickly moves along and doesn't answer her question, leaving her a bit annoyed by his uncaring reaction. Back to Lord Hall, the boy reports having successfully delivered the message and expresses how Elder Tay was cursing the crap out of him afterwards. Lord Hall isn't surprised and secretly asked about the Sword Queen's condition as a side note. The boy whispers back, stating that he only saw her sleeping, so he was unable to tell if things were going well for her or not. Lord Hoa is unamused by the answer, but Yangchun argues that if the divine physician of all people is currently busy taking care of her, then things shouldn't be a problem. While that is true, Lord Hoa points out the cruel reality of their clan's fate. They've been constantly getting hit by one unfortunate circumstance after another. The mention of these misfortunes inspires interest in the young boy. As Yangchun desires to know more about them, Shin reminds the idiot about the missing disciples of the clan. Then there's the fact that the Sword Sovereign is here. And well, Jaggel's presence is also a misfortune without question. Though these situations would be fine on their own, they all happen back to back, which makes them difficult to deal with. The scene cuts to the Shadow Organization, where the underling finally reports the discovery of the Divine Physician's location, causing his leader to become psychotically excited for his hunt. The disgusting scumbag is ecstatic at the revelation of his location. Even though his subordinates haven't exactly pinpointed the doctor's coordinates, this fact underwhelms his satisfaction. Byung tells him that they've discovered the enormous energy barrier set up by the clan, indicating that the doctor is nearby. However, this fact frustrates the leader immensely. He doesn't like assumptions because they've yet to confirm for real whether the doctor is there or not. He questions what Byung is truly confident about. Slamming his blade right next to his servant, he roars at him for having the sheer audacity to lie to him with meaningless information. The towering and despairing figure of the guy is enough to give Bichon nightmares for life. He agrees with his boss's opinion that he did, in fact, bring useless information. Bichon apologizes and fully takes the blame for his mistakes. Suddenly, he feels a powerful swing descending across his left shoulder. The man screams in agony as his boss slices his arm off, unimpressed that his goons are unable to find a simple old man. Bichon weeps in pain, still apologizing. His boss, on the other hand, thinks he did a kindness by not killing the underlay. After all, he's the hardest servant there is. Despite the pain, Bichon thanks his boss for the mercy he's been shown. The scumbag goes back to sit in his chair, letting out an exhausted sigh. At this point, the regional leader is convinced that his underlings won't return with useful information no matter how many times they're sent out on their mission. Hearing the mention of an energy barrier piques his interest. However, Bichon's body quivers with the pain of his severed limb, while his boss comes to a conclusion. He's bored and declares his intentions to personally make a visit after 3 days' time. Bichon's strict orders until then are to return with the divine physician within that period. And if he doesn't, everyone standing in his way will be slaughtered. The crazy bastard thinks it's the perfect plan, and his underling can't do anything but agree with his boss despite his ridiculous demands. Well, in the next scene, we return to our boy Yangchun, who is unimpressed by how his day went. The dude basically did nothing except deliver a letter today, and just carrying out that small errand was enough to conclude the day. Shin believes it's time for the kid to return home. Even the young master agrees, believing that his sister shares no intention of returning home. So he needs to make preparations to head home immediately. Suddenly, a voice calls out for him. It's the joyful Seol-ah, who attempts to hug him, but our boy sidesteps and leaves her hanging. He wonders what she's doing all the way out here when this isn't supposed to be her room. The potato reminds him of what they settled upon. Seol-ah was going to be sharing beds with him for the night after all. Yangchun never recalls making that promise, but both Shin and Seol-ah do. The boy tries to use her grandpa against her, but Seol-ah isn't worried because the old geyser has been to himself lately. Curious to know where he is, Yangchun learns that the Sword Sovereign is apparently missing and hasn't told anyone. This is enough of a reason for Yangchun to extend his stay for a bit. Even though Shin doesn't get what's so special about her grandpa, the floating spirit concludes that their world definitely has changed quite a bit. Anyway, when our boy returns to his room, he sees Bia already waiting for him in bed. Yeah, tonight's going to be difficult. Sayeb quickly climbs inside the bed as both of the girls demand they sleep together. Bro definitely got his harem going for him. Yangchun attempts to activate I Ain't No Shutsu and dashes out, but the lightning-fast Bia chases after him and catches him. Some time passes, and we get to see the adorable potato out cold while the elegant Bia looks like a princess, even while asleep. Yangchun is stuck in the middle, having a really hard time being able to sleep, especially when the cute potato Seol-ah smacks his face in her sleep. It's morning again, and unfortunately, or should I say fortunately, our boy is hugged down from both sides. He can't even move and begs the floating little spirit to save his life because he can't move a single arm. The funny thing is, even the old geyser calls him a lucky bastard to have such a situation to himself. Unfortunately, the only reason he can't get up is because Seol-ah is squeezing the crap out of his arm. Once again, Shin calls him a lucky dude because guys would kill for something like this. Well, the issue is, if someone ends up finding Yangchun sleeping with the two of them like this, it's going to cause trouble. And well, that's exactly what happens when Ryangwei enters the room at the worst possible timing. Her face tells you everything that you need to know when she spots her brother in bed with two beauties. It looks really bad for him, causing Ryangwei to give him a disgusting glare before slamming the door shut. Yangchun is starting to realize that the clan members really have no etiquette of knocking before entering. Anyway, he tries to get the two of them to wake up quickly. Yangchun tells his servant to get up quickly because there's a bug on her face. Immediately, she wakes up startled and jumps from her bed. That's one target down. Now to assassinate the second target, he deploys advanced tactics and uses a strong finger flick to knock her face, but has no idea why he's hitting him while Seol is out here going commando over a bug on the bed. The good thing is that they're both up now. Shortly afterwards, Yangchun goes outside to meet Ryangwei, who has come to report that the clan head wants to see the boy. This is a surprising notice to him. Ryangwei laughs at his misfortune. She adds, "If I had known there was a special scene inside your room, I would have delayed the message." Ryangwei also tells him that she's here for the Hoa ritual of the clan. Since she's a disciple of the sect, it's only natural for her to attend. With her message delivered, Ryangwei is about to leave. Before she goes, she calls both Bia and Seol-ah a bunch of ugly girls. "Pretty girls wouldn't want to hang around my disgusting brother," she says, smirking. "Or well, that is until I lay my eyes on both of you." Both Bia and Seol-ah look not only adorable, but also downright gorgeous. Yangchun inquires, "What are you up to?" While they're curious about Ryangwei, the kid doesn't even introduce her to them. The mere sight of Bia and Seol-ah causes Ryangwei to grow frustrated, and she quickly leaves with a grumpy attitude. It makes Yangchun wonder what her problem is. Bia can tell that something is wrong, though, based on her reaction as she leaves. Time for us to enter another flashback sequence. A young Ryangwei is searching around for her brother. While crying inside the house after the upheaval, the little girl was truly afraid that he had disappeared somewhere. Hearing a rustling sound in the bushes, she curiously moved closer until Yangchun suddenly jumped out, startling her so badly that she burst into tears. The fright made her cry uncontrollably. Later that day, Yangchun spoke with her, apologizing for having scared her like that, but she was still upset, leaving him to wonder what might cheer her up again. That was when Ryangwei made her special request. She wanted her brother to scold Yan Su, their older sister, who was often harsh and treated them poorly. Yangchun, however, spoke gently, telling his sister that such things sometimes happen when living together as a family. Hearing those words, Ryangwei felt happy at the time. Back in the present, the girl finds herself exhausted at the end of her training. Frustrated, she pushes past her limits as she continues swinging her sword into the air. After another grueling session, Ryangwei is overwhelmed with frustration. She hurls her sword against a tree, anger building up inside her. In that state, she is suddenly found by someone. Bia comes around to advise the young girl that even if she's exhausted, one must never let go of their weapon. The elegant lady of Naomong retrieved her blade for her and offered it back. Faced against her, Ryangwei quickly realizes that this is the same girl she saw back with her disgusting brother. She thanks her for her kindness and reaches for her sword before adopting a stricter tone and rudely stating that she doesn't require anyone's help. She then gets up, maintaining her grumpy attitude, and asks what the lady is doing out here. Bia expresses that she figured Ryangwei to be close to Yangchun, so she got curious and followed her around. Upon her unparalleled smile alone, Ryangwei is literally baffled by her looks and questions what's wrong with this woman. At first, she figured that Bia was nothing more than a useless tool of Yangchun, but clearly she was wrong. As for Yangchun's fiancée, the white-haired girl advises the little girl to try and relax more. She's noticed that Ryangwei grips her weapon too tightly, which is hindering her in training. Based on this advice, it's clear that Bia is also a sword master from her words, even though Ryangwei strictly judges her off her looks, and states that someone like her probably never even held a blade in her entire life. She thinks it's snobbish to try and teach others when a person is inexperienced themselves. Instead of getting angry at her or rushing to correct her, Bia politely requests for them to have a light spar. Shortly afterwards, the two are facing each other for their fight, but Ryanwa is stunned that her opponent hasn't even bothered to unsheath her blade yet. Bia is so immensely confident in her ability that she thinks it won't hinder her at all. It insults Ryanwa and causes her to get angry, refusing to hold anything back from the get-go. The girl unleashes a powerful swing, which is quickly countered by Bia's quick draw, who, even in this fight, advises Ryanwa to try and calm down. I'll have you guys know that she has yet to unsheath her blade, Bia remarks, casually blocking powerful blows while still talking. It leaves her opponent, Ryanwa, at a loss for words. Once again, Bia repeats her advice, emphasizing that her opponent should try to relax her body. She even demonstrates how by showing a hint of her internal energy, coding electricity in her sheath blade. Shortly after that, a spark of lightning flickers in the air. The fight is cut short. Ryanwa lost immediately, and just the charging up of Bia's attack left a small crater underneath her. The conclusion of the battle is rather eye-opening for Yangchun's sister, who is infuriated enough to ask what Bia means in relation to her brother before Bai could even say the word fiancé. She cuts him off, stating that someone as immensely powerful as Bai shouldn't be hanging around the clown that is her brother. She is strongly of the opinion that Yangchun doesn't deserve a powerful woman like the beautiful warrior before her. After all, Ryanwa doesn't know that her brother has changed and still thinks he's a lazy clown. Compared to Bia, he's just trash. For the first time, Yangchun's fiancé shows a hint of frustration. First, she defends his looks, stating that he's anything but ugly. Then, she breaks her calm facade, powering her blade with a slash of electricity as she reminds Ryanaqua to watch her tone, or else she'll regret it greatly. While her attack is fired off, our boy quickly blitzes in, blocking the strike just in time to prevent any damage. The scene stuns quite a few. The same brother she was calling ugly and weak has just arrived to protect her. An irritated Yangchun interrogates his fiancée, questioning what she's doing all of a sudden. His expression is tense, showing his frustration as he asks, "What did she say about me?" His fiancée responds, "She called you ugly." Now that's how you know she's a queen. The girl was ready to throw hands just to defend his looks. Anyway, Yangchun thinks it's no big deal, but clearly his fiancée is angered. She wants to know more about the midget and her identity. After all, Yangchun wouldn't just take the girl's side otherwise. Hearing that, Rayong arrogantly states, "I didn't need any help. I don't require anyone to take my side." She roars at her brother and runs off, leaving the two of them to each other. As for the young master of House Ku, he's starting to think that his sister must have skipped out on her manners class because she's acting way too rude. Bia is still insistent on knowing who this girl really is. After all, instead of taking his fiancé's side, Yangchun scolded her instead. The boy drops a bombshell revealing we're actually siblings. It stops Bia dead in her tracks because she can't believe that they're both actually biological siblings. Well, the funniest part is Bia is terrified of what she's done. She thinks she's made a major mistake laying a hand on her sister-in-law. And well, for the rest of the trip, after learning that fact, poor Bia was put at daze. She walked around like a ghost herself, clueless of her every step. She wouldn't stop repeating the same words either. Anyway, Yangchun that night returned to his room. This time he found Seol-ah already waiting in bed. Seeing that Bao was missing was surprising enough for him. After all, she hadn't come to her room not even once today. The boy wondered what could have caused her to go missing, and after a while, she was reported nowhere to be found. Well, aside from that, Yangchun was curious about the Sword Sovereign's return and questioned when he'd be back. Unfortunately, the girl had no clue either. Her grandpa appeared to be taking a long time, which also implied that the young master had to do something on his own, or else he'd have to extend his stay. So, the next day, a merchant was busy selling leather and bones of demonic beasts as a promising trade. Yangchun came here with his guard desiring demonic stones. The request rather shocked the seller, but the boy was interested in knowing if there were any being sold that were a day old. To that, the merchant scrubs his head, answering that the stones aren't sold. Even after searching around for a bit, the boy has yet to find a shop that sells demonic stones in this place. Muan is of the opinion that they won't find any stones here at all. And to be fair, Yangchun also believes in that thought. In the end, the stone, or the core, is supposed to be the most important part of a demonic beast, acting as their heart. However, right after the creatures are killed, it's basically a worthless piece of stone afterward. Normally, that is because in the case of Yangchun, he can still make quite a bit of use from it by absorbing the demonic energy using his technique. Based on the words of the floating spirit of the immortal sword and the divine physician, the boy fully understands that the single reason he's alive so far can be attributed to the demonic energy inside of him. That means the influx of dark energy inside of him must be explored further. He wants to see what makes it tick and what it's really about. That's why he wants to test it by feeding himself another demonic stone. Yangchun is starting to wonder if he should personally hunt down demonic beasts to retrieve the stones at this point. However, that's not going to be easy either. According to Muan, who understands that the number of demonic beasts has considerably shrunk lately, it's yet another strange phenomenon occurring in manhwa. Still, Yangchun is grateful that his guard is helpful with the information he's given. Apart from the diminishing health of the Sword Queen, as well as the presence of Elder Tae, Yangchun thinks that he made a good choice tagging Muan along. His stomach is growling from their tiring search. It's about time to head back and eat something nice. Our boy is really looking forward to Hanwha's delicious cooking skills. Speaking of cooking skills, when he gets home, he finds a heart attack on plate. Gordon Ramsay would probably jump off a cliff seeing this dish. Unfortunately, Seol-ah decided to cook fish today, and well, both Yangchun and Muan can't even tell if it's fish anymore. It seems as though the adorable potato knows she messed up terribly, to the point she's crying. Anyway, Yangchun doesn't bother eating it and learns that Hanwha is making fresh food for him. He's told to rest, but the young master expresses that he's got some business of his own to deal with, so he's going to take care of that firsthand. Muan is insistent and argues that they should stick together for any travels, but our boy is stubborn and believes it's best for him to journey by himself for a bit. Let's go and check on Bai for a moment. She's actually busy training Ryeonwha in her sword style, correcting the inefficiencies in her stance. They both hear a sound from behind. As Yangchun reveals his location, tackling through the bushes, he's rather surprised to find his sister training alongside Bai. Even though Ryeonwha appears to be annoyed to admit the fact, Yangchun is astonished by the recent development. Just one day ago, these two were trying to kill each other. His sister reveals that the root of her frustration actually had to do with him, rather than the elegant swordswoman. Anyway, it turns out Bai ended up apologizing in the end, and after that she was bugged by Ryeonwha to teach her about the sword. Seeing them doing just fine, Yangchun lets out a breath of relief and decides to return, reminding them that dinner's ready. Bia is okay with that and even offers Manga a chance to share the dinner, but for some reason, she appears hesitant. They can hear Yangchun's voice from afar demanding that she come quickly. She goes away, leaving the boy's sister to herself. From today's training alone, Ryeonwha notices how she's formed calluses on her hand from gripping her blade so tightly. It reminds her of the scene when she was little. Back at their house, for some reason, Yangchun became really cold and distant toward her. He said all kinds of mean things in that moment, even shouting at her for calling her brother. He simply told his sister a little quiet life and to avoid getting in front of other people's sight. Another hour or two passes. Ryeonwha appears to be training firmly by herself. She is reminded of a memory of a beautiful lady who always looked at her fondly. This is probably Chon-hai, Yangchun's mother. As she cuts through the air, the girl desires to make a flower blossom soon. Food is served fresh and hot. A bunch of berries and skewers are being handed out, and Ryeonwha is enjoying the festival to her delight. She notices a little girl craving the same skewer, but unfortunately, Ryeonwha isn't in the mood to share. She's been training tirelessly for days without food. She also thinks that if it tastes delicious, it will be a good recommendation to her master, just recalling her master's condition. Ryeonwha remembers how her master always advised her not to skip meals and to always eat something outside. That scene stops her from taking the first bite. In the end, she actually hands the skewer fully to the little girl before leaving empty-handed herself. Ryeonwha bolts as fast as her legs can take her, desiring to spend more time with her master until the very end. She reaches the part of the temple where her beloved master is residing. The girl is unusually excited to share stories of her duel against the lady of the Nambong clan and her recent education on sword techniques. Suddenly, a blade erupts out of nowhere. The regional leader aims to cut her head off while she's distracted. It's only thanks to Baya's godly reflexes that they're able to dodge the same attack that had just cut down trees. Shocked to her core, Ryeonwha has no idea what's going on while Baya stares up at the muscle brute who jokes about how an unexpectedly beautiful lady fell from the sky. Ryeonwha gains distance and questions the man's identity. His name is Hiljuk, but I'm going to be calling him all kinds of demeaning names for his behavior. The musclehead recommends that the quivering little girl drop her weapon, or else she will regret her decision greatly and get her face messed up. Baya actually steps in again, instructing Ryeonwha to quickly report the matter to the people of her clan. In this battle, there's nothing she can possibly do to help her out. The disgusting psycho suggests the girl reconsider her options because he won't be holding back or going easy on her in a fight. Bia expels her internal energy and emphasizes to her friend that she has to run as fast as possible and prioritize what's important. The serious scene transitions into a lighthearted one where Seol-ah is surprised to see Yangchun up so early. Apparently, he wants to go and take care of some business on his own and doesn't want his servant tagging along. After all, our boy's plan is to head out to find the divine physician. Since Seol-ah is unhappy with his decision, he promises to bring home some chicken skewers to make it up to her. Before leaving, he reminds her not to make any reckless trouble. His loving servant cheerfully wishes him to be careful, rooting for the young master's support. Yangchun goes on ahead, reflecting how his daily training is exhausting him more than he can take. Shin calls him a stupid whining brat for doing just a bunch of training, and has no idea why he feels ungrateful when he's a literal chick magnet around here. He also funnily calls Yangchun a mantis because of his weirdly shaped eyes. The kid coldly reminds the floating little spirit that he's not in any position or size to demean anyone else's looks right now. He even teases the old geyser for acting like he's super handsome. Shin funnily remarks, "People like decorating their walls with my paintings for a reason." But to that, Yangchun teasingly replies, "Maybe it's a way for them to remember that even the ugly folks can accomplish good things." While they're hounding each other down, Rayonwa comes rushing in to inform her brother. She's in an unusual state of panic and practically breaks down before him. She's crying her eyes out, worried for Baya's sake. At first, Yangchun didn't take the matter seriously, but the moment he hears that his fiancée is in danger, a demon wakes inside of this man. Let's go back to the scene of the fight. Our Elodie Queen is swiftly dodging her opponent's heavy attacks. The regional leader is pissed off that he's having to waste so much time on an irrelevant girl when he's got the goal of finding the divine physician, deciding to break loose more of his power. This guy hammers down even heavier slashes, overwhelming Bia to quite a troublesome extent. The heavy clash of swords matching each other and bouncing back continues. The Lightning Queen ducks one of his strikes and continues her evasive maneuvers by leaping into the air. Her nipple movement actually impresses this degenerate bastard, and he's out here gooning to her in the middle of the fight. Bia descends like a thunderous dragon. Crackles of electricity overwhelm her opponent's body, paralyzing him into one position. Just from the looks of her attack, Yahoo understands that she's about to use the signature move of the Nomon family. However, despite its usage in this fight, he finds Bia's execution of the technique rather predictable and slow, to the point where he is able to dodge her forward lunge successfully. As dumb as he looks, the regional leader understands that her first attack is definitely just a misdirection. The actual attack comes as a follow-up. Swinging her blade backwards, Bia quickly turns and attempts to overpower her opponent. The attack is blocked by the muscle head, but the sheer force of the thunderous technique is enough to destroy everything behind him. Thrilled to find such a powerful opponent from the Namon clan, he inquires more about her identity. The fact that he noticed a member of House Coop as well as Nam Gong both residing at the top of the mountain means that there's something more to the eye. Anyway, despite having injured her opponent a bit, Bia is extremely exhausted. Even her best technique couldn't land a final blow on him. The psychopath praises her for the performance and realizes that her only flaw here is that she lacks experience killing someone in a real fight. That reason alone is why she is destined to lose this battle. Fast forward to the aftermath of the battle, and it turns out that Bia loses badly, leaving the regional leader quite impressed. He intentionally avoided going for any severe blows and only knocked her out. His goal is to keep her from himself after he's done dealing with the divine physician. Even the Lightning Queen admits that she can't do anything in this situation. Having expended all of her energy, she knows that if she is kidnapped, nothing and no one will save her. The worst part, she feels immense regret that she won't be able to meet her fiancé anymore. Her world will be all alone again. Oh, a world with the same stench she's had to deal with forever. To avoid that grim fate, she struggles to move her body as best she can. Then she hears Yangchun's voice, gentle and reassuring, telling her, "It's best to rest for now." He knows that Bia won't run no matter what he says. For the moment, he just wants her to stay hidden. Meanwhile, with the enemy still causing chaos outside, Yangchun's anger surges. He throws himself forward with all his strength, determined to put an end to it. In memories of a past life, Bia once chose to sacrifice herself in order to save Yangchun. In every possible outcome, she could have chosen to protect herself and simply stepped aside. Yet she stood firm, shielding him with her own body. It was in that moment that the cold, ruthless demon realized something profound. Yangchun understood that he had once lived a life of mistakes, so much so that no one awaited him warmly on the other side. His past had been full of treachery, leaving little room for redemption. But in an ironic twist of fate, he was granted a second chance. A chance he came to see as a hopeful new beginning. A chance to reclaim what was lost and to mend the mistakes of his past. But in that moment, when he found Bayanung completely knocked out like that, in a state that reminded him of his past life, it really changed his perspective on things. This life that he was given, it could end up the same as last time. Maybe it isn't some kind of reward, but more of a punishment to live the same horrors of loss that he experienced in his past life. A repeated cycle of death and suffering. It made him wonder if the heavenly demon wanted to punish him forever, pulling him towards hell. Yangchun couldn't afford to live a life like that again. Not this time. So it ignited an inextinguishable flame inside of his body, expelling immense amounts of internal energy. He vowed to prevent the dark future from happening again. Meanwhile, the regional leader was busy attempting to crack the energy barrier placed by the manhwa clan. Just when he found some result, his eyes widened in fear and shock. A boy lunged at him like a torpedo full of energy and smashed his abdomen with punches so strong they resulted in an explosion. The attack incinerated the life around them, staggering Yang Chan's opponent. He couldn't believe there was yet another one of the House of Coup members here. At first, he wanted to pay the kid a visit personally, but his master decided otherwise. Based on Yang Chan's murderous state, even the regional leader senses the bloodlust radiating from him. His current condition resembles that of Lord Ku, his father, the Flame Demon. However, despite everything, it didn't change the fact that the kid was still a rookie before him. Yang Chan unleashed a barrage of attacks back to back, pounding his opponent relentlessly. Even the psychopath called our boy crazy for his chaotic strikes and attempts to retaliate with a swing of his blade. But Yang Chan had such flexible movement that he evaded a clean horizontal swing, impressing the regional leader in the process. The leader even found amusement in playing around with Yang Chan every time they exchanged blows. Despite our boy's enraged state, he was pushed back, which made the muscle-head psycho wonder if the kid was losing heart. To quickly shut him up, our boy went on the offensive again, beating the crap out of the guy, shoving him back and making him eat his own words. The fight grew more serious with every passing moment. In a surprising twist, the villain was the one acting sane. Meanwhile, the floating spirit of Shin urged the boy to quell his anger, because he's only creating more openings for himself. Yangchun quickly realizes this when he recklessly lunges forth, disregarding his bodily limitations. The kid's energy core suddenly cracks, diffusing his attack as the boy falls from the skies. Just when his opponent is about to finish the kid off, a voice from inside Yangchan's head tells him to devour everything. Suddenly, he regains his powers and grabs Yanul-Juk's sword, catching the blade and shocking him even more. The regional leader is stupefied that a monstrous kid like this even exists. None of his men from the Dark Pile pose any threat to the current state of Yang Chan. Speaking of which, our boy delivers a clean hook to the gut, releasing a column of explosive energy from his opponent's body. I kid you not, bro is literally using attacks right out of Dragon Ball Z here. Anyway, that punch really did a number on the musclehead, forcing him to cough blood, but that's not enough to calm down the bloodlust of the enraged Yang Chan. The fight is over, and when Baya comes around, all she sees is an incinerated field, and her fiancé senselessly punching the man's face to a bloody pulp. The sound of churning blood is heard. While the helpless Bia begs him to stop, suddenly, the dark and shadowy stench from before emanates off his body. It's the first time she senses something so vile. Even though Yang Qian has already murdered the man in cold blood, his psychopathic tendencies aren't satisfied. He continues pummeling the man's face into the ground. Navigating her best through the incinerated field, Bia pleads with him. Her voice is desperate, striving to reach his ears, but when he doesn't listen, she embraces his body, trying to help him regain control. Stop, she whispers, you've already killed him. She doesn't want him to give in to his urges and lose himself completely. Her words are the only thing that calms him down, just enough for him to fade away unconscious in her grasp. As for the Shadow Organization, they're stunned to note that their regional leader hasn't returned from his mission. They're worried about his condition, but they can't act on their own. They have to obey orders. The goal is to launch a full-scale attack at dawn. To their surprise, an old man has somehow found his way to their organization. It's none other than the most badass old geezer of all time. The Sword Sovereign is furious that these men are responsible for the disappearance of the disciples of Mount Hoa. One of the clowns thinks that he's just a random senile man who came here without a thought. And well, that guy ends up getting cleaved in half without even the Sword Sovereign batting an eye. This man is the definition of aura. The rest of them are horrified, questioning who this man really is. They can't even comprehend what the hell just happened. The Sword Sovereign confesses the beauty of a blade comes from when it is covered by its sheath. He also believes that bad intentions should never go beyond one's feelings in life. They shouldn't translate into actions. During his meeting with Lord Hoa, he learned about the disappearance of the disciples. They suspected that the Dark Knight Palace was responsible for it. Because the clan leader himself could not leave, the Sword Sovereign was asked to eliminate every last one of these scumbags. Before annihilating them completely, the old man offers them a chance to drop their weapons. But of course, these arrogant warriors still decide to jump him, thinking that this is Jujutsu Kaisen. In return, all he has to do is flick his hand. A single sword cut slices through every single warrior ahead of him. The entire group is vanquished with one strike as the wise Sword Sovereign comments on their foolishness. Back to the state of our boy. Yang Chan wakes up in a state of panic. His fight or flight instincts go into overdrive, but thankfully the divine physician is there to help him calm down. Apparently, the boy has been in a coma for 2 days and is currently receiving treatment for his energy overload. Bro is pinned with needles all over his body, hopefully not in any delicate areas. Anyway, Yangchun asks, why is there smoke coming out of Elder Tay's mouth? Does that mean a new form of ascension? The physician corrects him, saying, I'm actually absorbing the smoke to help him recover. He then goes back to his previous verdict, calling the boy a walking corpse. You could die at any moment because of your mixed energies, the physician adds. Even now, despite having exhausted so much of his internal energy, Yangchun's body seems to be in a state of calm. This surprises both him and the physician, but Yangchun isn't focused on that right now. What really matters to him is Baya's condition, as well as his sister's. Luckily, they're both fine and doing well, bringing him the mental relief he needed most. Speaking of those girls, all 3 of them ended up knocked out on the floor, just waiting for the young master. Mula has fallen asleep too. Yangchun is in his room, pondering how he had just committed the first murder in his new life. But what's really bothering him is the voice he heard, the voice that demanded that he devour. In a state of meditation, he reflects that there was much he needed to learn in his life, especially after the warnings of Elder Tay. The kid goes for a routine check on his body to see if his internal energy is doing okay. He notices right away that his blood flow is blocked, but his strength is growing. He may be able to get past that issue soon. Perhaps the most shocking part is that the same chaotic energy from before has transformed into something beyond his wildest expectations. Yangchun now officially possesses demonic energy. On a different note, the leader of the Dark Knight Palace quickly learns of the assassination of the Yehiljuk. The ominous figure inquires to know who could have defeated such a powerful warrior. After all, Yehiljuk was a professional martial artist at the peak of his physical abilities. He learns that a rookie from manhwa somehow managed to subdue this guy all on his own. It sparks interest in the leader's eyes, and he believes it's time to send Pasha to the divine physician instead. The man also appears to boast the same demonic eyes of a demonic martial artist, like Yangchun in his previous life. The sudden hiccup has become a thorn in his path, but he's right around the corner from materializing his goals. We get a shot of a thin girl possessing the same demonic eyes. She's likely the young version of the heavenly demon from the future. The scene switches to Seol-ah and the Sword Sovereign. The little girl is excited to report that the young master is doing just fine with Bia and has fully recovered. The wise old man is happy to hear that, but his grandmother makes an additional request. Placing the yakwa snack down, she replaces her hand with a sword and requests to learn martial arts. And thus begins the journey of the mighty disciple of the Sovereign Sword, who is destined to defeat the heavenly demon in the future.